Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Pop! Under the blazing sun, a multicolored bubble floated upward, shimmered briefly at its peak, then burst. Beneath a large tree, Arishir knelt, hands bound tightly behind his back, head bowed in silent resignation. The barrel of the marine issued, rifle pressed coldly against the back of his skull. "Execute," came the quiet command from Major Karens. He turned his gaze away from the boy, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Everyone knew the truth. Arishir was innocent. But that meant nothing when the celestial dragons gave an order. If they didn't see a corpse, Karens himself would be next. Bang! The gunshot rang out just as the thought crossed Karens' mind. Another nameless life, discarded like trash to appease the whims of the world's so-called gods. Arishir was just one among hundreds, maybe thousands, who'd drawn the ire of the celestial dragons and were sentenced to die. Karen sighed and turned to leave, his boots crunching on dry leaves. Such tragedies were common in the Sidi Archipelago. Still, fate was cruel, and this one cut deeper than most. "Get rid of the body," Karens ordered without turning around. Quickly, no one moved. Frowning, Karen spun on his heel and froze. Shock surged through him like ice water. His eyes widened. There, beneath the tree, Arishir still knelt. Alive. There was a small hole in the dirt where the bullet had struck, and the scent of gunpowder still lingered. But the boy's head was intact. His face calm. Too calm. "He's still alive?" a Marine stammered. "That shot went through his skull." "No, it didn't." "There's no wound." Karens narrowed his eyes. Arishir slowly raised his head. His black eyes, dark, unblinking, and void of fear, met Karen's gaze. "Use a blade," Karen said coldly. A Marine hesitated, then drew his standard-issue combat knife. With a swift motion, he swung down at the boy's neck. Schlick! Clean strike. No resistance. But Arishir didn't bleed. He didn't fall. His head remained where it was, his body untouched. He sat there, watching, calm, detached, almost mocking. "What in God's name are you?" Karens roared. The boy said nothing. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. He died once again, twice now in a single day. And with each death, 2 more points appeared on the strange system panel that had appeared when he awoke in this world. 10 days ago, Arishir had arrived in the Sidi Archipelago as a lowly gardener working under a noble family. Life was bearable. He even made friends among the other slaves, especially one girl, sweet and kind, who always blushed when their eyes met. She used to save extra food for him. Then the noble returned. A fat, bejeweled pig of a man, red with rage after some perceived insult outside. The man unleashed his fury on the household. 4 of Arashi's friends were beaten to death. The girl was tortured in ways Arishir could scarcely imagine. Boiled, burned, screaming. Arishir snapped. He fought back, was shot in the heart, but he didn't die. That's when he realized his first ability, absolute immortality. No wound could end him. He could be hurt, but never killed. Over the following days, Arishir died 23 times, fighting his way through the mansion, killing the noble and every last one of his guards. He escaped, only to be captured again after offending a celestial dragon. Now he sat here, pondering the strange point system that awarded him for each death. Other transmigrators became admirals at 8 or warlords at 10. He became a slave, and yet something greater was at work. A devil fruit user? Karens muttered, watching the boy. No, that didn't feel right. Still, he gave the order. 5 more shots. Then behead him. Again, the Marines obeyed. Gunfire cracked. Blade swung. Nothing worked. No blood. No injuries. No death. Bind him. Use sea stone cuffs. Drown him in seawater if you have to. Karens barked. Drag him to the base. And find out what the hell he is. The Marines moved, this time with fear in their eyes. The boy they carried didn't resist. He simply watched, his expression unreadable. At the base gates, a sentry leaned close to Karens and whispered, "Vice Admiral is here." Karen stiffened. There was only one Vice Admiral in these parts. He forced composure into his body and waved sharply to his men. "Try everything. Fire, gas, seawater cannons. If it can kill, use it." Behind him, Arishir didn't speak. Inside, he was wondering something far stranger. If dying gave him points, what would he get from never dying at all? Commodore Karens walked away briskly, his steps stiff with tension. He had more pressing matters now. Vice Admiral Garp was waiting. The black-haired boy kneeling on the ground was as good as dead. After all, Arishir remained motionless under the harsh gaze of the Marines. His arms were bound, and escape was impossible. Despite repeated questioning, his name, his age, his background, he said nothing. Since escaping the noble's estate, Arishir had come to understand the world he'd landed in. It was the world of One Piece, a place that, in his past life, was filled with dreams, brotherhood, laughter, and boundless freedom. But the cheerful adventure he once loved on screen now unfolded before him in harsh, brutal truth. Behind the banners of justice and the smile of pirates lay a darker world, one ruled by tyranny and stained with blood. Here, nobles ruled with absolute authority. The common people lived and died at their whim. The celestial dragons, self-proclaimed gods, could slaughter innocents on a whim. Arishir had seen it himself. He was dragged to the Marine base's training ground, where they gave up interrogating him. Instead, they moved to test a theory. If he was a devil fruit user, Seastone would weaken him enough to finish the job. Clamping the shackles onto his ankles, one Marine muttered, "If he's really got a devil fruit, this shot should do it." "Kid," another added with a weary sigh, "if there's a next life, don't go messing with the celestial dragons again." Though they pitted him, none dared defy orders. They had long stopped dreaming of justice and sobriety. Some came to uphold the law, only to become tools for the world nobles. "Let's end this quickly. He's lucky the dragons didn't keep him alive for fun," a third Marine said, raising his rifle. Bang! The smoke cleared. Silence. Arishir knelt exactly where he'd been, completely unharmed. The bullet hadn't even grazed him. Gasps rippled through the squad. Eyes widened. Mouths parted. "What the hell is going on?" one Marine whispered. "He's not even a devil fruit user." Panic began to creep in. "If we can't kill him, the celestial dragons will kill us," another said, trembling. They were seasoned Marines. They had fought pirates, revolutionaries, and monsters. But never had they encountered this, an ordinary-looking boy who could not die. Arishir looked at the air before him, emotionless, watching the number on his invisible system rise again. 34. He had died 34 times. The Marine captain, pale and sweating, took a deep breath. "Bring out the cannons," he barked. Pressure mounted with every passing second. A boy who wouldn't die. The wrath of the celestial dragons. A hero of the Marines nearby. None of this added up. Meanwhile, inside the base's office, Karen stood before a heavy wooden door, collected himself, then knocked once and entered. Inside sat a broad-shouldered man with a square jaw and a crew cut. His build was mountainous, his presence suffocating. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the legendary Iron Fist. Karens saluted stiffly. "Vice Admiral Garp, I wasn't aware you'd be visiting today." Garp didn't look up at first. When he did, his expression was filled with disappointment. "You've fallen far, Karens," Garp said, voice like rolling thunder. "Reduced to a glorified errand boy for those celestial bastard dragons." This was Garp in his prime, his hair still black, his body overflowing with vitality. He radiated raw, disciplined power. His fists were legendary, but so was his pride. "I didn't have a choice," Karen said, voice low. "Being stationed at sobriety, you know what that means. If I defy orders, don't waste your breath." Garp scoffed. "Transfers are the fleet admiral's problem. And with your spine, I wouldn't take you even if it were my call." Karens lowered his gaze, stung. He had once trained under Garp, hoping to follow in his footsteps. But Garp had always despised those who bowed to power, especially to the nobles. "I'm sorry," Karen said quietly. "I'm not." Garp waved dismissively. "I was just passing through. Thought I'd stop in." Karen tried to regain footing. "I'll make sure your ship is fully supplied." "I hate that about you," Garp snapped. "You're always accommodating, always apologizing. No backbone." In a burst of anger, Garp hurled a table ornament across the room. It shattered against the wall. Karen's flinched. "Again? Don't ever call yourself my student again," Garp growled. The silence that followed was thick and bitter. But just as quickly, Garp relaxed, the storm in him passing. He leaned back and chatted about meaningless things. Karen's responded mechanically. Half an hour passed before a flurry of footsteps rushed toward the door. A frantic voice rang out. "Commodore Karens, there's a problem." Garp's eyes narrowed. Karens tensed. "What problem?" Garp asked, turning toward the door. The Marine on the other side gulped audibly, realizing who was in the room. "The Vice Admiral Garp." "Speak," Garp ordered with a wave. "The boy, he can't be killed." Garp raised an eyebrow. Karen's stomach dropped. "Explain," Garp demanded. "He hasn't said a word since his capture. But we've identified him. His name's Arishir. He was a slave for the Buchan family here, on Sabaody. 10 days ago, he killed the entire family and fled. Today, he offended a celestial dragon and was brought in. We've tried everything: bullets, fire, drowning, hanging, even cannon fire. Nothing kills him." Garp's curiosity was visibly piqued. "Devil fruit?" "No, sir. He wore sea stone the whole time. He's not a devil fruit user." A long silence followed. Karen's mouth felt dry. This was beyond what he could handle. If they couldn't kill Arishir, the celestial dragons would demand blood, and it would be his. And now, Garp was here, watching, judging, and Arishir, still alive, still silent, still unkillable. Something far stranger was at play. Garp led the way, with Karen's following closely, both moving quickly. The Major's anxiety and nervousness were palpable. After hearing Arashi's story, Garp didn't react immediately, but wiped the smile from his face and asked to be led to the scene. Garp seemed to have an affinity for rebellious personalities, perhaps because it contrasted sharply with his own. The Marines who followed him shared a similar wild and fearless attitude, even if it resulted in a high casualty rate due to constant battles with ruthless pirates. As they neared the training ground, their steps suddenly halted. Karens looked up, his face showing visible shock. A powerful, oppressive aura emanated ahead, distorting the air around them. "Conqueror's Haki," Karens exclaimed in shock. He stared blankly ahead, unable to believe that this aura emanated from the black-haired boy. In the training ground, Arishir, with his head submerged in a basin filled with seawater, suddenly lifted his head. Gunshots, hangings, beheadings, burnings, cannon fire, poison. Every method that could easily kill any person had been used on him. Each time he died, his system panel's point count increased, reaching 60. This meant that, in such a short time since arriving in this world, he had died 60 times. The frequent deaths filled him with an anger that exploded in a new form in this world. Why? Why do I have to face such injustice and encounter death as soon as I arrive in this world? Why, after so many deaths, can I still not be killed? Why do I have to feel this pain? Arishir went mad. While no method could kill him, the pain of death, the feeling of suffocation, was something he felt each time. This meant he truly died all those times, but could revive each time, creating the illusion that he couldn't be killed. As all the pain, resentment, anger, and madness focused and then erupted, something deep within his consciousness seemed to burst forth. Buzz! The void trembled and twisted as a terrifying aura spread around. The first to bear the brunt were the Marines who had been racking their brains, trying to kill him. Plop! 4 of them fell unconscious, their weapons clattering to the ground. The aura spread rapidly, causing all nearby creatures to faint and even plants to bow. As this outburst ended, Arishir looked up, trembling all over. A line of text appeared on the system before him. Conqueror's Haki, LV0+. As his mind calmed, Arishir realized what had happened. In his rage and madness, He had unintentionally awakened Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, he noticed the 60 points on his panel. Just then, a deep, angry voice reached him. "Karens, you wanted to execute such an exceptional boy. The one who deserves to die is you." Arishir looked up to see two figures approaching. The man was tall, with a square face and short black hair, and he exuded a fierce, powerful aura. He was repeatedly punching Karens, who was holding his head and crying out in pain before collapsing with a thud. "Damn, Karens, you've really become a lapdog for the celestial dragons." Garp strode over, his face dark as he looked at Arishir. The Conqueror's Haki in the air hadn't dissipated, causing ripples in the void. "Boy, what's your name?" Garp shouted. Arashi's lips moved as he recognized the man's identity from his memories. "Arishir." "Good. From today on, you will stay by my side," Garp declared loudly. Karens, who had fallen nearby, trembled and quickly scrambled up. "No, Vice Admiral Garp. That will offend the celestial dragons." "Shut up," Garp roared, turning his head in anger. Arishir remained silent and quietly clicked the plus sign next to Conqueror's Haki on his panel. A more intense aura burst forth in the next instant, directly hitting Karens and causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness completely. "Good kid. You just awakened and can already control Conqueror's Haki," Garp exclaimed in surprise. Then, he helped Arishir up. "I heard you can't be killed." Arishir pressed his lips together. "It seems that way for now," he replied. "But it doesn't rule out the possibility of some special method." Not only was he unkillable, but each death increased his points, which, as he had just discovered, could enhance his skills. What couldn't kill him only made him stronger. It seemed he had a unique golden finger in this world. "Is it a devil fruit ability?" Garp asked. Arishir shook his head. Although he had a general idea of Garp's character from the anime in his past life, this world was more realistic. He didn't plan to share too much before understanding Garp better. Garp seemed delighted to have encountered a boy with special abilities and Conqueror's Haki. He kept asking questions, but Arashi's responses were mostly nods or shakes of the head, showing his reluctance to communicate. "From today on, you'll come with me. I'll arrange for you to join the Marines," Garp said with a smile. "I've offended the celestial dragons. This might cause you trouble." Arishir hesitated. "Those scum, you don't need to worry about them," Garp said dismissively. This brief conversation allowed Arishir to judge that this Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, was at the peak of his youth, making him much more powerful and reckless than in the future. He also seemed quite careless. Without much concern for the unconscious Karens, Garp removed Arashi's shackles and led him to the port's dog-headed warship. "Ha ha ha ha! If Sengoku knows I recruited such a promising talent, he'll be very pleased." Garp laughed as they boarded the warship. Clearly, in his logic, someone who had awakened Conqueror's Haki had great potential without considering that Arishir might be lacking in other areas. Arishir remained silent, not responding. Instead, he clicked the plus sign next to Conqueror's Haki 9 more times, raising its level to 10. Immediately, he felt a strange sensation sweep over his body. He realized his mental strength had increased, his range of influence expanded, and his control improved significantly. A simple point allocation experiment confirmed to Arishir that his golden finger ability allowed him to upgrade his skills by allocating points. Moreover, he could earn these points through dying. He wondered if he could exploit this by committing suicide to glitch the system. "Bogart, get this kid a Marine trainee uniform," Garp's booming voice commanded. "From now on, he's one of my men." Arishir looked up and saw a silent man standing nearby in a beige suit and hat. Bogart glanced at Arishir, nodded, and left to follow Garp's order. Meanwhile, a tall figure with a lazy expression and sunglasses emerged from the ship's cabin. When he saw Garp, his face visibly lit up with excitement. "I heard the headquarters is once again proposing to promote you to the rank of Admiral," the man said, addressing Garp as Vice Admiral. Garp grinned. "Ha ha ha, just an admiral? I have no interest in that at all. That's an admiral position," Kazan exclaimed. "Escorting those scummy celestial dragons?" I have no interest in that. Garp scoffed. It's much freer to remain a vice admiral. Garp then pointed to Arishir, standing silently with no presence, and introduced him. This is Arishir, the newest recruit in my crew. Kazan was taken aback and then fixed his gaze on Arishir. Anyone who catches Vice Admiral Garps, I must be quite powerful. Arishir looked up at the future admiral, Kazan, but remained silent, making Kazan awkwardly scratch his head. Another quiet one like Bogart, I see. Suddenly, Garp smacked his forehead as if he remembered something. I almost forgot. You killed the Boken family and offended the celestial dragons. What skills do you have? Becoming a Marine isn't easy. You need certain abilities to survive in battle. Arishir pressed his lips together. I never said I wanted to be a Marine. Garp laughed heartily. Of course, you want to be a Marine. Do you want to become a pirate instead? Arishir shrugged, but didn't argue further. For now, he had nowhere else to go. Boken, that sounds like a noble name. Offending the celestial dragons, this kid... Kazan was shocked, but then looked at Arishir with admiration and excitement. At 20-something, Kazan was in his most passionate and rebellious phase, denying everything in this world. He admired someone brave enough to raise a sword against nobles and directly confront the celestial dragons. Deep down, he respected this kind of courage because, in his position, bound by his identity and mindset, he wasn't sure if he could do it himself. Garp began asking questions to learn more about the boy he had taken in. Do you know swordsmanship? Arishir shook his head. Garp didn't mind. He wasn't skilled in swordsmanship either. How about martial arts? Arishir shook his head again. Garp smiled and asked, what about marksmanship? Arishir remained silent. Garp was stunned, looking at Arishir with a puzzled expression. Have you ever undergone any physical or strength training? Arishir shook his head again. Garp opened his mouth, and Kazan's eyes widened. You've never learned anything. How did you kill the Boken family and escape from such a noble estate? Kazan asked loudly. They couldn't kill me, so I killed them. Arishir looked up and answered thoughtfully. After a pause, he added, I bit them with my teeth, smashed them with stones, and used the knives I grabbed. I always found a way. These words left Garp and Kazan speechless. They could imagine the craziness Arishir went through facing the brutal Boken noble guards to escape finally. Garp took a deep breath, thinking about how that bastard Karens had tried every method to kill this boy, and couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. I'll train you, Garp declared, but you need to be prepared. My training methods can be quite injurious, Garp warned. Arishir nodded. At this moment, he felt an indescribable yearning for power, perhaps because of his countless hardships and deaths. Bogart quickly brought a fitting Marine uniform. Arishir quietly changed into it and washed his face. Looking sharp, Kazan gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Arishir smiled back. Garp, draped in his justice cape and arms crossed, also smiled as he observed the now uniformed, freshly washed, black-haired youth. Kid, tell me your age. 17. Arishir replied. Same age as Kazan. You two might become good friends, Garp said. Bogart, you should talk more, he added with a smile. Bogart nodded silently. Besides Conqueror's Haki, you know nothing else, right? Garp asked. You could say that. Arishir nodded. That makes it easier. Drawing on a blank canvas is something I'm quite good at, Garp laughed. He then tossed one end of a thick rope to Arishir, who caught it with a puzzled expression. We're heading to the new world, and time is tight. So your training starts now, Garp announced. He stepped in front of Arishir. Hold on tight to the rope, or you'll be left behind. With a hearty laugh, Garp kicked Arishir in the rear. The rope went taut, and the black-haired youth shot out like a meteor, landing hundreds of meters away in the ocean. Bogart, speed up the ship. We don't have time to waste here, Garp shouted. Bogart silently gestured to the Marines, and the ship accelerated. Arishir was now facing a deadly crisis. The sudden immersion in the sea nearly suffocated him, and Garp had never asked if he could swim. This is murder, not training. In the vast ocean, he felt the bone-chilling fear and his insignificance. He glanced at the 50 points on his panel, but decided against using them to upgrade his Conqueror's Haki, as it wouldn't help his current situation. Hang in there, Arishir. No one has ever passed Vice Admiral Garp's training yet. Kazan shouted from afar, laughing. Is this encouragement? It feels more like a blow, Arishir thought, his heart sinking. As the ship sped up, he was dragged along, skimming across the water. The impact of the waves felt like iron fists pummeling his body, and the salt water flooding his lungs was unbearable. It seemed like he could die at any moment. An hour and 8 minutes into the training, Arishir drowned. His system points jumped to 51. However, this brush with death taught him how to swim. Indeed, one's potential could be unleashed in the face of life and death. He felt his muscles and strength become more coordinated and powerful. He gritted his teeth and held onto the rope tightly. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Let the storm come harder. The warship sped through the sea, trailing a long rope behind it. Kazan watched Arishir several hundred meters away with increasing admiration for the boy. He knew all too well how crazy and cruel Garp's training could be, pushing human endurance to its limits and beyond, often to the point of death. But they would emerge as a formidable warrior if one could endure it. The Golden Lion is causing trouble again, Kazan commented, and Roger has been quiet for a while, not paying attention to the boy he had just taken under his wing. Garp was reading a report from Kong that had arrived recently. His brows furrowed as he picked up on some nearly instinctual information from the brief report. Edward C., he muttered, his gaze turning serious. The time was 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the peak era of the 3 legendary pirates, driving the world into a frenzy. Many other notorious pirates who would later become infamous were also active, wreaking havoc across the seas. Vice Admiral Garp, are we going after them? Kazan asked with a youthful, energetic demeanor that contrasted with his later laid-back attitude as an admiral. Of course. Garp laughed heartily. We'll head to the New World and rendezvous with Sengoku and Zesher. But he paused, looking at another piece of intelligence about a distress call from an island near the Sidi Archipelago. For now, this matter takes priority. Unbeknownst to him, the warship changed course, causing Arishir, who was dragged behind, to be flung high into the air before crashing back into the sea with a splash. The experience was akin to being dragged by a car on land, but far more painful due to the force of the crashing waves and the numerous fish in the water. Worse still, these fish were carnivorous. Damn it, does that old man even consider the survival rate of his training? Arishir cursed, only to be silenced as seawater flooded his mouth. 2 hours into the training, he was devoured by the piranhas and died again. But soon he revived. The biting of the piranhas was excruciating, their relentless, tearing feeling like being cut by 1,000 blades. Arishir fought desperately against them, each fish about a foot long, with huge heads and sharp teeth capable of biting through steel. Holding the rope with one hand, he fought back with the other hand and both feet. Through this life-and-death struggle, Arishir discovered another unique trait. After each death, his injuries fully healed, and his strength, reaction speed, and overall speed increased. Like a scion, each death and subsequent revival made him stronger. In the following time, Arishir had to contend with the ocean and the piranhas. His system points quickly reached 60, indicating that he had died 10 times since Garp had kicked him into the sea. However, these 10 deaths brought significant improvements. He reaped sweet rewards after each exhausting, painful ordeal, growing ever stronger. His physical changes were becoming evident, with more defined muscle lines, fuller pectorals, and cut abdominal muscles, all hinting at the immense power within. Death increases system points and can enhance overall strength based on the current physical foundation by a certain multiplier. This enhancement will become even more noticeable as your strength increases, Arishir reflected. And you can't exploit the system. Self-inflicted deaths won't grant any points. Nearly 10 hours had passed, and through his repeated experiences of death and pain, Arishir had gained a deeper understanding of his mysterious ability. He made an initial assessment. Perhaps there were other undiscovered functions, but what he had already discovered was immensely useful. His immortality ensured he would never be defeated, and dying only strengthened him. As his system points reached 65, his power had increased significantly. He could now handle the raging sea and the relentless attacks of the piranhas with ease. Deliberate deaths wouldn't increase his points, and letting the piranhas bite him was excruciating. Arishir fought back fiercely, his punches exploding the bodies of the troublesome fish, driving them away. Then, in the vast ocean, he grabbed the rope with one hand, leaped up, and began surfing on the waves. This sight was a stark contrast to his earlier struggle. "Awesome, Arishir, you've adapted to the training," Kazan shouted in amazement from the warship, noticing the boy's progress. Garp, who had been dozing on the deck, woke up abruptly, his snot bubble popping. His eyes widened in surprise. "He's adapted so quickly?" Garp thought, astonished. Having personally tested this kind of training, he knew that the speed of the warship and the impact of the seawater were just part of the challenge. The real danger lay in the sea creatures. He recalled that someone had once died during his training, which led to severe reprimands from Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong. "This kid's talent exceeds my expectations," Garp mused. He grabbed the rope and gave it a mighty pull. In an instant, the boy was yanked from the sea, flying through the air toward the warship. As he reached the stern, he flipped and landed steadily on the deck, water spraying around him. Kazan, watching excitedly, noticed the boy's significant transformation. He seemed stronger now, Kazan thought, stunned. How is that possible? How could anyone undergo such a drastic change in such a short time? "Vice Admiral Garp," Arishir said, looking up, his voice steady. "This training is deadly. I've drowned 3 times and been bitten by piranhas 12 times. Though he was immortal, the pain of dying was like a nightmare no one would want to endure." "Ah, I saw that," Garp replied, grinning. "But you're still alive, aren't you? And stronger." He showed no concern for Arashi's pain. His eyes only held admiration. "It looks like I can finally try that training regimen I've always imagined," Garp said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Arashi's face fell, recognizing the dangerous glint in Garp's eyes. He could tell that this new training regimen would be even more brutal. As night fell, Garp's extreme training regimen became impractical to continue. Bogart, who was usually silent, thoughtfully brought Arishir a new marine uniform and plenty of meat, vegetables, fruit, and fresh water. "You need to replenish your energy," he said calmly, to which Arishir responded with a grateful glance. The two exchanged a knowing look without further words. Arishir then began to devour the food. Although dying made him stronger and healed his previous injuries, the hunger in his stomach was unbearable. The night air was cool, and true to Garp's carefree nature, he hadn't provided Arishir shelter. Arishir leaned against the mast, closing his eyes to rest. The footsteps awakened him, and he slowly opened his eyes to see Kazan tiptoeing over with a thin blanket. "I thought you might need this," Kazan said with a smile. "Thanks," Arishir replied, taking the blanket. Kazan then sat down next to him, also leaning against the mast. "I've never seen someone like you," Kazan said, intrigued. "You're just a commoner, yet you dared to defy the nobles and challenge the celestial dragons. And you're not a devil fruit user, but you can't die. Nobles? Celestial dragons? How are they any different from us?" Arishir asked after a moment of silence as a sea breeze blew by. Kazan was taken aback. He instinctively wanted to say they were different, but quickly fell silent, pondering the question. What was the difference? Status and identity, yes, but in essence, they were the same, just human beings. They would die if shot or stabbed. This realization made Kazan's expression turn strange. In a way, Arishir, with his unusual abilities, was the real anomaly. "You're right. There's no difference," Kazan said with a light laugh. Arishir didn't respond and soon fell asleep, his snores breaking the silence. After a day of intense training, he was both mentally and physically exhausted. At dawn, sunlight spilled onto the deck. Arishir woke up feeling disoriented at first, but quickly remembered where he was. He was no longer in his old world. Even though it had been over 10 days, everything felt unfamiliar and out of place. Yet he must admit, last night was his best sleep. Garp, Kazan, Bogart. Arishir muttered softly, a smile forming. Maybe this place could be interesting after all. Suddenly, the Marine on the lookout blew a sharp, long whistle, breaking the morning calm. Arishir stood up and walked to the bow, looking ahead. "Hey, rookie, stop daydreaming and get ready for battle," someone shouted from the lookout above. "See that island ahead? The town is full of pirates. That's our target, Zesher Island." Arishir finally noticed another Marine in the crow's nest, yelling at him. Get ready for battle? How was he supposed to do that? He felt confused. He had no experience fighting pirates. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the cabin as Marines rushed out. They assembled on the deck with serious, determined faces, turning the atmosphere tense and grim. A tall shadow loomed over Arishir, followed by a heavy punch to his head. "What are you dazing out for? Get in line." Garp's roar was thunderous, startling Arishir. The punch nearly gave him a concussion, causing him to wince in pain. He turned and saw the man with short black hair and a square face. It was Garp. However, Garp's expression was no longer jovial, but rather cold. "Fall in line, Marine recruit." Garp barked. "Yes, sir," Arishir instinctively shouted, holding his head as he ran to the back of the line. He found himself beside Kazan, who was already there, standing straight and looking serious, eyes fixed on Garp with clear admiration and longing. "You all should be aware of our sudden mission," Garp began sternly. Arishir was taken aback. He had no idea what was going on. Early yesterday morning, the Zesher Island branch was suddenly attacked by pirates. Within a short time, they lost control of the island. The pirates have taken over the town, and the branch's major made the right decision by evacuating with the townspeople. Garp paused to smile with a hint of killing intent crossing his face. Arishir could see the lethal intent in Garp's smile. "This means our task is simple. We will completely eradicate these pirates, leaving no one alive." A Marine in the front row saluted and asked loudly, "Vice Admiral Garp, do we know the identity of these pirates?" "Does it matter?" Garp raised an eyebrow. The Marine faltered, then lowered his head. Their commanding officer hadn't bothered to gather more specific intel, or he didn't care. "Proceed according to the usual plan," Garp said, picking his nose. "Yes, sir," the Marines shouted in unison. Arishir stood there, utterly confused. What was the mission? What was the usual plan? And where was his weapon? But no one paid attention to him, not even Kazan, who just gave him a wink before hurrying off to prepare. Boxes of cannonballs were quickly moved to the bow of the ship. "Let's give them a welcoming gift." Garp grinned, grabbing one. Arishir watched, impressed, knowing how heavy those black cannonballs were. The simple action revealed Garp's immense strength. No wonder his head still hurt from the earlier punch. In the next moment, Garp hurled the cannonball. It flew with unbelievable speed, following a precise arc before landing among the pirate ships anchored nearby. Boom! The loud explosion, with flames engulfing the pirate ship, was followed by a chorus of screams. Arishir gasped, seeing the ship split in half at the impact point. The Marine ship accelerated rapidly toward the shore. The Marines beside him drew swords and weapons, leaping off the bow like dumplings into a pot. "Charge! For justice! Kill those scumbags!" Their battle cries were thunderous, the atmosphere filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Arishir watched Kazan, holding a short sword, charge ahead with youthful vigor. He looked down at his empty hands, grabbed a nearby chair, and sprinted off the bow. "Kill!" he yelled. Garp, about to sit down, saw Arishir running on the shore with the chair and was stunned. "You little brat," he roared. "That's my chair." Zesher Island. The battle instantly escalated into a fierce conflict, with the sounds of combat filling the air. Arishir followed at the back of the Marine formation, feeling his adrenaline spike and his blood boil with excitement in the heat of the charge. The pirates reacted quickly when one of their ships exploded, immediately jumping off the others. Sharp alarm whistles cut through the air, echoing toward the nearby town. "The Marines are here. Quick, Notify the captain and officers. Take them out. There aren't many of them. Garp's team consisted of only about 100 Marines compared to the number of pirates. In just a few breaths, more than 200 pirates had already leapt from their ships onto the shore, each with a fierce, menacing expression. A sudden, heavy pressure weighed on Arishir. The odds were overwhelming. This wasn't the kind of heroic anime he had watched in his previous life. This was a brutal, stark reality. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and a Marine in front of Arishir grunted, then collapsed without a word. Arishir leapt over the fallen body, watching as the ground quickly became soaked with blood. This was a real war, a war where people would bleed and die. Bang! 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 Gunfire quickly filled the air as both sides exchanged shots from about 100 meters apart. With every passing second, Marines fell, some with headshots, others with bullets piercing their abdomens or chests. The smell of blood spread rapidly. At the same time, pirates were also being shot down. Garp's team was an elite force, veterans of countless battles. They might not have been the strongest in terms of physical power, but their courage and fearless determination were undeniable. Charge! The Marines at the front raised their rifles, firing wildly while shouting in a frenzy. The formation continued advancing rapidly, closing the gap with the pirates to just 40 or 50 meters. At such close range, some pirates began to abandon their firearms and draw long swords at their waists. A close-quarters battle was imminent. Arishir took a deep breath and gripped the chair tightly, his only weapon. Bang! In the 36th second of the charge, Arashi's body suddenly shuddered just as the two sides were about to clash. He groaned, looking down to see a red stain spreading across his left chest. An enemy bullet had hit his heart, but he seemed to awaken from suffocation and darkness almost immediately, fully recovering instantly. The bullet fell out of his body, rattling as it hit the ground. He had resurrected once again. Arashi's gaze shifted, quickly locking onto the pirate who had shot him. The rough-looking man, wearing a pirate bandana and holding a rifle, stared at Arishir in shock and disbelief, utterly stunned. "Jerry, what are you spacing out for?" a nearby companion shouted. "Hey, did you see that? I hit that kid's heart, and he's completely fine." Jerry said in disbelief. "Impossible. Hurry up and shoot him again. How dare someone fight us, the Black Wreckers, using a chair as a weapon? It's an absolute insult to us." Jerry took a deep breath and aimed his rifle at the black-haired Marine with the chair, who stood out in the crowd. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the bullet roared toward its target. This shot hit the black-haired Marine squarely in the forehead, but once again, Jerry was left dumbfounded. The black-haired Marine merely tilted his head slightly, then swiftly locked eyes on Jerry's position, glaring furiously. "That guy, is he a monster?" Jerry trembled as he spoke. He had hit him. Arishir was now fully feeling the brutal reality of war. The mortality rate was terrifyingly high. In just a short time, he had already been shot twice. Meanwhile, the vanguard had made contact with the enemy, and an even more brutal melee had begun. Curses and screams echoed once again. Arishir saw Kuzan moving swiftly, wielding a saber, cutting down pirates with sharp, quick strikes. He also saw comrades he didn't recognize, pierced through by pirate swords, spewing blood from their mouths, yet fiercely dragging their enemies down with them in death. The fearlessness was maddening. Both the Marines and the pirates seemed utterly indifferent to their own lives, charging into death without hesitation. "Kill!" Arishir let out a low growl, sprinting forward and leaping high into the air. He jumped a full 10 meters. At this moment, his strength and explosive power far exceeded what he had when he first arrived. He swung the chair in his hands in a wide arc, smashing it down onto a pirate's head with all his might. Bang! The chair struck the pirate's forehead dead on. Arishir saw the blood splatter from the pirate's skull as it cracked open from the impact. The force was so immense that the chair shattered into splinters in his hands. Red and white matter sprayed over him, but there was no time to care. He quickly bent down and grabbed a rifle off the ground, only to discard it momentarily in favor of a longsword. In his previous life and this world, he had never learned how to shoot a gun. A sword, on the other hand, was something he could quickly master. Bang! A bullet from an unknown direction struck Arishir in the abdomen, causing him to stagger. But he gritted his teeth and lunged at the pirate in front of him again. The brutality of close-quarters combat was unimaginable to anyone who had never experienced it. In mere moments, the ground was covered in blood and severed limbs. Arishir swung his long sword, slashing the neck of a pirate who had his back turned. The resistance of flesh and bone made him exert more force, and in the next second, the pirate's head was severed from his body. Taking a deep breath, Arishir stepped forward to face another pirate. Their eyes locked briefly before they both swung their swords with killing intent. Slash! A sharp blade cut across Arashi's face, down his neck, and through his chest, all the way to his abdomen. Blood from his severed arteries gushed out like a fountain. But in an instant, his body healed completely, as if nothing had happened, and with the healing came an even stronger, more overwhelming force. Without hesitation, Arishir struck again, stabbing the pirate in the kidney. As he withdrew his sword, he charged toward the next target, ignoring the shocked and confused look in the pirate's eyes. Death seemed to be a common occurrence for a rookie like Arishir, fresh on the battlefield. In a short time, his system points had risen to 75. At the same time, Arishir could feel himself evolving, growing stronger with each passing moment. By the end, he was effortlessly weaving through the pirates, easily cutting them down. However, as he was fully immersed in the battle, Kazan's voice suddenly called out from afar away. "Arishir, look ahead." The seriousness in Kazan's voice made Arishir lift his head to look toward the town. He saw a dense crowd surging through the narrow, European-style streets, charging toward them like a swarm of ants. Instantly, a heavy, suffocating feeling washed over him. There were too many of them. Heracles is a massive pirate crew with over 1,000 members. An experienced Marine beside Arishir said gravely. "Now, it all depends on Vice Admiral Garp," another Marine added, pulling his long sword out of an enemy's body. Arishir was stunned. He then looked at the man standing on the ship's bow, arms crossed. In the next moment, he saw the warship move. No, to be precise, Garp was moving. He bent his knees slightly, causing the entire ship's bow to tilt downward and the stern to rise to the ground at a 90-degree angle. The bow scraped against the sandy shore, producing a grating, heavy sound. As his strength peaked, Garp shot like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters high. He arched through the sky, gazing down at the battlefield. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the very sky above seemed to hum and crackle as if it might shatter. Brilliant rays of light radiated behind him. The Marines below watched with anticipation as his figure froze in the air momentarily. Boom! A shockwave rippled across the entire Jersilo Island at incredible speed, causing everyone's hearts to pound. Galaxy impact! Garp roared as he punched downward. Boom! An unimaginable force exploded from his punch, crashing down violently into the horde of pirates charging out of the town. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. The crowd disintegrated and the ground fractured, with the shockwave spreading rapidly in all directions, tearing through the town and the entire island. Crack! The town was obliterated, and a massive earthquake followed, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Arashi's pupils trembled violently as he stared in shock at the scene before him. It was as if the world had shattered in that moment. Under Garp's punch, everything was annihilated, wiped out like a nuclear explosion, erasing all in its path. Nearly 1,000 pirates were obliterated without even time to scream, buried under the fractured, upturned ground by the terrifying impact of that punch. Vice Admiral Garp, Kazan shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the mighty figure in the sky. The Marines behind them were now filled with high spirits, cheering loudly. This was the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Arishir stood in place, stunned. For a moment, He felt as if he had sensed the presence of Conqueror's Haki, but he couldn't be sure. Could that have been Conqueror's Haki infusion? He snapped out of it, recalling his memories, thinking about Roger and Shank's divine departure. Garp's punch has a similar overwhelming power. He then looked at his simple interface, focusing on the section representing Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki LV-10+. His eyes locked onto the now shattered, desolate town, with dust and debris swirling in the air. Arishir licked his lips, realizing they were dry, and felt his body trembling, perhaps from excitement. His system points were at 75. Now he faced two choices. A. Wait until mastering a new skill, then decide whether to allocate points based on the situation. B. Max out Conqueror's Haki first. Perhaps then I could wield the same terrifying power as Garp's punch. Arishir clenched his fist, barely hesitating. B. He then frantically pressed the plus button next to Conqueror's Haki, hitting it 75 times in a row. Conqueror's Haki LV-85+. Arashi's body shook instantly, a deep understanding dawning on him. His mental awareness grew stronger, feeding back into his body and simultaneously enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes. Slowly raising his arm, Arishir noticed faint strands of black and red aura beginning to wrap around him like threads. He felt the immense weight of the power in his fist and realized that without directly hitting the target, this aura could extend and strike the enemy's body. Almost instinctively, Arishir clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on the pirates ahead, who were still in a daze. Garp! It's the Marine hero, Garp! Oh my God! How can it be that monster? The pirates finally snapped out of the shock from Garp's punch. The fear on their faces replaced the fearless expressions they had moments ago. It was clear to everyone that facing Garp meant they had no chance of survival. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a young, black-haired Marine slowly moving through the ranks, seemingly gathering an invisible energy. Suddenly, a streak of black and red lightning burst at a certain moment, and a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki surged out from Arishir, sweeping across the entire island. Buzz! The space around them seemed to twist, ripples spreading rapidly. Everything within sight seemed to tremble like a reflection on a disturbed lake. Thud! The Marines closest to Arishir were the first to fall, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. One after another, figures around him fainted quickly. Even Kazan, turning in shock to locate the source of the overwhelming aura, froze when he realized it was coming from Arishir. Arishir! He barely managed to utter the name before his body went limp, and he, too, fell to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, whether Marine or pirate, everyone within the radius of Arashi's Haki dropped like straw in a storm, unable to withstand the overpowering force. But Arishir was still lost in the sensation of that punch. He was instinctively guiding the aura to flow along his arm and fist. Then, suddenly, he opened his eyes and unleashed a powerful punch. Buzz! The air collapsed, and a flash of lightning shot out, the terrifying impact landing right in the middle of the pirate crowd, striking the sniper Jerry, who had shot at him twice. Jerry exploded on the spot. Centered on him, the force tore apart the surrounding pirates, shaking and cracking the ground under the impact. The scale of destruction was unbelievable. This punch devastated 2/3 of the town, leveling the remaining buildings that hadn't yet collapsed. It was as if another nuclear bomb had detonated on the island. Arishir slowly withdrew his fist, falling silent. He was now sure that this was indeed Conqueror's Haki infusion. However, the power of his punch didn't match Garp's. This was likely due to his still limited physical strength. Zesher Island fell into a deathly silence, the Marines all knocked unconscious, with the sole exception of Garp. Even the heart of the Marine hero was pounding. What had he just witnessed? A 17-year-old boy had just awakened Conqueror's Haki and immediately used the advanced technique of Conqueror's Haki infusion, a feat only achievable by the world's strongest fighters. Yet this boy hadn't even mastered armament Haki or observation Haki, and his martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship skills were virtually non-existent. Garp descended from the sky, landing in front of Arishir. He loudly asked, his eyes filled with shock, "How did you learn Conqueror's Haki infusion?" Arishir remained silent for a moment before finally responding with just 2 words. "Instinct." "Instinct." Garp blinked, clearly not buying such an unbelievable explanation. Yet, he couldn't help but be astounded by the young man's talent before him. Considering Arashi's unique trait of being seemingly immortal, Garp had to admit that he was witnessing something extraordinary. At just 17 years old, Arishir had awakened Conqueror's Haki, which was impressive enough. But to have already mastered the advanced technique of Conqueror's Haki infusion, that was beyond belief. What struck Garp even more was how quickly Arashi's strength increased after experiencing just 1 battle. A monster genius, he muttered to himself. While there had been others in the world born with terrifying natural abilities, like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido from the Rocks Pirates, Arishir was in a league of his own. He looked human, but he simply couldn't be killed. "Kid, I'll make sure to train you well. You have the potential to become the strongest." Garp laughed heartily. "One day, you might even take over my position and bring about a massive change in this world." At first, Garp was intrigued by Arashi's immortality and rebellious spirit toward nobles and the celestial dragons, which resonated with his disdain for them. But now, Garp saw Arashi's boundless potential. With proper, systematic training, Arishir could rapidly grow into a formidable force against pirates. Arishir, however, stood in silence, deep in thought as he compared his current strength to that of others, using Kazan as a reference. He assessed their speed, power, and the destruction they caused during battle. Kazan's current rank is commander, Arishir reflected. He just graduated from the Marine Academy. He's not weak after systematic training, but he hasn't yet eaten the ice fruit. Arishir realized that he and Kazan were on par regarding strength, speed, and reflexes. This was when he fully understood the power of his immortal ability. Each death exponentially increased his strength based on his current capabilities. The stronger he became, the more exaggerated the boost would be, with the potential for exponential growth until he stood as the world's strongest. The only downside was that he couldn't exploit this by taking his own life. "So, my power is at the level of a Marine commander, comparable to Kazan," Arishir concluded. "But if I factor in Conqueror's Haki," he glanced over at Kazan, who was snoring on the ground, "I could take him out in a second." With his current strength, Arishir wielded Conqueror's Haki infusion like a child stumbling with a nuclear weapon's launch button. Moments later, the Marines began to regain consciousness, rubbing their throbbing heads. What just happened? Was that Vice Admiral Garp's Haki? The seasoned soldiers were bewildered, struggling to make sense of the situation. Kazan quickly recovered, too. At first, he was confused, but then he remembered what had happened and sharply turned his gaze to Arishir. Had Arashi's Haki knocked him out? Under Garp's orders, the veteran soldiers checked the remaining pirates, but nothing was left to find. After 2 punches that felt like nuclear explosions, any pirates who hadn't been killed outright had been knocked unconscious by Conqueror's Haki. The Marines swiftly dispatched those who survived without mercy. Arishir stood quietly to the side, observing as the Marines executed the unconscious pirates. There was no talk of capture or mercy. Any pirate still breathing was quickly finished off. In the end, all the pirates' bodies were piled up on the shore and set ablaze, turning to ashes in the roaring flames. "Bogart," Garp called out, "count the soldiers lost in this battle." Bogart nodded in response. The crew returned to the ship, and Arishir, silently leaning against the mast, reflected on everything he had learned from the recent battle. The midday sun was glaring, and the sorrow of death in battle wasn't as overwhelming as Arishir had expected. Before long, he noticed that Garp, Kazan, and the others on the ship were smiling again, as if the recent battle had never happened. This made Arishir fully understand the true nature of life in this kind of warfare. Human life was like a coin tossed in the air, with life or death determined instantly, leaving no lasting impression on anyone's mind. He now grasped the harsh reality of what death truly meant. In this chaotic era, such things happened every day. The mission on Zesher Island is over. We're heading to the New World next, Kazan said, walking over with a smile. Arishir narrowed his eyes. That's a much more dangerous sea. Yeah, but that's where we truly belong. Kazan's eyes lit up with anticipation. The 3 major pirate crews are concentrated in that region, all vying to become the pirate king and rule the world. I've heard it's a sea where only the strong survive, Kazan added excitedly. Gold Roger, the Dark King, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Kazuki Odin, Golden Lion, Shiki. Just thinking about their names gets me all fired up. Arishir responded coolly. With your current strength, you'd just be sacrificing yourself if you faced those powerhouses. Haha, you're right, Kazan laughed. I'm still too weak. But one day, Arishir, I'll become a powerful figure like them, a hero like Vice Admiral Garp. Arishir smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, you'll become an admiral. Let's work hard together, Kazan declared enthusiastically. At that moment, Bogart approached, holding a brand new Marine uniform, and placed it in front of Arishir. This is your new outfit, and this is your rank. Arishir looked down in surprise. The uniform was similar to the one he was already wearing, just newer, but the rank insignia was that of a commander, the same as Kazan's. Impressive, Arishir. You must be the fastest to get promoted after joining the Marines. Kazan praised, giving him a thumbs up. Do I not need to go through a probationary period? Arishir asked, puzzled. You're my disciple, and also my subordinate. I know your strength, and what position you deserve better than anyone. Garp said, picking his nose with a grin. In truth, considering Arashi's display of Conqueror's Haki, he was more than qualified to hold a higher rank, but given his weak foundation, Commander was a suitable position for now. After a brief moment of surprise, Arishir changed from his torn clothes. The commander's uniform came with the iconic white Justice cape. As the sea breeze blew, the cape fluttered behind him, exuding an invisible aura of authority and power. Garp personally bestowed the rank on him, pinning the insignia to his uniform. From now on, you're a Marine commander. It may seem fast, but we're in wartime, and as my disciple, you've more than earned it. Garp paused, looking at the handsome young man before him, and gave him a satisfied pat on the shoulder. Not bad. You look the part. We still have some time before heading to the battlefield in the New World, Garp continued. I'll teach you hand-to-hand combat. Bogart will instruct you in swordsmanship, he added. How much you learn depends on your own ability. Arishir remained silent, having been inexplicably taken as a disciple by Garp. From beginning to end, the heroic Vice Admiral hadn't even asked for his opinion, much like he never respected his grandson's wishes. Despite this, Arishir didn't resist much. When he first arrived in this world, the man before him had saved his life. Although Arishir couldn't be killed, the thought of being thrown into impelled down, trapped for a lifetime, or enduring countless tortures was unimaginable. Being unkillable did not mean being invincible. Training began quickly. Despite Garp's carefree demeanor, he was always a man of action. The Rokushiki, as the name suggests, have 6 techniques, Garp began. Every Marine officer who has undergone systematic training knows or has mastered at least 1 or 2 of these techniques. Those with exceptional talent and determination might even master all 6. Arishir listened intently. He was naturally familiar with Rokushiki, especially the iron body technique, which was quite famous in his previous life. Now attack me, Garp instructed. The prerequisite for learning the 6 powers is that your physical condition must be superhuman. Arishir nodded and threw a punch at Garp. The latter caught it with his large hand, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He said, use your legs now and give it your all. Without hesitation, Arishir kicked toward Garp's palm. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Garp nodded approvingly. That's enough. You already have the physical strength to learn Rokushiki. In truth, Garp was deeply shocked. The power that surged from Arashi's fists and feet had already surpassed the basic strength needed to learn Rokushiki. Based on his rough assessment, Garp estimated Arashi's current strength level, known as Dariki, to be around 850. This was an extraordinary number. Some people had to endure years of arduous training to reach it. But how long had this boy been training? One session of surfing in the sea and one close-quarters battle, and that was it. Garp could only attribute it to Arashi's exceptional talent. At this rate, this kid might soon surpass Kazan in terms of raw power, he thought, finding it hard to believe. The training for Rokushiki began quickly. To Arashi's relief, his learning ability wasn't weak either. Otherwise, even with his unique talent, he wouldn't have been able to master anything. 7 days later, the warship crossed the Red Line, using the Marines' exclusive passage into the New World. During these 7 days, Arishir mastered his first Rokushiki technique. Iron body, Arishir muttered under his breath. Instantly, his muscles and skin hardened, becoming as tough as steel. Although many of his friends had mocked the iron body technique in his previous life, Arishir quickly realized that it was actually a highly practical defensive skill. On his mental status panel, alongside Conqueror's Haki, a new section appeared. Rokushiki, Iron Body LV1+. This indicated that the iron body could also be leveled up, improving its effectiveness quickly. While Conqueror's Haki was a trump card for critical moments, Rokushiki was clearly more suited for regular combat. Arishir set a goal for himself, to master all 6 techniques of Rokushiki in the shortest time possible. In the afternoon, he picked up a standard marine sword and began learning swordsmanship under Bogart's guidance. After an hour of posture and technique training, he wielded a 200 kilograms dumbbell. Whoosh! As he swung it, the dumbbell cut through the air with a howling sound, sweat flying off his body and splattering onto the deck. Great strength is always forged through inhuman effort and relentless training. Ha 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 ha! Garp's loud laughter echoed. I already told you, Kong. I'm rejecting your offer to promote me to Admiral. I've just arrived in the New World, and Admirals don't have the same freedom as Vice Admirals. You can't be so stubborn about this, Garp. This is a direct order from the highest authority of the world government. Kong's serious voice was clear enough for Arishir to hear. I don't care if it's the world government or those 5 old men. I'm refusing regardless. Garp replied nonchalantly. I have no interest in being an admiral. Think it over carefully, Garp. This is the 5th time you've refused a promotion, Kong said, frowning. I'm still refusing. No need to think about it. Garp insisted. Besides, I should inform you that I've taken on a disciple. His name is Arishir, and his potential and talent are quite remarkable, Garp added with a chuckle. As long as you're happy, Kong sighed before the Den Mushi hung up. Kazan immediately approached, his face full of excitement. That's so cool, Vice Admiral Garp. How many times have you refused the Admiral promotion now? Don't follow my example, young man. Garp laughed. I've just gotten used to being lazy. Arishir remained silent, continuing to swing the heavy dumbbells in his hands. 3 days later, the warship arrived at a fortress base in the New World known as G5. There, Arishir saw for the first time the 2 other pillars of the Marines at the time, Admiral Sengoku the Buddha and Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. The 2 admirals walked side by side, approaching with stern-looking officers following closely behind. Arishir noticed that the officers wore ranks equivalent to admirals, and their presence exuded a heavy, battle-hardened aura, clear evidence that they were seasoned warriors. Garp, we've been waiting for you, Zephyr said gravely. The situation in the New World isn't looking good. Garp laughed heartily. I got delayed because I picked up a talented little guy along the way. He then pulled Arishir forward. This is my disciple, Arishir. Arishir bowed respectfully without saying a word. Is this the boy who offended the nobles and the celestial dragons? Sengoku frowned. Garp, you're getting more reckless by the day. After observing Arishir, Sengoku nodded slightly. I'll handle the repercussions of this incident. Arishir was taken aback. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku waved it off, not overly concerned, and then spoke seriously. We must head to the Edwar Sea as soon as possible. Shiki the Golden Lion has amassed a large force there, and the Roger pirates have also been spotted in the area. Garp laughed again. Then let's move out quickly. It's been a while since I've seen Roger and Shiki. This time, the charge is mine. None of you can take it from me. Zesher frowned, cautioning him. The situation isn't the same as before. You mustn't act recklessly. The group began walking toward the Marine base, with Arishir silently following behind. Arishir, this time, we might finally see those two guys, Kazan said quietly as they walked. Those two guys? Arishir asked, puzzled. Kazan is probably talking about Sakazuki and Borsellino. Bogart, who had been silent, spoke up. Arishir narrowed his eyes. Soon, he would meet all three future admirals. G5 Branch is a secluded marine base with a narrow entrance connected by a long bridge leading to the inner areas. Arishir surveyed his surroundings and noticed the massive gun turrets standing silently, their dark surfaces glistening in the sunlight. He also observed the Marines patrolling the base, all seasoned veterans standing tall. What struck him the most was that these Marines were all officers, with ranks of lieutenant or higher, and many were commanders or above. Lieutenant-level officers are the minimum requirement to enter the New World, Kazan remarked with a smile. Arishir nodded in agreement. Compared to the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, the intensity of battles in the New World and the enemies faced are entirely different, naturally demanding higher strength from the Marines. A moment later, the group entered the fortress. Garp and the others quickly left, clearly having a meeting to attend. Arishir remained with Kazan and Bogart. They were greeted by a voluptuous female Marine officer with blonde, wavy hair and the rank of lieutenant commander. I've heard so much about you, Commander Kazan. You're one of the monsters who just graduated from Marine Academy, just like the two officers currently stationed here, said the female officer, Rista, with a smile. A monster? I'm nothing special. This kid here is the real monster. Kazan waved his hand and put his arm around the silent Arishir beside him. Rista curiously glanced at the black-haired youth, realizing she didn't recognize him. Despite her friendly smile, Arishir remained indifferent, not even nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing Arashi's indifferent attitude, Kazan couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Sorry, Lieutenant Commander Rista. He's just like Bogart, doesn't talk much. Rista paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. I can see that. She then turned her gaze back to Arishir, quickly noticing that he wasn't much of a talker, simply listening to their conversation. After a while, two tall figures approached. Scary guys, it's good to see you again after graduation, a voice called out with a laugh. Arishir looked up, narrowing his eyes briefly before regaining his calm. Approaching them were the other two future admirals. Long time no see, Borsellino, Sakazuki. Kazan waved. I heard you've been following Vice Admiral Garp around. I wonder if you've improved your strength recently, Sakazuki said coldly. Haha, you'll find out soon enough, Kazan laughed. The three of them started chatting casually. Lieutenant Commander Rista, understanding the situation, politely excused herself and left. She knew these three were famous in the Marine Academy's new generation. Due to their exceptional talent and overwhelming strength, they were dubbed the Three Monsters. Their future in the Marines was undoubtedly bright. Well, who is this handsome young fellow? He seems intimidating. Kazan, aren't you going to introduce him? Borsellino noticed Arishir and asked with a smile. Since their arrival, Arishir had been silent and calm, showing no reaction to their presence. His name is Arishir, and he's Vice Admiral Garp's disciple, Kazan replied. With a smile and a hint of seriousness, he added, and he's also a monster, just like us. Hearing this, both Sakazuki and Borsellino were momentarily stunned. They knew exactly what Kazan meant by monster, not a reference to personality, but strength. Three Monsters was their nickname among the Marine Academy's new generation. If he's caught the eye of Vice Admiral Garp, then his strength must be formidable, Sakazuki said, the coldness on his face fading as a challenging smile emerged. Arishir looked up at the young version of Sakazuki, the future Marine Fleet Admiral, and suddenly grinned. Not that strong, he said, but beating you shouldn't be a problem. This statement left Kazan stunned, surprised at his friend's boldness. In his memory, Arishir had always been calm and reserved, almost too composed for someone so young. This was the first time he had seen him express such intense emotion. Bogart was also taken aback, while Borsellino kept praising with a string of another monster. What a terrifying aura. Sakazuki remained silent at first, but then started to smile. He could sense that Arishir seemed to harbor some instinctive animosity and disdain towards him. "Well, I'd love to test your strength," Sakazuki replied. As soon as these words were spoken, the tension in the room thickened, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. Meanwhile, in another office, Golden Lion Shiki has almost gathered all his forces at Edwar. "This unusual behavior has drawn the attention of the entire world," Sengoku said, frowning as he stared at the map on the table. "We still don't know his true intentions. That guy, Shiki, is always causing trouble. He's the world's greatest source of instability." Garp chuckled. "But what I'm interested in is Roger. Where's the Roger Pirates right now?" Sengoku shook his head. "We can confirm that Roger and his crew are in the same sea, but we don't know which island they're on. What's certain is that Shiki's sudden move is definitely related to Roger." A smile appeared on Garp's face, and he suddenly slammed his fist onto the table. "Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait to meet Roger again." Garp, calm down. "I believe we're likely about to witness a top-tier battle between pirates. The Flying Pirates are probably aiming to take down Roger. We've always known about Golden Lion Shiki's ambition," Sengoku said, shaking his head solemnly. Then, remembering something, he added, "By the way, what made you suddenly decide to take a young man as your disciple? Kazan idolizes you, yet he never became your student." Garp grinned, giving a thumbs up. "Because that kid is really something. In the future, he won't be any weaker than me." This statement stunned Sengoku and Zesher, both admirals, who were shocked by what Garp had just said. They knew Garp's strength was terrifying, especially since he was in his prime and had an impressive record. Though they were admirals themselves, the strongest in the Marines, aside from the rarely active Kong, was likely the man before them, Marine hero Garp. "That kid's talent is the most extraordinary I've ever seen," Garp boasted. "When I first met him a few days ago, he didn't know anything. His physical strength was slightly above normal, about the same as an average Marine. But then he awakened Conqueror's Haki." Sengoku's face changed, and Zephyrs' pupils contracted in disbelief. "And after just a few days under my guidance, Arishir has already mastered Tekai, and his physical strength rivals that of Kazan. He's truly a monster among monsters." Garp continued with a hint of pride in his voice. He didn't notice the shocked and incredulous expressions on the faces of his old comrades. "And that's not all," Garp added. "He's also learned to use Conqueror's Haki in fusion." Sengoku and Zephyr's bodies suddenly shuddered at this revelation. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Garp, it's fine to joke around, but don't talk rubbish." Almost simultaneously, two loud voices rang out. The shock and disbelief that Sengoku and Zesher had felt just moments before quickly turned into frowns. At first, they thought Garp might have truly taken on a disciple with extraordinary talent, a monster of sorts, but the more he spoke, the more ridiculous his claims became. A rookie who knew nothing suddenly awakened Conqueror's Haki on the first day. His physical strength became par with Kuzan's monstrous level in 2 or 3 days. And now he's mastered Conqueror's Haki in fusion? Did Garp even realize what he was saying? It was almost as if he were drunk. Sure, it's not unheard of for a person's power to increase rapidly after consuming a devil fruit, but Conqueror's Haki and mastering its infusion, that's something reserved for the world's strongest, like Roger. How could such an ability suddenly manifest in a teenager? Garp was dumbfounded, scratching his head, and exasperatedly said, "But I'm telling the truth." He wouldn't have believed such a monstrously talented individual could exist without witnessing it with his own eyes. And he hadn't even mentioned everything yet. That kid was not only unkillable, but also kept getting stronger. If he really gained such immense power in such a short time, we can't rule out the possibility that he ate a devil fruit, Sengoku said, his expression softening slightly. But as for Conqueror's Haki, Garp, what you're saying is just too far-fetched. Zephyr nodded in agreement. In any case, he's definitely worth nurturing. Neither of them believed Garp's claims about the Conqueror's Haki. That was just too absurd. They could accept that someone might suddenly have the strength of a high-ranking officer, but a young boy mastering Conqueror's Haki infusion? That was beyond belief. I'm telling you, it's all true. Garp spread his hands, looking increasingly helpless. He was also a bit puzzled. Was Arashi's talent really that hard for others to accept? Yet, he had accepted it just fine. He even thought the boy was learning the Rokushiki and swordsmanship too slowly in the past few days. Well, although compared to ordinary people, his progress was indeed ridiculously fast. Suddenly, the expressions on the three men's faces changed drastically. Buzz! An overwhelming and domineering aura surged through the room, even causing the papers on the desk to tremble. This is Conqueror's Haki, Zephyr exclaimed in shock. Sengoku, stunned, turned to Garp. Is it that boy? Garp chuckled. He's getting better at controlling his Conqueror's Haki. As he spoke, his emotions were oddly conflicted. The last time Arishir had used Conqueror's Haki, it was indiscriminate, affecting everyone in the vicinity. But this time, the powerful aura was targeted, almost perfectly avoiding unintended targets. Let's go check it out. If he suddenly released his Conqueror's Haki like that, something must have happened. Garp sighed. Sengoku and Zephyr exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. If that boy had mastered Conqueror's Haki, his talent might have surpassed the three monsters from the younger generation. Meanwhile, just a few minutes earlier, Hey, Arishir, this isn't like you at all, Kazan exclaimed in surprise at the sudden tension in the air. In his memory, Arishir had always been calm and serene, like still water. While Sakazuki had been provocative, Arashi's response was equally explosive. Let's take this outside. There's no room here for us to go all out. Sakazuki spoke calmly. No need. I can take you down in an instant. Arishir replied. He didn't have much affection for the man before him, partly because of his loyalty to Garp, who had saved him, and partly due to personal preference. As for other reasons, this was a battle story. Who needed a reason to fight? I don't see a monster, just your arrogance, Sakazuki sneered, his eyes cold. Among the new generation, he was known for his strong, hawkish stance and ruthless methods, always striving to be the best. Let's see if your hands are as tough as your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki prepared to strike. But before he could move, Arishir narrowed his eyes and took a sudden, powerful step forward. Buzz! A violent, domineering, and overwhelming aura erupted from Arishir, surging forward like a tidal wave. At the forefront of this onslaught was Sakazuki, the future Admiral Akainu. The terrifying force distorted the very air, creating ripples. In that instant, time and everything around seemed to freeze as if trapped in a state of suspension. Sakazuki's pupils contracted in shock, confusion clouding his face. Then his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. He hadn't lasted even a second under the immense pressure before losing consciousness. Nearby, Kazan's robes fluttered as he stood, stunned. Borsellino's face twisted in shock, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief. Bogart opened his mouth, speechless. Crack! A water cup on the table suddenly shattered, and cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. But just as quickly as it had surged, the fierce aura receded. Arishir stood quietly, the black and red electric currents surrounding his right hand fading into nothingness. He looked down at Sakazuki, who lay on the ground, and sighed internally. He had overestimated his opponent. At this point, the future admirals were nothing more than recent graduates from the Marine Academy, without even the powers of their devil fruits. In terms of strength, there might be some differences among them, but they were all at the level of captains. They still needed time to grow. Sakazuki couldn't even withstand a single shockwave of his Conqueror's Haki. Of course, this was the sheer ferocity of his level 85 Conqueror's Haki, already nearing the world's top tier. If he unleashed it fully, he could instantly cover the entire G5 fortress, knocking out anyone below the Vice Admiral level. Even those with weak wills among the vice admirals couldn't stand against it. And if he used Conqueror's Haki infusion in a punch? Arishir looked at Sakazuki and sighed again. My basic skills are still too weak, he thought. If I had mastered the 6 powers and swordsmanship, maybe we could have had an evenly matched, intense battle. Using Conqueror's Haki against an inexperienced officer like Sakazuki was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Overkill. When Sengoku, Garp, and Zesher arrived, they found Sakazuki lying on the ground, eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, and Arishir standing there calmly, the remnants of his aura still lingering. The 3 men were momentarily speechless. What happened here? Why did you attack Sakazuki? Garp strode forward, shouting. Arishir pursed his lips but didn't respond. Internally, he thought, I was just avenging your grandson, wasn't I? Then 2 iron fists greeted him, leaving him squatting in pain, gritting his teeth. Didn't you hear me? Garp shouted. It was just a friendly sparring match. Arishir gasped in pain. He's foaming at the mouth. You call that friendly sparring? Garp roared. I held back, and he provoked me first. Arashi's head felt like it was about to explode. He couldn't understand why Garp's punches hurt so much, especially when he had used Iron Body. Not far away, Sengoku and Zesher locked their eyes on the black-haired boy. In their eyes, shock and excitement were clear. Marine prodigy? Unlimited potential? Future invincible admiral? The next marine hero? All these thoughts flashed through their minds as they watched him. He's only 17, but his Conqueror's Haki is almost on par with that of the great pirates of our time. This defies all logic. Sengoku and Zesher were shaken to their core. They couldn't believe it. It was beyond comprehension, especially after learning from Garp that Arishir had only been training for 7 days. This isn't just a monster. It's a miracle. Sengoku's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen anyone like this. A young man who knew nothing but could already wield Conqueror's Haki and even master the advanced infusion technique, a skill reserved for the world's strongest. To knock out Sakazuki without harming anyone else nearby. His control over Conqueror's Haki is remarkable. Zesher added, as some of the strongest in the world, they could easily make an accurate assessment. The 3 young prodigies of the Marines' new generation were indeed powerful, but they were still young and had only recently joined the Marines. Kazan, for instance, had been a Marine for just 2 years. Yet, even they couldn't withstand this level of Conqueror's Haki. Even some higher-ranking officers would struggle to endure it. After calming his excitement and shock, Sengoku looked at Garp, who was not far away, scolding the black-haired boy with raised fists. Sengoku suddenly smiled, feeling a wave of emotion. Kazan and Borsellino were anxiously slapping Sakazuki's face, calling for a medic. Sakazuki, 28 years old. Borsellino, 31 years old. Both joined the Marines at the same time. They're both your students. Kazan is younger, 22 years old. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku's eyes fell on the young boy clutching his head in pain. And Garp's disciple, Arishir, is 17 years old. Yet he already has a higher starting point than the other 3. If we guide and train him properly. A broad smile spread across Sengoku's face. I can already see the bright future of the Marines, the glory that awaits us. I see the young generation growing up, heralding a stronger Marine era. Zesher stood there, lost in thought. Zesher, the burden of teaching the younger generation will fall on you again. Garp is too carefree to be a proper teacher. I'm worried Arishir might stray from the right path. Sengoku said with a sigh, looking ahead as the medics arrived and carried Sakazuki away on a stretcher. Understand, Zesher nodded. The 2 then turned and left. The G5 fortress quickly buzzed with activity. Sakazuki lost? A newcomer defeated Sakazuki in 1 move. Rumor has it he's Vice Admiral Garp's disciple. Another monster. Huh? The brief battle spread throughout the base, and everyone soon talked about Arishir. What a terrifying monster, Mr. Arishir. Borsellino clicked his tongue in amazement, his eyes full of awe. The overwhelming aura left him completely confused. It felt like his soul was trembling, unable to resist. Sakazuki, who had joined the Marines at the same time as him a few years ago, had been taken down in a single blow. If that's not a monster, what is? Mr. Borsellino, you're the real monster, Arishir smiled. Kazan, sitting nearby, held his forehead in exasperation. He glanced at the black-haired boy beside him, noticing the two large bumps on his head, stacked together like a black gourd embedded in his skull. By the way, Kazan, have you heard the news? Borsellino asked with a mischievous smile. Kazan asked with a puzzled expression, What news? It's about a commendation from Marine Headquarters for outstanding Marines, Borsellino replied with a sly smile. Kazan was taken aback. It's very likely that it's meant for the three of us, Borsellino continued with a grin, but now they might have to include Mr. Arishir as well. Hearing this, Kazan paused for a moment but didn't say anything. It could be a devil fruit, you know, Borsellino added, licking his lips. Kazan's expression changed slightly. That would indeed be incredible news. Arishir listened silently, feeling a bit shocked by the possibility. If this commendation turned out to be a devil fruit, it could mean that the future admirals would soon receive their signature fruits. There has been much debate about when the admirals obtained their devil fruit powers. Some believe they had eaten the fruits before joining the Marines by chance. Others argue that they gained their abilities while serving in the Marines, and it was these powers that helped them rise to prominence and earn the title of monsters. There's also a theory that after joining the Marines and proving themselves to be powerful monsters, the organization specifically granted them 3 Logia-type fruits. This last theory seemed most plausible to Arishir. The world government's ability to secure fruits, as seen with CP9, suggests they had significant control over devil fruits. Many powerful officers in Marine headquarters also had devil fruit abilities, which supports the idea that the Marines could have a system to allocate fruits. Could it really be the distribution of 3 Logia-type fruits? Arishir wondered. In his previous life, Eiichiro Oda never explained the source of the Admiral's powers, leaving anime fans to speculate. Now, in this world, he had been transported to. The reality might differ from the original story, and his presence could cause unforeseen changes. Additionally, there's been a lot of commotion about the situation in the Ed War in the New World recently, Borsellino said seriously. A major clash between pirates seems unavoidable. The whole world is watching this, Borsellino continued, and Fleet Admiral Kong is on high alert at Marine headquarters, preparing for any outcome. Kazan's face turned serious upon hearing this. Arishir quietly listened from the side. He was well aware of the Ed War, the most dangerous battle for the Roger pirates, where they almost fell to Shiki the Golden Lion's siege. This battle demonstrated just how terrifying the 3 legendary pirates of this era were. Their strength was nearly equal, and at this time, Shiki was at his peak, leading the strongest of the 3 forces. In the following days, the G5 fortress was unusually calm, but Arishir could sense the tension in the air, the calm before the storm. Marines from the headquarters were arriving in droves, gathering in preparation. He continued to train in the 6 powers, waiting for orders from the Marine High Command. The 3 legendary pirates, he thought to himself. I'm looking forward to it. Arishir had a clear understanding of his strength. His Conqueror's Haki was at level 85, nearly maxed out, and undeniably among the strongest in the world. Those lacking in spirit, willpower, or strength would be completely overwhelmed by a single burst of his Haki. His Conqueror's Haki was even potent enough to inflict damage on physical objects. In terms of raw power, he was comparable to Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. However, his foundation was his weakest aspect. My physical attributes are at a commander's level, Arishir thought. But my combat experience, martial arts, and swordsmanship are pathetic. He shook his head in frustration. Over the past few days, he had sparred frequently with Kazan, and the results were dismal. Without using his Conqueror's Haki, he was practically beaten down. The gap in combat experience and ability to seize opportunities was vast. Getting stronger isn't something that happens overnight. It's the result of talent, hard work, sweat, and blood accumulated over time. Arishir reminded himself. I can't rush it. I need to build a solid foundation. Fortunately, even though his irresponsible teacher, Garp, was nowhere to be found, he had gained a more professional and dedicated mentor in the mornings. Black Arms Zesher. Having great talent only means you start higher than others, Zesher said sternly, arms crossed as he stood against the rising sun. But that's no excuse to slack off. No one becomes stronger without hard work. Your physical condition is quite impressive, already at a superhuman level. With diligent training, you'll be able to master the 6 powers quickly. Zesher continued, but experience can only be gained through countless battles and life-or-death struggles. Arishir nodded silently. Although he had grown stronger quickly, each advancement came at the cost of enduring the pain of near-death experiences. It was the price he had to pay. No one wants to face death. I'll give you more detailed training in martial arts, Zesher said. Remember, great power is a means to achieve your own sense of justice and ambition, not to be used for evil. With a more professional teacher, Arashi's progress accelerated. Targeted training made his development smoother. By the 4th day, he had mastered Soru, and by the 5th day, he had begun to grasp Rankyaku. Rokushiki were difficult primarily because of the physical demands, but the principles behind them were simple enough. After all, even Luffy could develop Gear 2nd and master high-speed movement during his battle with CP9. By the 6th day, Arishir had begun to understand Shergon, though he still couldn't control it perfectly. Under Zephyrs' guidance, his basic martial arts skills improved, and he even saw a new line appear on his stats, Basic Martial Arts LV1. During a sparring session with Kazan on the 7th day, Arishir could finally hold his own and avoid being completely dominated. This filled him with confidence. If I used my Conqueror's Haki, no, that would be too unfair, he thought. The feeling of growing stronger each day, of continuous improvement, was deeply satisfying and gave him a strong sense of accomplishment, especially when all the other students were monsters in their own right. Zephyr's daily training sessions brought together 3 future admirals and other promising young Marines. Because of his good relationship with Kuzan, Arishir frequently sparred with him. Borsellino also couldn't avoid these simple practice bouts. He's a real monster, Arishir thought. Compared to Kazan, Borsellino might seem harmless on the surface, but because he joined the Marines earlier, he's even more of a beast. Arishir had come to a clear realization. Among all the trainees, these 2 were the strongest, the actual monsters in power, speed, and reflexes. Everyone else was still within normal limits. If I don't use my Conqueror's Haki, I have no chance of winning. Arashi's eyes shifted slightly, glancing at Sakazuki, who was nearby. This guy had woken up after being unconscious for 3 days, but he hadn't tried to provoke or cause trouble since then. Arishir had initially hoped to give him another dose of Conqueror's Haki, but everything remained calm. A mind beyond ordinary, coupled with a powerful physique. He truly is a monster, Arishir thought, feeling no pride. On the morning of the 10th day, at the G5 branch, an urgent assembly whistle sounded across the base. Arishir quickly wore his Marine uniform and draped the white Justice cloak over his shoulders. Hurry, Arishir! Emergency assembly. Kazan leapt down from the top bunk, fully dressed and looking excited. Looks like we're heading out. Yeah, Arishir nodded. Their dorm was a 4-person room, with the other 2 occupants being mid-level officers in their 30s. Hope we end up on the same ship, one of the bearded officers chuckled. Kazan waved his hand dismissively and quickly walked out while Arishir remained silent. The base had become crowded recently due to the sudden influx of troops, and everything was being allocated on the fly. The chances of being assigned to the same ship for the upcoming mission were slim, given the number of officers in the G5 fortress. When they reached the plaza, they found it already packed with Marines. Every officer stood with a cold expression, their Justice cloaks fluttering in the wind, emanating an air of strict discipline and seriousness. We'll probably be with Vice Admiral Garp, Kazan whispered. Arishir nodded in agreement, though he wasn't entirely sure. They hadn't seen Garp in 10 days. The assembly was swift, as all the officers were elite. In no time, The entire plaza had formed into several formations. You were all summoned from headquarters as elite forces, and you know why we're gathering here today, Sengoku said in a deep voice for the platform. So, I won't waste any more words. We'll now proceed with the mission assignments. Your task is to head to the Edwars Sea, observe, and closely monitor the movements of Golden Line Shiki and the Flying Pirates. But remember, avoid combat as much as possible. All the Marines responded in unison. Yes, sir. Names were quickly called out, and as each officer's name was read, they swiftly learned which ship they were assigned to and ran off to their designated vessels. Kazan, Sengoku called out loudly. Port 6, Ship B3. Kazan immediately acknowledged the order and left. Arishir waited quietly until his name was finally called out a moment later. Arishir, head to Port 8, Ship A5. Sengoku commanded. Yes, sir. Arishir turned and quickly made his way to the ship. The warship was easy to find, with large, visible numbers painted on its hull. Upon boarding, he noticed that most of the officers on the ship were of similar rank to him. There was also one particularly large man with a friendly, goofy smile. Arishir, didn't expect us to be on the same ship, the large man said. Arishir was a bit surprised. Saul, you still remember me, huh? Saul said with a booming laugh, looking quite pleased. Arishir smiled as well. He glanced around at the others, but there were no familiar faces. The atmosphere on the ship was heavy and solemn, indicating that the mission was about to begin and no one was in the mood for conversation. A short while later, a tall figure boarded the ship, looking weary, with a sword hanging at his waist. Rear Admiral Jerry. All the officers on board immediately saluted as the man appeared. Rear Admiral Jerry waved his hand and lit a cigar. No need for formalities. Let's head out. Our mission is to oversee the northwestern area of the Edwars Sea and monitor the Flying Pirates. His voice was weak, making Arishir wonder if the man was completely drained. Jerry's pale face, tall and skinny frame, and frail appearance made him look like he could be knocked over by a gust of wind, as if he was on the brink of death. The warships in the A-13 area were leaving the port one by one, each heading to different destinations in separate batches. A short while later, the warship Arishir was on began moving, setting course for the Edbay Sea. I found out that the northwest part of the Edwals Sea is pretty empty, so we can say we're one of the safer teams, said Saul in his deep, enthusiastic voice. Safe. Arishir was momentarily taken aback. Yes, our mission this time is just to locate and observe the movements of Shiki and his crew from a distance. Usually, no battles occur, Saul said happily. As Marines, especially when tasked with missions in the New World, the death rate was extremely high. Many of Saul's companions from the same cohort had already lost their lives. Is that so? Arishir murmured. He wasn't afraid of death. In fact, hovering between life and death had allowed him to increase his strength rapidly. However, the current mission's arrangement differed from what he had anticipated. Initially, he thought he would be with Kazan, Garp, and others, but the outcome differed. The journey was flexible. Aside from the officers taking turns on watch, everyone was relatively free. Rear Admiral Jerry was an unconventional superior, rarely giving them orders. This tall, thin, and sickly-looking Rear Admiral often smoked cigars alone, sighing as if worried. On the other hand, Arishir found himself enjoying his time with Saul. Despite being a giant with a massive frame, Saul was kind, warm-hearted, and, most importantly, simple-minded. The two had met a few days earlier when Kazan introduced them. I saw Kazan and Sakazuki board Vice Admiral Garp's ship. They must have some special mission, Saul shared, revealing news that surprised Arishir. Borsellino seems to have stayed back at the base. Mission? What kind of mission? Arishir asked, puzzled. No idea, but must be something highly dangerous, unlike our relatively easy assignment, Saul said with a laugh. Arishir nodded, not dwelling on it. He continued his silent training. With a superhuman physique, Rokushiki techniques could be mastered quickly if one was willing to put in the effort and had some talent. By the third day, on their way to the Edwals Sea, Arishir had mastered the Shurgan finger gun. By the fifth day, The warship arrived at its designated location and entered patrol mode. Rear Admiral Jerry reported the situation to headquarters and received orders to remain on standby. That afternoon, Arishir noticed a new line of text on his status screen. Jeppo, Moonwalk, LV1+. He had mastered 5 Rokushiki, except Kamii paper art. However, achieving true mastery and creating techniques unique to himself would require considerable time and effort. As far as he knew, even the 3 monsters hadn't accomplished that yet. The sea remained calm, and Rear Admiral Jerry occasionally raised his binoculars to scan the horizon, but found nothing. Not even a shadow of the flying pirates. This left everyone a bit disappointed yet relieved. It looks like this will be an easy job, Jerry sighed. Arishir continued his silent training. The ship was equipped with the necessary exercise equipment, and he followed the guidance of Bogart and Zesher, repeatedly swinging dumbbells, creating gusts of wind with each motion. Monsters are rare enough as it is, but a hard-working, diligent monster like him is even rarer, someone to be admired. Haha, Shimbu, you're already a middle-aged man in your 40s. You've reached your limit, so you don't need to push yourself like this. But Arishir is still young. Who knows, maybe he'll become an admiral one day. Laughter echoed around him as Arishir grinned and continued to swing his dumbbells. Although he was quiet, his young age made him well-liked by the other officers on the ship. Captain Shimbu, in particular, often chatted with him and shared valuable experiences about survival and combat at sea. At the warship's bow, Rear Admiral Jerry glanced briefly at Arishir, listening to the noise behind him. Just like those 3, Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, this kid is also called a monster. Yet he's been assigned to my ship, he mused. Recently, Jerry had heard Arashi's name frequently mentioned around the G5 base. He's only just begun to master the Rokushiki, probably due to a lack of foundation, but he's got great potential. That's why they put him in a relatively safe area, Jerry speculated. Perhaps it's a favor from the higher-ups. But then again, he's still very young and inexperienced. Jerry was convinced that the area he was in charge of was safe. It was possible that they wouldn't even encounter any enemies before the mission ended. I've heard that headquarters has decided to grant a batch of devil fruits to the new generation to strengthen their powers, Jerry thought. I wonder if he'll be among them. But this didn't concern Jerry much. He was getting on in years, and his potential was clear. The best resources were naturally reserved for the younger, more promising Marines. Meanwhile, in another area, Sengoku. Why isn't Arishir on the same ship as us? Garp shouted angrily into a den mushy. That kid is strong enough to take on the Golden Lion pirates, and even the Roger pirates head-on. Garp was furious that his beloved disciple had been separated from him during such a crucial mission. Instead, Kazan and Sakazuki accompanied him. I have my reasons, Garp, Sengoku replied firmly. You still don't get it. This mission isn't about engaging Shiki in battle. It's about long-range observation. While 2 of the world's strongest pirate crews are clashing, we need to be more focused on ensuring the safety of the Marine bases and headquarters. What reasons? All I know is that you lost track of Arishir. Garp retorted loudly. He's only been with the Marines briefly, and his foundation is still weak. What he needs now is growth. Sengoku countered, his voice rising in frustration. Being with you is too dangerous. Can you guarantee his safety? Sengoku was furious. A young Marine with such potential, following Garp, could be a massive loss for the Marines if something happened to him. Even the most talented individuals need time to grow and develop. Kuzan and Sakazuki, the other 2 monsters, already had the physical strength and combat experience necessary to handle major responsibilities. Of course I can. Garp shot back without hesitation. He knew full well that his disciple had an extraordinary resilience bordering on immortality. Such a remarkable young Marine could play a crucial role in direct combat. You idiot, Sengoku cursed. Where is he? At least tell me what area he's responsible for. The Northwest, in the A13 sector, Sengoku snapped. The Edbay Sea was a vast region, and the Marines were disadvantaged in the New World. In this era, it was difficult for them to compete with pirates. This time, Sengoku had divided the sea into countless sectors for surveillance, carefully waiting for the right moment to act. If the two pirate crews clashed, they would decide on their next move based on the situation. It was a meticulous and cautious strategic deployment. But there was one unpredictable element: Garp. Haha, got it, Garp laughed. After quickly checking the map, he realized his area was close to Arashi's. However, the danger levels between their two locations were vastly different. According to Sengoku's assessment, Garp's area was highly dangerous, while Arashi's was relatively safe. As Rear Admiral Jerry had predicted, the next few days for Arishir and his crew passed without encountering a single pirate. All they saw was the vast, empty ocean stretching out before them. An interesting thing happened. Arishir noticed an extra point was added to his system. I haven't died, but the points increased, Arishir quickly realized. It just so happens that yesterday marked 1 month since I arrived in this world. It seems like points increase by 1 every month. Even without dying, he thought. It's not much, but it's a guaranteed gain. This meant his strength would still steadily improve, even if he played it safe and avoided unnecessary risks. Without hesitation, he added this point to his Conqueror's Haki, raising it to level 86. 2 more days passed. Unlike the clear skies, a massive, dark cloud now loomed over the crew, with the distant sound of thunder rumbling in the background. The sea beneath the warship began to swell, causing the ship to sway back and forth. A big storm is coming, Saul rumbled. In weather like this, we need to be extra vigilant. Dangers are everywhere when you're on the sea during a mission. Heavy rain and sudden weather changes can drastically affect visibility on the sea. This could be deadly, Shimbu added with a serious expression. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about what was coming. Arishir shared his unease, nodding lightly. He vividly remembered a massive storm forming during the battle between the Golden Lion Shiki and Roger in the Edbay Sea. This could only mean that unknown dangers were looming. He glanced toward the ship's bow, where Rear Admiral Jerry stood, his back to them, shrouded in smoke, lost in thought. Soon, the sky grew even darker. The sea beneath them churned violently, and thick lightning bolts flickered between the clouds, occasionally striking the ocean and sending up plumes of mist and sparks. The sheer power of the storm was awe-inspiring and terrifying. Time passed slowly as the thunder continued to roar in the clouds, and the sea's movements grew more intense, yet the storm hadn't fully broken. It looks like this will be an unprecedented storm, Shimbu remarked gravely, turning to Arishir. Arishir, remember, sometimes the most dangerous thing on the sea isn't the enemy, it's the weather. Arishir nodded in agreement. The crew was busy preparing for the incoming storm and securing everything on the ship. The wind howled, sweeping over their heads. Then, all of a sudden, a sharp whistle pierced the air, startling everyone. Arishir quickly looked up to see an officer in the lookout tower, his face pale with shock. He pointed straight ahead. Arishir immediately turned his gaze in that direction, and the first thing he saw was Rear Admiral Jerry's smoke-covered back. Then, out on the stormy, churning sea, countless black dots appeared, densely packed, stretching endlessly into the distance. A wave of shock washed over Arishir, almost stopping his heart. At that moment, it was as if time had frozen. Everyone around him seemed to be paused, caught in absolute stillness. After 2 or 3 breaths, the tense, sharp cries finally erupted, tearing through the air. Pirates! Pirates ahead! It's the flying pirates' fleet. They're heading straight for us. No one could have expected that the sector deemed the least likely to encounter enemies by Sengoku would face an attack. Judging by the sheer number of black dots on the horizon, there was no doubt that this was the enemy's main fleet. Arishir took a deep breath, his eyes locked on the approaching fleet, his heart pounding. As time passed, the black dots grew more distinct, revealing ships of all shapes and sizes emerging on the sea, forming a massive arc that filled the entire visible area. Along with these ships, vessels with paddles slicing through the air appeared in the sky, flying ominously under skull and crossbones flags. The overwhelming pressure was unimaginable. The sheer number of seemingly endless ships created an unimaginable sense of pressure for everyone. Flying pirates fleet spotted in A-13 sector. Rear Admiral Jerry reported steadily, though the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his intense anxiety. Repeat, flying pirates fleet spotted in A-13 sector. The Den Mushi's response was swift, and since Arishir was standing nearby, he could clearly hear that it was Sengoku on the other end. Received. Report the enemy's numbers. Jerry pursed his lips, then responded, unable to calculate. There was a brief silence on the other end. Standing on a marine warship deck, Sengoku tightened his grip on the Den Mushi. Rear Admiral Jerry, Sengoku's voice was firm. Your mission is to do everything in your power to escape the attack range of the flying pirates. Jerry's body trembled slightly as he responded loudly. Understood. After hanging up the Den Mushi, he took a deep breath, looking again at the endless fleet ahead. The despair in his heart was indescribable. No matter how he looked at it, escaping from such a massive fleet seemed nearly impossible. Due to the weather, the Marines in the lookout tower had impaired vision, and by the time they noticed the enemy, there was little time left for their warship to retreat. Moreover, the enemy had both sea and air fleets, with the airships moving at much faster speeds. Everyone, listen up, Jerry shouted. Put all your strength into retreating immediately. The warship quickly turned, setting its course to escape. But to the officers' despair, the flying pirates' fleet had already completed a surrounding formation without them realizing it. They would inevitably encounter the enemy no matter which direction they try to flee. The fleet ahead, densely packed, was closing in on them at an alarming speed. Fish! Jerry lit his cigar, took a deep drag, and spoke slowly. Arishir, do everything you can to survive. Arishir was taken aback and turned to look at this superior officer, with whom he wasn't particularly familiar. Jerry seemed about to say more, but suddenly his body jerked. The cigar in his mouth snapped, and a small bloodstain rapidly expanded in the center of his forehead, leaving a gaping hole. Only then did the faint sound of a gunshot reach their ears. Arishir was stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. The rear admiral who had just been speaking to him was now dead, killed in an instant by a bullet from an unknown source. Simultaneously, the entire warship descended into chaos, with piercing whistles blaring. Groans of pain echoed as the officers on deck were hit by bullets from all directions, their bodies riddled with wounds, and blood sprayed everywhere. Take cover. The enemy has snipers. Shouts echoed across the warship. Arishir, snapping back to reality, glanced at Rear Admiral Jerry's lifeless body and started to duck down. But just as he did, a cold figure on a pirate ship about 2 kilometers away pulled the trigger. Bang! Arashi's body shuddered as a bullet struck his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Arishir! A loud shout echoed, carried by the howling wind. Arashi's body trembled, but the bullet wound on his forehead rapidly healed before his eyes. A deformed bullet popped out, rattling as it hit the deck. Moving quickly, Arishir immediately ducked and took cover behind the ship's railing. I'm fine, he called out loudly, taking a deep breath. Not far away, Saul, hiding at the stern, finally exhaled in relief before shouting again. What about Rear Admiral Jerry? He's dead. Shot in the forehead, Arishir replied, glancing at the lifeless body of his superior, who was still standing tall despite being devoid of life. The atmosphere on the entire ship shifted noticeably. Dead. Saul was stunned. A tense, heavy mood settled over the warship. Although everyone tried to stay calm, groans of pain continued to fill the air as bullets hit more and more Marines. Arishir soon noticed that the helmsman had also been shot and lay lifeless, with blood steadily dripping from his body. The ship isn't moving. A chill ran down Arashi's spine. Saul, cover me, I'm going to steer the ship, he shouted. At that moment, a loud voice rang out as Simbu, one of the officers, leapt from his cover and rushed to the helm. Saul stood as solid as a mountain before him, brandishing a large blade to block the incoming bullets. The clattering sound of bullets being deflected filled the air as Simbu took the helm, and the warship began to change course and pick up speed. But the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Blood splattered from Saul as he swung his twin swords, protecting his vital areas. After about a minute, he finally collapsed with a thud. Arishir bit his lip and suddenly stood up. What he saw made his pupils contract sharply. The massive pirate fleet was now dangerously close. Under the ominous skies, with thunder rumbling above, the scene was utter despair. Countless pirates watched them with cold, malicious smiles. The sky and sea were filled with an endless expanse of sculling crossbones flags on massive pirate ships. It was hard to imagine the scene before him. The same flying pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki, whom Luffy defeated in the movie. Seeing this powerful fleet with his eyes, Arishir felt an overwhelming sense of shock and hopelessness. "Simbu," Arishir shouted, "I'll take over. You all take cover." He took a deep breath and stepped up beside Simbu. The officer glanced down at his bleeding abdomen, nodded weakly, and moved aside. The number of wounded officers on board had become uncountable in the brief skirmish, and few comrades remained standing. "Kill them all," came the ferocious cries of the pirates. "Look at them. They're terrified, trembling, and don't even know where to run." Their laughter grew louder, carried by the sea breeze, as their voices became clearer. Arishir gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as he stared at the overwhelming pirate fleet ahead. Looking up, he saw a towering, imposing figure with an air of dominance standing on the bow of the leading flagship, arms crossed, looking down on them. The figure was tall, with golden hair like a lion's mane, nearly touching the ground. At a glance, he resembled a proud and fierce lion. It was none other than Golden Lion Shiki, one of the three great pirates. Arishir quickly took the helm and steered the warship violently, creating a path through the water, aiming for the weakest point in the enemy's formation. Meanwhile, within the Golden Lion's fleet, a man holding a rifle and a scope watched Arishir in disbelief. "I definitely hit him with that shot." "Yeah, you did. That kid might be a devil fruit user," his companion nodded. He, too, had seen the boy get shot in the forehead and fall, but now Arishir stood there unharmed, evidently possessing some mysterious power. Above, on the massive flagship of the pirate fleet, "They're trying to break through. We're only 500 meters away. We can easily catch these little mice. Boss Shiki, should we let the boys have some fun?" Laughter erupted as the officers looked at the towering figure ahead. "Jahaha," Golden Lion Shiki chuckled. "Now's not the time for games. I need to find Roger." Shiki looked down at the marine warship, which seemed tiny to him, and laughed. "We've been chasing him in these waters for 3 days already, and still we haven't caught him." "That sly fox," he muttered, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sea ahead. Suddenly, a black dot appeared on the horizon. At the same time, the sharp-eyed officers burst into excited shouts. "It's the Roger pirates! We found them again, and they're close, almost perfectly within our encirclement." The officers were thrilled. "Jaha!" Shiki laughed. "Boys, go all out and capture Roger. As for those marine rats, let's see how their luck holds out." After briefly glancing at the marine ship below, he lost interest and turned away. The next moment, the massive fleet of flying ships turned and sped toward the black dot in the distance. Seeing the flying pirates suddenly change direction just as they were about to engage, the Marines aboard the ship exchanged glances of relief. But their relief was short-lived as they soon noticed another ship caught in the encirclement. "That flag, it's the Roger pirates. Who would have thought they'd show up here?" Hearing this, Arishir turned to look ahead. The swarm of pirate ships was rapidly closing in on the black dot, recreating the same terrifying scene they had just faced against the flying pirates. For them, facing the flying pirates meant nothing but despair and suffocation. But what about Roger? Prepared to break through, Arishir were still not out of danger. Simbu struggled to stand, his face pale as he spoke in a low voice. Arishir nodded. He saw 5 pirate ships quickly closing in on their position from behind the warship. 5 ships, he murmured, his narrowed eyes suddenly sharp and determined. Prepare for battle. Rear Admiral Jerry is dead, but all of you are seasoned veterans. Move quickly. We're within cannon range. Quick, load the cannons. Fire. As the distance closed, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted. The two sides exchanged volleys, the loud noise ringing in Arashi's ears. Cannonballs splashed into the sea around them, sending up plumes of white water. But within 5 seconds, the weight of despair returned to all the Marines. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, which meant more cannonballs and firepower. In the opening moments of the exchange, the warship's stern was hit, igniting a raging fire. The stern's been hit. Prepare for close-quarters combat, Simba shouted, drawing his long sword from his waist. Arishir glanced around. The officers, though heavy-hearted, drew their weapons with sharp, fearless eyes. It was clear they were all ready to die. Arishir bit his lip, then suddenly turned and walked toward the stern. Through the roaring flames, he could see the pirates on the approaching ships, their faces twisted in manic grins. As their snarling faces drew closer, their gleaming blades caught the light. His gaze shifted. The main fleet of the flying pirates was now far in the distance, surrounding that increasingly distinct black dot. Huh! Arishir took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly widening. Boom! A powerful and overwhelming aura exploded from him, spreading like a fan and crashing toward the 5 approaching pirate ships. The air hummed with a low, ominous vibration. Everything was shaking. The void twisted, creating ripples, and the turbulent sea suddenly calmed. A fierce, suffocating, and overpowering aura rapidly surged, covering a vast area ahead and spreading even further as if it knew no bounds. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed as fine cracks appeared on the sturdy surface of the Marine warship. Saul, Simbu, and the other officers stood frozen, their expressions visibly shifting to shock and terror. They stared ahead at the figure with his back to them, the young man in the white Marine justice cape, fluttering in the wind, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Looking past Arishir, they could see the 5 pirate ships ahead. Just a moment ago, the pirates had been laughing arrogantly, but now their faces were frozen in fear, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. Thud! The sound of bodies hitting the deck echoed as the pirates, weapons in hand, collapsed one by one like wheat being cut down. Even the fierce winds died at that moment, and the thunder in the sky went silent. Above Arishir, the dark clouds twisted and spun violently, forming a massive vortex. What is this? Simbu exclaimed in shock. It's Conqueror's Haki. The crew's Marines fell silent. Every eye focused on the young man standing at the front. Arishir slowly exhaled, his gaze piercing and intense as he looked ahead. He knew that facing the endless fleet of the flying pirates, possessing only Conqueror's Haki, was far from enough. Unlike the events in the movies, in this battle, he would be up against the Golden Lion Shiki at his true peak, along with countless elite New World pirates under his command. Even with Conqueror's Haki, it would make little difference. The retreat was undoubtedly the best option. But right now, against these 5 pirate ships, he was confident. An invisible sense of majesty spread across the sea. The near-maximum level of Conqueror's Haki Arishir wielded was unimaginably powerful. Even weaker Marine officers of Rear Admiral rank couldn't withstand it. However, what made Arashi's heart sink was that on the pirate ships ahead, a dozen figures were still standing, having withstood the impact of his Haki. This kid? One pirate, wearing a captain's hat and wielding a long sword, muttered in shock. He's awakened Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying aura reminded him of their leader, Shiki. Looking around, he saw that all his subordinates had passed out, rendered completely unable to fight. 2 massive presences surged through the sea breeze the next moment, shaking everyone present. Shiki's got Roger, the pirate captain exclaimed, his voice tense. His gaze locked onto the black-haired youth ahead, and he tightened his grip on his longsword. "This might be tricky," he muttered, "but I'm no pushover." In the next second, he waved his hand, eyes sharp with determination. "Take them out," he ordered. Those who could remain conscious after the Conqueror's Haki blast were undoubtedly elites, officers of high rank. As the pirate ships closed within tens of meters, both sides let out battle cries and sprang into action. Meanwhile, the Oro Jackson slowly stopped, its massive hull bobbing with the waves. "Roger, this is bad," Rayleigh said gravely. "The flying pirates have deployed their entire fleet. They're determined to get us." "Ha ha ha." A man with a captain's hat and a handlebar mustache laughed heartily. "Relax, Rayleigh. We'll be just fine." He slowly lifted his head, stepping to the ship's bow to look at the golden, lion-like figure towering above them. "Shiki, we meet again," Roger called out. Golden Lion Shiki looked down, laughing as well. "Jahaha, Roger, join forces with me. If we combine our strengths, the entire world will be ours." Roger smiled, shaking his head slowly. "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." "Roger," Shiki's voice grew stern. "You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. There's only one path for you to take. That's to follow my orders." Golden Lion Shiki roared, unleashing a violent surge of energy that radiated outward in all directions. Roger's aura erupted from below at the exact moment, matching Shiki's intensity. "I've always had only one goal, and I'll never work under anyone," Roger declared. "Shiki, your ambition is too grand." Their gazes clashed, and the sheer force of their wills split the space around them in two. Suddenly, a wave of Conqueror's Haki from afar collided with their energies, forming a third zone in the otherwise unyielding standoff. Almost simultaneously, both of them turned their heads towards where Arishir stood. Even Rayleigh, Skopper and the others showed signs of surprise on their faces. The Conqueror's Haki coming from Arishir was as powerful as the two titans facing off. "Jahaha!" Shiki laughed loudly. "Looks like I missed an interesting one just now." His eyes flashed with interest as he recalled the marine warship and the black-haired youth on board. "But my target has always been you, Roger." With that, Shiki's gaze sharpened and instantly leaped into the air, diving straight down. "Bring it on, Shiki!" Roger shouted back, leaping high into the sky. Lightning crackled through the air as the two figures collided with tremendous force. Divine departure, lion slash. The impact of their clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating a massive whirlwind and even causing the sea below to dip into a deep crater, making the surrounding ships sway violently. Then someone inadvertently looked up. My God, the sky, it's splitting open. The expressions on the faces of those watching were filled with shock, terror, and awe. "Jahaha!" Shiki laughed once more. "It's only you, Roger. In this era, you're the only one I truly recognize and want to conquer completely." He swung his dual swords, Odo and Kagurashi, clashing with Roger's weapon, filling the air with the sound of metal striking metal. "Well, I appreciate the compliment, but ain't not swing that way." Roger grinned, still making jokes. The battle between the two shook the entire sea. Before long, their crew members and officers joined the fray, engaging in combat. Shing! The flash of the blade's aftermath alone brought screams as it sliced through more than a dozen pirate ships. This was a battle beyond imagination, with the shockwaves quickly spreading across the entire sea, even reaching Arishir and his group in the distance. Boom! The marine warship exploded, flames bursting into the sky. The deck beneath Arashi's feet groaned, and the ship swayed violently as the wind howled like a beast. Arishir looked at the distant sky, now discolored and streaked with lightning, and felt a deep sense of awe at the terrifying, destructive power of these mighty figures. Then, his eyes shifted forward. He bent his knees slightly and suddenly sprang into action. Boom! Like a spring uncoiling, his body shot high into the air. The fierce Conqueror's Haki around him created a backdrop of black and red, while a subtle energy wrapped around his arms, concentrating in his fists. Black and red, lightning crackled between his arm and fingers. He uses the full power of Conqueror Haki infusion. Buzz! At the peak of his jump, Arishir clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, echoing in the air. Galaxy impact, he roared, unleashing a powerful black and red lightning strike from his fist. Black and red lightning snaked and darted through the air with incredible speed. But what was even more astonishing was the terrifying range of Arashi's punch. From nearly 100 meters above the pirate ships, his fist swung downward, and the immense power instantly reached the two pirate ships below, then exploded with devastating force. The expressions on the faces of the pirate captains and officers quickly turned to terror. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed as the two massive pirate ships cracked and shattered, sending countless splinters flying everywhere. The sea below them rapidly caved in under the immense pressure. And this was just the initial burst. The shockwave from his punch continued to spread, impacting the other three ships nearby. Crack! The once sturdy hulls now seemed as fragile as glass, covered in countless cracks. The unconscious pirates on board were suddenly flung into the air and thrown high into the sky before crashing into the distant sea, sending up sprays of water. The sea, now dented and chaotic, the shattered pirate ships, and the pirates who had been obliterated in a blood mist all formed an unforgettable scene in the minds of marine officers like Shinbu. When that fluttering white marine cloak again entered their sight, and they saw the slender youth land on the ship's stern, it was as if they were witnessing a god descend. The might of that punch would be a divine act they would never forget. Who? Arishir slowly exhaled, looking at the turbulent sea ahead, filled with countless shattered wooden fragments and the floating, bleeding bodies of pirates. The fierceness in his eyes gradually faded. This punch was far from par with Garp's techniques. He only wrapped it with Conqueror Haki and had yet to learn how to use armament Haki. I'm still far from where I need to be, Arishir sighed softly. Gazing into the distance at the aftermath of the battle between the two pirate crews and the changing weather, he felt a deep sense of awe, sensing the presence of several other strong Conqueror's Haki auras. Each one was no weaker than his own. Judging by the flashing lights and the violently churning sea, it was clear that each person's attack was far more powerful than his. In terms of power, technique, and experience, I'm still leagues behind them. Arashi's eyes reflected his realization. Even from this distance, without witnessing it up close, he could feel the terrifying, destructive power of the strong fighters ahead. At that moment, a powerful ambition surged within him. One day, I will become as strong as them. Clenching his fist, Arishir stared intently at the sky. The overwhelming fleet of the flying pirates under Golden Lion Shiki left him with a profound sense of helplessness. The fall of his comrades, especially the death of Rear Admiral Jerry right before his eyes, struck him with a deep sense of impact. In the distance, the battle raged on, with the lightning in the sky growing even brighter and more frequent. The dark clouds nearly covered the entire Edwar Sea. How terrifying! Their battle has split the sky and cut through the sea. Golden Lion Shiki, Gold Roger. This is the strongest fight in the world. The Marine officers behind him also expressed their astonishment and awe. They were amazed by the ferocity of Arashi's punch, but were even more fearful and shaken by the clash between the two pirate crews ahead. Suddenly, a wave of slashing energy roared toward them, swiftly passing over their heads. Crack! The mast snapped, leaning over and collapsing onto the deck. Arishir took a deep breath as he looked at the clean cut, understanding that this was just the aftermath of a slash from over 10 miles away. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. The warship is heavily damaged. The mast is broken, but the backup power source and the paddles at the bottom are still intact. We can manage to keep moving. Soon, the remaining crew members assessed the ship's condition and, with a sense of relief, reported the findings. Even though they were far from the center of the actual battle, the shockwaves from the fight were still overwhelming for them. Arishir walked to the ship's bow and picked up the den mushi that Rear Admiral Jerry had held. Just then, the den mushi rang. "Rear Admiral Jerry, quickly report your situation," came a voice from the other end, catching Arishir off guard. Vice Admiral Garp. Arishir responded, Rear Admiral Jerry has been killed. This is Arishir speaking. There was a brief pause on the other end before Garp quickly replied, As long as you're okay. We're heading toward Area A-13. We've temporarily escaped danger. The flying pirates and the Roger pirates have encountered each other and are battling. So, we were fortunate, Arishir reported. Roger, Garp's voice rose with urgency. All right, I'll be there to support you immediately. The Den Mushy call ended. Arishir, what should we do next? Saul, who was being helped up by his comrades and leaning against the ship's rail, asked in a low voice. The others had extinguished the fire at the stern, and everyone was relatively safe. Arishir paused momentarily before looking up at the rest of the crew. All of them, including Simbu, looked at him with anticipation and hope. Undoubtedly, the incredible punch he had just thrown had earned him the respect of the officers present, who were now willing to follow his orders. Steer the ship as far away as possible, Arishir commanded calmly after taking a deep breath. Vice Admiral Garp is on his way to support us. Our current mission is to ensure our safety while continuing to monitor the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and the Roger pirates. Yes, sir. Shinbu led the others in acknowledging the order. No one voiced any objections, and they quickly set to work. The backup power source could only take them so far, primarily for emergencies. The Marine warship's main propulsion was still its sails. After a short while, the warship had put more distance between itself and the battlefield. Boom! The loud sounds of the battle, even from a great distance, were still incredibly clear, causing a ringing in everyone's ears. Fierce winds howled above them, and they could see countless bolts of lightning densely flashing in the heart of the battle. This was a clash between the best in the world. The flying pirates had strength in numbers and elite fighters, while the Roger pirates were all powerhouses. Rumble! The battle continued, with thunder booming in the sky. Suddenly, at one moment, torrential rain began to pour down, obscuring the view ahead. Arishir squinted, focusing on the blurred outlines of the two opposing forces. He quickly noticed that the sounds of the battle were diminishing until they finally faded into silence. A pirate ship sailed through the churning sea, cutting through the storm, with a figure standing at the bow, laughing heartily amidst the raging wind and rain, displaying unwavering optimism. Ha 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 ha! Despite the distance and the sound of the storm, the voice rang out clearly. I told you, Rayleigh, this isn't our end. Even the heavens are on my side. Arishir raised his binoculars, focusing on the figure. Gold. Roger, he softly uttered the man's true name. As if sensing something, the man with the mustache turned and looked in Arashi's direction. The man's blurry smile appeared through the rain-soaked lens of the binoculars. Arishir shifted his gaze away. Behind the pirate ship speeding through the storm, scattered pirate ships were frantically and angrily trying to catch up, but they were quickly left behind. Even the ships flying in the air were forced to land on the sea due to the storm coming to a halt. This sudden storm had undoubtedly disrupted the flying pirates' encirclement plan. Arishir then noticed ships coated with protective membranes emerging from the sea not far ahead of them. Everything appeared distorted and blurry in the storm, but the sight of the skull flag, representing the flying pirates, once again filled everyone with tension. One ship after another quickly surfaced, 10 in the blink of an eye. The flying pirates' formation had been completely scattered across the sea due to the battle and the storm. Arishir narrowed his eyes, stepped forward, and his aura rose. Black and red lightning crackled around him as a heavy, oppressive atmosphere emanated from his body. But the next moment, his aura suddenly froze, and he sharply turned to look at the sea. Through the storm, he saw a marine battleship with a doghead figurehead speeding toward them. Then, a figure suddenly leapt from the bow of the ship. Buzz! The storm seemed to halt, and an overwhelming aura spread out. A man with short black hair, a square jaw, and a wild grin swung his fist. Lightning as thick as a house shot out, slamming down with tremendous force. The sea rapidly caved in, and 10 pirate ships were shattered in succession, with splinters flying everywhere. "My beloved disciple, are you all right?" the man called out. "Please forgive your teacher for arriving late." His booming laughter pierced through the storm and reached Arashi's ears, easing the serious expression on Arashi's face. As the laughter echoed, the once stalled storm resumed its movement, and the tiny figure that had appeared like a dot in the distance landed back on the dog-headed battleship. "Vice Admiral Garp. It's Vice Admiral Garp. We're saved." All the Marines around Arishir erupted in cheers. In this era, Vice Admiral Garp was the most powerful person in the Marines, a hero whose presence alone could stabilize the situation and boost morale. His legendary feats were earned through real combat, with no falsehoods. Moments later, the two Marine ships converged. Arishir and the others were brought aboard Garp's ship, and only then did Simbu, Saul, and the others finally relax, smiling. "Ha ha ha ha." Garp walked over, laughing heartily. "So, Arishir, what do you think after seeing those two?" "I've got a long way to go," Arishir replied in a serious tone after taking a deep breath. Yes, just by watching, he could clearly see the vast gap between himself and the world's top-tier warriors. While mastering Conqueror's Haki to its fullest might significantly close that gap, it didn't mean he was on the same level as them yet. Observation Haki, armament Haki, physical strength, reaction speed, and combat experience were all crucial factors that couldn't be ignored. "You're right. You still have a long way to go," Garp said, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. He genuinely believed that Arishir could follow in his footsteps and become a Marine like him. Arishir nodded firmly. True Marine are forged through countless battles, tempered in the crucible of life and death. Garp continued, placing a hand on Arashi's shoulder. "And you, possessing the essential qualities of a Marine, will grow faster and go further than most." Garp then looked up at the storm ahead and suddenly grinned. "I'm planning to chase after Roger. Do you have the guts to join me?" Garp asked with a light-hearted tone. His back turned to Arishir as the storm raged around them. Arashi's eyes narrowed. "Chase after Roger?" The thought of facing those two in battle stirred a deep sense of unease and fear within him. Could he stand against such powerful opponents? But in just a moment, he nodded firmly. "Let's go." Hearing this, Garp laughed heartily once again. He spoke softly, his voice nearly drowned out by the storm. "You have the potential to become a world-class powerhouse with monstrous abilities and exceptional talent. But your foundation is weak. You haven't even received systematic training as a Marine. Sengoku believes you should be given a stable environment to grow, waiting for you to mature before facing the real challenges." But Garp paused and grinned widely. "I disagree. You're destined to be different from everyone else. Even Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino can't compare to you. You possess a limitless quality with your immortality. You've survived gunfire, beheadings, cannon fire, poison. Nothing can kill you. Yet, through all this, you've forged an iron will and made you stronger. And despite having no formal combat training, you've already awakened Conqueror's Haki. You were born to grow stronger, step by step, in the face of adversity and danger, without fear of death. A sheltered environment is no place to raise a monster like you." Listening to Garp's words, Arashi's expression tightened, but then he smiled. "I prefer to stay by your side, Garp-sensei, and learn everything from you." Garp laughed loudly once more and patted his disciple's shoulder. "I'll train you to become the strongest Marine in history." With that, the hero of the Marines, at the peak of his power, turned and walked away. As Arishir watched Garp's tall and powerful figure disappear into the storm, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration and reflection. Throughout the entire Marine system, Garp's life was full of challenges and heartbreak. He had tried to raise his son, his disciple, and his two grandsons to become Marines, but all his efforts failed. The three became pirates, and one became a revolutionary. Garp had fought to maintain a fragile peace his whole life. Everything he did was for the justice he believed in. He was close friends with Roger, yet he repeatedly captured him, driven by his unwavering sense of justice. He watched as his grandson, whom he had raised with his own hands, was executed before his eyes, unable to do anything but watch until, finally, he screamed in rage at an old friend of many years. "Hold me down, Sengoku! Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from killing him." 2 years after the Marineford War, he again faced his former disciple, Kazan, on Hakinosu Island. Arashi's expression grew complicated as he remembered the older Garp, hair graying, his once powerful body now slightly hunched, showing signs of age. Beneath his smile, there was always a hidden sadness and loneliness. But the Garp standing before him now was different, domineering, wild, and strong. This was Garp at the pinnacle of his life, living more freely, joyfully, and passionately than at any point 20 years later. This was Garp's golden era when he was the Marine hero. And this is my era too, Arishir thought as he looked up, facing the raging storm. This is my era, he murmured to himself. Boom, boom, boom. This was one of the wildest storms Arishir had ever witnessed. It was like a god was pouring water from the heavens into the sea, creating a waterfall cascading down from the sky with a deafening roar. The wind howled above, and the violent waves tossed around the Marine ship beneath his feet. Even more terrifying was that the storm grew stronger by the minute. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get the water out. Don't let the rain flood the ship. This storm is insane. The weather in this area is so unpredictable. Shouts filled the air as Arishir quickly joined the fray. The rain pounded down on his back and head, causing sharp pain. Looking out at the sea, he saw bubbles rising and the water's surface churning violently. It was as if a massive tsunami was brewing beneath the waves. Arishir, go to the stern. Kazan, drenched from head to toe, shouted as he held a bucket, trying to bail water out of the ship. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared, and lightning illuminated their faces, casting eerie shadows. Arishir nodded and dashed across the rain-soaked deck, disappearing in an instant. When he reached the stern, he saw Sakazuki was already there. Arishir. Sakazuki glanced at him, then snorted coldly before scooping water from a bucket and tossing it overboard. Arishir shot him a quick look, noticing the sword strap to Sakazuki's waist and his icy expression. Without a word, Arishir bent down and started bailing water alongside him. Gradually, the two of them picked up the pace, their movements growing faster. Suddenly, they looked up, locking eyes, sparks flying between them. An unspoken competition began. Sakazuki's hands moved at lightning speed, and the water on the deck visibly decreased. His hands were a blur, while Arishir grunted with determination. Finally, when the water on the deck was almost completely gone, Arishir collapsed onto the deck, panting heavily. Sakazuki was also exhausted, but he forced himself to stand, crossing his arms as he looked down at Arishir scornfully, as if to say, "Is that all you've got? Childish competition." Arishir muttered as he stood up after a moment. Sakazuki's expression shifted slightly, and just as he was about to retort, he saw that Arishir had already turned and walked away. The storm raged on, causing enormous trouble for everyone on board. Their visibility was severely limited, and they lost track of their heading. Looking out from the ship, there were no landmarks to guide them. Worse yet, they had lost sight of Roger's crew. Bogart, before Roger's crew vanished, were they heading in this direction? Garp shouted over the storm. "No doubt about it," Bogart replied, wiping the rain from his face. "Damn this storm," Garp cursed, then turned to Arishir, who was standing nearby, seemingly lost in thought. "Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about?" Garp barked. Arishir didn't respond, instead pointing ahead at the sudden appearance of over a dozen pirate ships, tilting and swaying haphazardly in the rain. Garp paused, and then a grin spread across his face. "Ha ha! Looks like this storm has completely scattered Shiki's fleet." The rain was so heavy that by the time both sides spotted each other, they were already dangerously close, with the nearest pirate ship on the verge of colliding with them. "Everyone listen up," Garp roared. The storm paused momentarily as everyone on board instantly snapped to attention. "Clear the way. No one blocks my path," Garp bellowed. "Yes, sir," Kuzan, Sakazuki, Bogart, and the others shouted in unison. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the sky, and lightning suddenly illuminated the scene, making the rain-soaked surroundings momentarily clearer. It's the Marines! Take them down! Wait, that guy at the bow. Is that? It's Garp the hero. The pirates on the dozen or so ships also noticed the marine vessel, particularly the man standing at the bow. He had short black hair, a cold gaze, and a muscular build. Their already anxious expressions shifted visibly to terror as they recognized him. Without even engaging in battle, the fear took root in their souls. Kill! Sakazuki wasted no time. He leaped forward, drew his sword, and charged onto the nearest pirate ship. Kazan and Bogart quickly followed suit. Arishir, with a flash of movement, propelled himself into the air, his feet rapidly kicking off the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped over Sakazuki and the others, heading for a pirate ship even farther ahead. As Arishir looked down, he noticed Sakazuki slicing through the pirates with impressive swordsmanship, cutting down over a dozen in the blink of an eye, exuding a menacing aura. His sword strikes were swift and decisive, showing overwhelming strength against the Golden Lion's pirates. With a swing of his long sword, Bogart sent a slash flying through the air, slicing through the mast and nearly cutting the ship in half, eliciting screams of despair. Kazan was even more relentless, flashing in and out of sight, his punches landing with tremendous force. This was when Kazan, inspired by Vice Admiral Garp, fought using his fists. Of course, he still carried a marine sword at his waist. In just a few breaths, Arishir landed on another pirate ship. Take him down. We have no choice. Even if it's Garp's crew, we have to charge. Kill him, then escape. From the pirates' shrinking pupils and trembling bodies, Arishir could sense the fear in their hearts. Almost instantly, a figure appeared before him, wielding a sword with both hands, slashing down with incredible speed. The blade was imbued with a unique aura. Armament Haki. Arashi's eyes narrowed, but he had no time to react. This pirate was undoubtedly an elite, battle-hardened, with each angle and force of his strike meticulously calculated to leave Arishir with no room to dodge. Without the foresight of observation Haki or honed battle instincts, Arishir found himself outmatched. The blade descended from above, slicing through him from head to waist with blinding speed, cutting him in half. Arashi's pupils contracted sharply, a mix of fear and intense pain flashing across his face. This was, without a doubt, the worst death he had experienced so far, bisected in a single strike. But in the very next second, his eyes turned icy cold, and the blade was bizarrely expelled from his body, clattering onto the deck beside him. Crack! The slash didn't stop there. It extended forward, splitting the ship's bow in half. Finger gun. Arashi's eyes were cold as he pressed his index and middle fingers together and struck. Thud! The pirate wielding the sword felt a sharp pain as Arashi's fingers pierced his forehead, driving the force through his skull and into the mass behind him, leaving a hole with a loud thunk. A look of utter confusion crossed the pirate's face as he died, unable to comprehend how his foe had survived being cut in half. Arishir exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing as he faced the other pirates surrounding him, their faces tense and fearful. In the new world, there were no weaklings among the pirates. This was undoubtedly a challenge, but he knew he wouldn't die and certainly wouldn't be defeated. Kill! Arishir shouted as he pressed his feet against the deck and instantly vanished from sight. He reappeared before a pirate, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The pirate's face caved in and twisted, his body slamming into the deck below as blood sprayed everywhere. At the same time, a gust of wind blew from behind, and 3 long swords slashed at him simultaneously. Arashi's eyes narrowed, and his muscles tensed up. Iron body! Clang, clang, clang. The sword struck his back, but instead of cutting through, they made the sound of metal clashing, leaving the pirates in shock. This guy is a devil fruit user. He's immortal. You can't kill him. Even Midas was taken down by him. Arishir let out a sigh of relief. The iron body technique wasn't as useless as he'd feared. At least, it was pretty effective against these low-level opponents. He quickly spun around, lifting his right leg high before violently bringing it down. Tempest Kick, an arc-shaped slash cut through the three pirates, sending blood spraying as their bodies were flung backwards. But in the next second, the sound of gunfire echoed again. Bang! A bullet hit the back of Arashi's head, causing his body to flicker for a moment before he steadied himself. He disappeared instantly and reappeared before a trembling pirate holding a rifle. I hate it when people point guns at my head. His cold voice sent shivers down the pirate's spine. To him, this guy was a monster. A bullet had hit him directly, yet he remained unharmed, without even a scratch. It was impossible. Arishir threw a punch, smashing the pirate's face and sending him flying off the ship. Boom! Lightning snaked down from the sky, illuminating the people's expressions on the ship. Some were crazed, others terrified, and some were vicious. Kill! Arishir turned to face another opponent, letting out a low growl. This was a frenzied battle. He was fighting alone against every pirate on the ship, relying solely on his fists, abandoning even his Conqueror's Haki. Death hovered over him like a storm, but his achievements were impressive. This was a pirate crew under the Golden Lion, all elite fighters. Four were proficient in armament Haki, while others were skilled marksmen or swordmasters. But in the end, Arishir defeated them all. He died 5 times in this battle, but his physical abilities improved each time. The points he earned were all invested in his Conqueror's Haki, bringing it to level 91. He clenched his fists experimentally. With a thought, black and red lightning crackled around his arms, creating a terrifying explosive force. At level 91, his Conqueror's Haki was nearing its maximum power, and its strength was immense. This is both a trial and a moment to gather points, Arishir muttered, looking up at the remaining pirate ships ahead. In full combat, fighting with all his might, death would not be considered suicide. He leapt forward and, with a thunderous explosion, landed on the next pirate ship. At the same time, the ship beside him began to crack and split in two. Arishir glanced over and saw Bogart, who, amidst the pirates' screams, also turned to look at him. Neither spoke, but amid the storm, Bogart gave him a thumbs up. This guy is a devil fruit user. Use armament Haki against him. The pirate's shouts echoed in Arashi's ears. He grinned, watching a pirate wielding a long sword rush towards him at high speed. Arishir tightened his right fist, and black and red lightning crackled and coiled around his arm. The next moment, he swung his fist to meet the incoming blade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, black and red lightning bursting and spreading around them, cracking the deck beneath their feet and distorting the air. The pirate's face twisted in terror, and without any hesitation, he was sent flying backwards, crashing through the mast and the ship's cabin before disappearing into the pouring rain. Even the force of Conqueror's Haki can be controlled with such precision now. Arishir whispered to himself. As his Conqueror's Haki leveled up, his control over it rapidly improved. What had once been a wild, full-force power was now something he could confine within limits. This was undoubtedly good news. Power that couldn't be controlled was like a wild horse, causing unpredictable effects on himself and others. Additionally, it drained his stamina and mental strength. He swiftly took action, taking even less time to take down another pirate's ship, dying only thrice. Level 94. Arishir mentally noted the level of his Conqueror's Haki, and a slight smile formed on his lips. He could focus on leveling up another skill once he maxed out his Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki would become his ultimate trump card and the most powerful weapon. With a slight bend in his legs, Arishir leapt high into the air, momentarily hovering above the pirate ship. His right fist clenched tightly, black and red lightning crackling around it. Suddenly, he punched downward. Galaxy impact! Black and red lightning shot out like countless serpents, slamming into the center of the pirate ship. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed, as the massive pirate ship split in half. The crack quickly spread across the entire vessel, reducing it to fragments. Not far away, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Bogart looked up, astonished at the young man who remained suspended in the air, fists still clenched. This guy, Sakazuki, gritted his teeth. As expected of Arishir, he's already far ahead of us. Kazan grinned. Bogart's eyes flickered as he sliced down a pirate before him, lost in thought. At the same time, Garp, standing on the deck of the marine warship amid the pouring rain, burst into hearty laughter. This brat, he's starting to show a bit of my style. An officer standing behind him, watching Arishir tread on thin air and swiftly land on another pirate ship, remarked in amazement. He's practically a younger version of you. Garp laughed even louder. No, you're wrong. When I was his age, I didn't have this kind of strength. The officer was stunned. Then his expression turned to shock as he looked at Arashi's figure, constantly darting through the storm, taking down one pirate after another with terrifying strength. Would the future see another Garp? Arishir, amid the battle, grew stronger with every death. His raw strength was now so powerful that their strength was beyond calculation. But he estimated that his power level wouldn't be far off from the top agents of CP9. Tempest Kick. He slashed downward with his right foot, the massive force leaving a deep gash in the pirate's ship, causing the pirates to scream in agony. A pirate wielding a long sword charged at him, only to be struck down by Arishir instantly. Finger pistol. Bang, 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 bang. The pirate's body trembled as multiple holes were punctured in him, and as Arishir moved on, the pirate fell to the ground with a look of terror, his body riddled with wounds. A few minutes later, the pirate ship erupted with black and red lightning, and with a loud explosion, it shattered and sank. Arishir grew stronger with each battle, rapidly improving and advancing. When he returned to the marine warship and stood before Garp, his Conqueror's Haki had reached level 100, the system's highest level. His Conqueror's Haki was maxed out. At the same time, Garp assessed his strength. Kid, you're truly a monster. After just one battle, your power level has probably surpassed 4,000. Keep fighting. Life and death will make you even stronger. Arishir was momentarily stunned by Garp's words. 4,000 power level? As one of the top Marines, Garp could estimate a person's power level. Though his assessments might not be precise and could have some margin of error, they were a reliable reference. What surprised Arishir was that his current power level had already approached 4,000. From what he remembered, this value was on par with Rob Lucci, who was hailed as the strongest agent in the world government's history of CP9. A question arose in Arashi's mind. He wondered what Garp's power level might be. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that death had made him even stronger, and the speed of his progress was incredibly exaggerated. I just wonder if this growth rate will eventually hit a limit, he mused. Otherwise, if I could continue to grow indefinitely, it wouldn't be long before I'd surpass the limits of this world and reach the level where I could shatter stars with a single punch, like Saitama. Arishir, great job. Kazan gave him a thumbs up, smiling in his usual cheerful and enthusiastic manner. Sakazuki, on the other hand, returned with a cold expression, staring intently at Arashi's face, deep in thought. But there was no doubt that, deep down, he had already acknowledged Arashi's strength. Bogart nodded at him, maintaining his cool demeanor. Let's keep moving. Garp laughed, his fists colliding with a deep thud. Otherwise, Roger and his crew will slip away. The warship sliced through the debris on the sea's surface, moving at full speed as the storm showed no signs of abating. Arishir walked over to Saul to check on his condition. The gentle giant, with bandages wrapped around his hands, tried moving his legs, but immediately winced in pain. I'm sorry, Arishir, Saul said painfully. It looks like it'll be a while before I can help you all again. Patting him on the shoulder, Arishir reassured him, Take your time to recover. He then nodded in greeting to Shimp and the other officers. The storm was of a scale and duration that defied description. The entire sea was shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder booming and roaring. The people on the ship could barely distinguish between night and day. But Arishir noticed that neither Garp, Kazan, Sakazuki, or Bogart seemed worried. Bogart steered the ship in the direction Garp pointed out without any hesitation. "That's the direction," Garp said with a laugh. "I have a feeling Roger is just ahead." Along the way, they encountered more shipwrecks and bodies floating on the sea, quickly swallowed by the waves. The skull flags of the flying pirate crew were frequently seen drifting with the water. The next day, the storm continued, but it had lessened considerably compared to the day before. "What awful weather," Kazan remarked, stripping off his soaked shirt to reveal his muscular torso with clearly defined abs. He wrung out the shirt, water pouring out in a stream. "If I stay soaked like this any longer, I'll start to stink." He turned to the black-haired boy beside him. "You're surprisingly calm about all this." Arishir, already shirtless, displayed a similarly strong physique, like a leopard full of power and energy. He wore only shorts. In this storm, resting wasn't an option. Clearing the water from the ship and monitoring their surroundings were crucial tasks. "Worrying and rushing won't help," he replied calmly. "Who knows when this rain will stop?" Kazan sighed. Nearby, Sakazuki frowned, also shirtless. The feeling of wet clothes clinging to his body was uncomfortable, and he had always had an aversion to such weather. By evening, the rain abruptly ceased. The clouds parted and warm, orange sunlight streamed through, illuminating a rainbow in the sky, a seven-colored arch that appeared like a magical bridge of light. The halo of light shone behind it, and the scene looked sacred and otherworldly. Arishir leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at the sea ahead. The dark clouds were quickly dispersing, revealing a clear and pristine sky. Another rainbow appeared, its beauty dreamlike and enchanting. "It's so beautiful," Kazan exclaimed, grabbing Arishir excitedly. "Look, there's a school of fish. Wow, they're golden." Despite Kazan's enthusiasm, Arishir couldn't help but smile and accept it. He was equally mesmerized, lost in the beauty that emerged after the storm. In the distance, the orange-red sun was setting, with 1/3 of it already touching the sea, painting the rippling waves in red. Sengoku, I can't be bothered with all that." Garp's boisterous laughter echoed from afar. "Roger, only I can handle him." "You're worried about Arishir and those other two kids? Don't worry, I'll take good care of them." Arishir could faintly hear Sengoku's furious voice shouting, "You idiot! Get back here right now. Those kids are the future of the Marines." The bickering between Garp and Sengoku brought a slight smile to Arashi's face. He slowly closed his eyes, letting the gentle evening breeze wash over him. It seemed that, gradually, he was beginning to appreciate the beauty of this world. Meanwhile, Sengoku frowned as he looked at the pile of reports on his desk. With Admiral Kong overseeing Marine headquarters, the responsibility for the second half of the Grand Line naturally fell to him. Reports from various sectors of the Ed War were pouring in. The sudden storm disrupted the Golden Lion's plans and forced the Marines into a fierce battle with the flying pirate crew. Fortunately, the losses were minimal, and they had managed to eliminate many enemies. "Damn you, Garp." Sengoku suddenly remembered his old friend, slamming his fist on the table. He had the nerve to lead a bunch of rookies in pursuit of Roger. But despite his anger, Sengoku knew there was nothing he could do. They had known each other for too long, and he understood Garp all too well. Garp was always a reckless maverick, especially regarding Roger. His obsession was nearly insane. "Let's hope nothing happens to them," Sengoku sighed, resigned. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened in history, and Sengoku had great confidence in Garp's strength. On the other side, aboard the dog-headed warship that had weathered the storm, the night was filled with loud snoring. Everyone was deeply asleep, and Arishir was no exception. He fell into a deep slumber the moment his head hit the pillow. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. No one on board had the habit of sleeping in. Some were mopping the deck, others were washing clothes, and some were working out, except for the figure standing at the ship's bow, wearing a dog-headed hat. "I've always admired people who can sleep standing up," Arishir muttered softly. "It's not polite to talk behind your teacher's back, Arishir." Kazan teased with a chuckle. This isn't bad-mouthing. It's admiration, Arishir replied. He then hung his soaked clothes on a rack and began his training. There was still one technique from the Rokushiki that he hadn't mastered. Additionally, he was deeply interested in the life return technique, which was beyond the standard Rokushiki skills. The training for paper arts, kami, posed a significant challenge for Arishir. He seemed naturally less attuned to skills involving sensory perception. While he had already mastered the other 5 techniques of the Rokushiki, even advancing techniques like Soru, Shave, Tekai, Iron Body, and Shurgan, Finger Gun, to level 2 through sheer practice, he still needed help to grasp. Arishir, you don't need to master all of the Rokushiki techniques, Kazan suggested. It's enough to specialize in just 1 or 2 of them. As a result of Arashi's requests, the two frequently sparred, with Kazan helping Arishir find inspiration for the techniques. In the future, if you perform well, you might have the chance to obtain a devil fruit, which could also boost your strength, Kazan added. Arishir shook his head in response. The body is the foundation of true strength. The power of a devil fruit can be helpful, but it shouldn't be relied on too much. You're right, Kazan nodded with a smile. The two of them continued to clash rapidly, their movements producing continuous clashing sounds. Arishir had become quite proficient in Tekai, Shurgan, and Soru. Without any external enhancements, his progress to level 2 was due to his dedicated training. By noon, after lunch, Garp began providing Arishir with targeted training guidance. Not bad. You have a natural talent for martial arts. Next, it's time to start training in armament Haki and observation Haki. Garp was consistently pleased with Arashi's progress. Mastering 5 of the Rokushiki techniques in such a short time was an achievement that surpassed many so-called prodigies. Once you master Kami, I'll teach you something beyond the Rokushiki. Life return, Saimai Kikken, Garp said with a smile. Arashi's eyes lit up at the mention of life return. This highly useful skill allows complete control over one's body and the ability to recover quickly through nutrition after sustaining injuries. Garp then began Arashi's intensive Kami training. However, things quickly took a turn. How can you be so stupid? No, that's not how you do it. Relax. Withdraw all your strength. Is this how you use Kami, you fool? Garp's unfiltered shouting echoed across the warship, causing everyone to turn their heads. Arishir clutched his head, wincing in pain. He realized that he truly lacked any talent for this final Rokushiki technique. No matter how much guidance Garp provided, he couldn't grasp it. No matter how strong your body is, if you can't control it or use your strength with precision, what's the point? Garp's harsh, scolding left Arishir trembling. His training sessions were strict, and the discipline made Arishir anxious. Do 3,000 push-ups, 3,000 squats, swing your sword 10,000 times. Get your head straight, Garp ordered, his voice booming. Arishir pursed his lips and complied, taking a glance to the side. He noticed that Kazan, Sakazuki, and the others had quietly distanced themselves, not wanting to get involved. Kazan even pretended to whistle innocently when he noticed Arishir looking at him. Days passed, but the warship hadn't caught a glimpse of Roger's crew. Despite this, Garp seemed extremely confident, directing Bogart with certainty, convinced they would eventually encounter them. During this time, Arishir faced his greatest setbacks, leading him to doubt himself seriously. No matter how hard he tried, Kami remained elusive, and every day, Garp's scolding rained down on him like a storm. You've hit a talent barrier. Everyone has something they're better at, Kazan quietly said to him one day. It's clear that Kami just isn't your thing. Arishir gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, punched Kazan in the head. Ow! Kazan winced, not expecting Arashi's fist to be as hard as Garp's. I'll master it, Arishir declared. During this period, they also encountered pirates and engaged in battles. Being the carefree and reckless person, Garp loved nothing more than standing on the ship and letting the recruits fight on their own, using life-and-death battles to toughen them up. After the battle, Arishir showed significant improvement in mentality and combat experience, quickly catching up to the level of Kazan, Sakazuki, and the others. This pleased him as he realized that he could grow rapidly through combat. Facing powerful enemies brought him immense gains. A bounty of 580 million. Just as expected, he's tough, Arishir sighed. And with the other crew members, the total bounty reaches 1.5 billion. He continued, I took down the entire pirate crew alone. He also gained system points from the battle. After maxing out his Conqueror's Haki, the second thing he chose to upgrade was the Rokushiki technique Soru. In his opinion, if Soru were maxed out, its terrifying speed might rival teleportation. Combined with a punch infused with Conqueror's Haki, he believed he could instantly defeat any opponent. It was almost a surefire combination. Arishir, keep training. Garp's booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Arashi's expression shifted slightly, and a hint of resignation appeared in his eyes. He still struggled with Kami and couldn't grasp any of the techniques. He felt that he might be stuck at this stage for a while. According to Garp, if he couldn't master all the Rokushiki techniques, he wouldn't teach him Life Return. As for observation and armament Haki, those were out of the question until then. Before they knew it, nearly 10 days had passed since the Battle of Edwar. That afternoon, the lookout officer suddenly blew the alert whistle. Pirate ship spotted ahead. The ship was still too far away to see the emblem on the flag, but Garp began to laugh. Ha ha! Bogart, do you see that? Garp asked. It's Roger's ship, Garp declared with a grin. Bogart was momentarily stunned. He raised his binoculars and looked ahead, but could only see a tiny black dot. He couldn't understand how Garp could identify the ship from such a distance. It's the mutual understanding between powerful individuals. Garp laughed. I'm sure he knows I'm here too. The crew, hearing this, all turned their eyes forward. Is it Roger? Kazan asked, excitedly rushing over and throwing his arm around Arishir. Wow, are we really about to face one of the world's 3 legendary pirates? Arishir glanced at Kazan and smirked. This guy did have blind faith in Garp. As the two ships drew closer, the lookout officer announced the ship's identity in a shocked voice. It's the Oro Jackson. The ship belongs to one of the 3 great pirates, the Roger Pirates. Garp laughed heartily, clashing his fists together. The exciting moment has arrived. Everyone, prepare for battle. We're going to capture Roger. The entire crew obeyed in unison. Arishir silently took the marine sword Bogart handed him, strapped it to his waist, and fixed his gaze forward. A moment later, the ship came into view. Garp, you don't make things easy for me, running into you again in this vast ocean. A loud laugh echoed from the opposing ship, stirring the sea breeze. Arishir focused his gaze. He saw a man with a captain's hat. A confident smile spread across his face. It was Gold, Roger, the man who would one day become the Pirate King. Bogart, full speed ahead. We can't let this guy get away again. Garp shouted. Bogart obeyed, and the marine battleship instantly accelerated, speeding across the sea as it rapidly closed in on the Oro Jackson. The distance between the two ships was shrinking visibly. Is he crazy? Bringing a bunch of marine recruits to fight us? With his short blonde hair, Rayleigh remarked in surprise as he saw the young faces aboard the marine ship. Ha! You know Garp as well as I do, Roger laughed. That's just the kind of man he is. Even if he were alone, he'd chase us to the ends of the earth. Roger's eyes locked onto the rapidly approaching battleship, and his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Every time I encounter this guy, it makes my blood boil excitedly. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Roger's eyes, and his aura grew stronger. Silvers. Rayleigh slowly drew his rapier, his eyes narrowing. Behind him, other crewmates like Jabba, Seagull, and Sam Bell also drew their weapons. Looking at the approaching figure, Douglas Bullet hesitated before clenching his fists tightly. Roger, with your terminal illness, can you still face that guy? The sea breeze suddenly picked up, sweeping over their heads and rustling their hair. In the blink of an eye, the marine battleship was only 400 or 500 meters away. For an ordinary ship, this might be beyond the range of standard cannons. But for the world's strongest, 400 or 500 meters was nothing, just a moment's distance. Buzz! Roger suddenly drew his long sword, and his aura erupted with overwhelming intensity, surging toward the Marine battleship. The air seemed to crackle with black lightning as his presence filled the previously peaceful and sunny sky with an oppressive and domineering force. Like a storm or bolt of lightning, this powerful aura reached the battleship instantly. Ha ha ha! Garp laughed loudly, ripping off his white justice cape to reveal the black shirt underneath, nearly bursting at the seams from his bulging muscles. Conqueror's Haki. Behind him, Sakazuki clenched his teeth, his expression mixed with anger and fear. He wasn't sure if he could withstand such a domineering and violent aura. The other Marine officers on the deck looked equally tense and terrified. Suddenly, the air around them froze, and a powerful aura, just as fierce as the one rushing toward them, surged, shining brightly as it pushed back against the oncoming force. Buzz! The two auras collided, and flashes of lightning appeared in the sky, dividing the heavens and the sea into two distinct halves. Sakazuki was stunned. He looked up at the figure draped in the white justice cape before him. Arishir! Kazan exclaimed with a smile as he drew his marine sword. At that moment, the black-haired youth standing to Garp's left shone with a brilliant light in his eyes. His aura was equally domineering and terrifying, commanding respect. This guy's presence can compete with that of one of the world's great pirates. Sakazuki thought in shock, clenching his fists. This sudden turn of events also surprised the pirates aboard the Oro Jackson. Ha ha! Roger laughed again. It seems the enemy is not to be underestimated. The black-haired youth at the bow of the Marine ship had undoubtedly caught their attention, as no one recognized him. The two ships rapidly closed the distance, and in the blink of an eye, they were only 300 meters apart. At that moment, Garp suddenly leaped high into the air. Arishir looked up to see him ascending with incredible speed, silhouetted against the sun, making him appear almost blinding. How many times have we clashed like this? Roger called out. Garp! Almost in the next second, another figure shot up into the sky, laughing as he quickly closed the distance with Garp in midair. Who knows? Garp laughed back. There's no point in counting something like that. The two seemed to freeze in midair, suspended 300 meters above the sea, as everyone on both ships looked up in awe. The next second, they saw it. Garp threw a punch, and Roger swung his long sword. Lightning. Tiny streaks of lightning burst forth, carrying an overwhelming force. A gale, more powerful than anyone could imagine, roared above everyone's heads. Fist of destruction. Divine departure. Despite the 10-meter distance between them, both attacked without hesitation. The fist and blade collided, creating a dazzling black, red, and gold lightning explosion. The invisible pressure was so intense that it seemed to freeze the air above them, radiating in all directions. For a moment, everything seemed to come to a standstill. After about 2 or 3 seconds of suspended time, boom! A deafening crash echoed, and invisible shock waves rippled through the sky. The twisted space around them refracted sunlight into a spectrum of colors, while the fierce wind and intense pressure made everyone's hearts race. Arishir looked up at the sky, squinting against the blinding light. Before he knew it, Garp had returned to his side. At the same time, Roger had landed back at the bow of the Oro Jackson. Roger, that sword swing of yours isn't what it used to be. Garp shouted. As a longtime rival, he instantly noticed that Roger's attack was off. Ha ha ha! Roger laughed loudly, but didn't respond. Instead, he turned to his crew and nodded. Let's go. We don't have time to mess with this madman. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. The rest of the crew quickly sprang into action after glancing back at the Marine battleship. Only Barrett clenched his fists, glaring intensely at Roger. Are you still the world's strongest, Roger? But he couldn't bring himself to ask the question out loud. What's the matter, Barrett? Roger seemed to sense something and turned to ask with a smile. Nothing. Barrett released his clenched fists and replied in a low voice. Roger smiled slightly, then looked at the two youngsters nearby. Buggy Shanks, don't just stand there. Go. Help Rayleigh. Yes, Captain, they both replied loudly. In an instant, the Oro Jackson accelerated to its maximum speed, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. They're trying to escape. Chase them, Bogart, Garp shouted as he witnessed the scene. He grabbed the cannonballs nearby and began hurling them forward with both hands, one after another. Whoosh! 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 The cannonballs turned into a barrage of artillery, flying at an unbelievable speed, far exceeding the range of standard cannons, raining down over the Oro Jackson. Roger, laughing, drew his sword and effortlessly sliced through the incoming cannonballs. Rayleigh, Barrett, and the others also jumped into action. Garp alone is hard enough to deal with. Job aside, no one disagreed. Having faced him in battle many times, they knew how formidable their pursuer was. Arishir, you two, Garp called out. We can't let Roger escape. Arishir hesitated for a moment, then sprang into action. Yes, he replied. Following Garp's example, he grabbed a cannonball and hurled it forward. The cannonball flew through the air much slower than the ones Garp had thrown. No, you need to throw it like this. Garp personally showed him the correct technique. After a few moments, Arishir got the hang of it and threw a cannonball that exploded above Roger. That young man isn't to be underestimated either, Roger remarked, clearly impressed. Under Garp's guidance, Arishir quickly mastered throwing cannonballs by hand. The key to this technique lay in a unique way of exerting force. A signature move of Garp's, though, be difficult to learn without direct teaching. The two stood at the ship's bow, continuously hurling cannonballs forward. Even from this simple act, it was clear how absurdly strong Garp was. He could throw a cannonball 2 kilometers with incredible speed. Don't let them get away, Bogart. Arishir, keep practicing, Garp said, exhaling before pulling out a bag of donuts and munching away. Arishir treated this cannonball throwing as a form of training, quickly realizing that it greatly improved his arm strength and control over his power. After coming back from the brink of death, Arashi's overall physical abilities had improved, but mastering the finer details of strength control required constant practice. Days passed as the pirate ship led the way and the marine battleship followed. The distance between them would sometimes widen, only to quickly close again. What unfolded was a chase that spanned days, pitting the future pirate king against the marine hero. That kid is infuriating. He keeps throwing cannonballs at us. The Haki coming off him is incredibly strong, almost as intense as the captain's. He might be our future enemy. Aboard the Oro Jackson, Shanks and Buggy leaned over the railing, glaring at the young Marine who kept throwing cannonballs at them. The projectiles exploded in mid-air, harmlessly deflected by the crew, leaving the ship unaffected. This routine had continued for days. The relentless young Marine, tossing cannonballs day and night, even in his sleep, had left a lasting impression on the entire Roger Pirates crew. He's been at it for 5 days straight. That's insane. At night, he only sleeps for 2 hours. Buggy said through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. How do you know that? Shanks asked in surprise. I've been watching him the whole time. Buggy replied. Shanks sighed and looked at his friend. You're a monster too. The chase continued, with the vice captain and other crew members occasionally slicing at the pursuing Marines and Garp launching impossibly long-range punches at the Oro Jackson. But the most consistent attack came from the black-haired young Marine's endless barrage of cannonballs. Even Captain Roger couldn't help but wonder how many cannonballs Garp's ship had stocked. The chase dragged on for half a month, leaving the Roger Pirates exhausted. Garp is a complete madman, Jabba grumbled through clenched teeth. Rayleigh's gaze was equally sharp, and the other crew members could barely contain their anger anymore. Roger, Barrett roared, his patience finally snapping. The constant cannonball attacks from the young Marine had pushed him to the brink, especially since he intercepted most of them. Roger turned to his crew and suddenly smiled. I understand how you all feel. There's an uninhabited island ahead. Let's head there and have a showdown with Garp. His words ignited a fire in the crew, and they roared in agreement. Meanwhile, on the marine battleship, hurry up and get back here, Garp. We've got a mountain of work to do. Pirates causing chaos everywhere. And you're still fixated on Roger. Do you realize how many crucial military operations you've delayed? Sengoku's furious voice rang out from the den mushi. Garp casually picked at his ear and flicked away the wax. Yeah, I know. I'll come back once I catch Roger. Damn you, Sengoku cursed. Suddenly, the casual expression on Garp's face vanished, replaced by excitement. They've landed. It looks like they're planning to fight with us. I'm done talking, Sengoku. Garp tossed the den mushi to Arishir. Hello. Sengoku's shout came through the receiver. Vice Admiral Garp is busy. He'll get back to you later. Arishir calmly replied before expertly hanging up. This kind of conversation had happened many times recently, so he was used to it. Slowly, he raised his head and looked toward the island ahead. After half a month, the anticipation and tension surrounding the ongoing chase had dulled into a routine. The long-awaited battle was finally at hand, and the outcome was no longer the focus for everyone involved. Arishir turned his head to see Kuzan fully armed, Sakazuki standing firm, and the other officers ready for action. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharpened with determination. It's time, he thought, to measure the gap between myself and the strongest in the world. The Marine battleship approached the island's shore at high speed. Do not fear. Do not panic. Garp's voice rang out with unexpected intensity, rallying the troops. Pride is the greatest obstacle to survival, but fear is the quickest path to death. Even when facing the strongest in the world, stand tall, lift your weapons, and confront them head-on. It was almost unimaginable that Garp, of all people, would deliver such a morale-boosting speech. Arishir glanced around at the officers, seeing the spark in their eyes and the excitement in their demeanor. It was clear that Garp's words had worked. Everyone's spirits were soaring. Charge! Garp bellowed. The next moment, the Marines leapt from the ship like a flood, shouting as they charged onto the island. Arishir led the way, his eyes alight with determination. Pirate King Roger, Dark King Rayleigh, let me see your strength. His heart raced as he mentally shouted these names, adrenaline pumping through his veins. That guy. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, realizing that despite his full-speed run, Arishir was still faster. Kazan, on the other hand, was laughing. The Marines are fired up, he said. And so are we. Roger responded, slowly rising from a stone under a coconut tree, drawing his long sword and laughing heartily. Roar! The rest of the crew echoed his shout with their own. Leave that kid to us. Shanks and Buggy shouted, their eyes locked on Arishir as they sprinted toward him. Following them was Douglas Barrett, silent and cold-eyed. The two groups rapidly closed the distance on the beach, their combined momentum shaking the earth. In the blink of an eye, they were face to face. The first thing Arishir saw were two kids around 11 or 12 years old, one with a red nose and the other with red hair. Die Marine, Buggy yelled. Get lost. You two brats aren't my opponents. Arishir shouted back. In an instant, the three clashed. Arishir swung his fists and kicked out. Boom! The two little brats, barely reaching his waist, were sent flying like cannonballs, their shouts cut off mid-sentence. Then, Arishir found himself facing Douglas Barrett's cold gaze. Barrett suddenly bent his legs and leapt high into the air, black and red lightning crackling around his fist. Name yourself, Marine Brat. Barrett roared, his fist clenched, an invisible aura of power radiating from him. Arishir, Arishir replied, diving down from above, his fists crackling. The sky behind him darkened, and a violent energy surged forth. All right, Arishir, I won't let you off easy, Barrett snarled, leaping up to meet him, his fist swinging forward. Lightning streaked through the sky as they collided in an instant. Iron Fist, Arishir shouted. Black and red lightning erupted, and Barrett's pupils shrank as his body went rigid, taking the full force of the punch. A cracking sound echoed from within his body as he plummeted like a meteor, smashing into the earth with a tremendous crash. Behind them, Roger, Rayleigh, and the entire crew flinched, their pupils dilating as they stared at the young black-haired Marine who now stood over the massive crater left by Barrett's fall. A knockout. Barrett, who was by no means weak, had been defeated in a single blow. In a massive crater, Douglas Barrett lay sprawled in a V shape, his eyes white and lifeless, blood staining the corners of his mouth. He was completely unconscious, unable to move. When faced with an unknown Marine youth, no one could have imagined that a powerful figure like Barrett would be defeated instantly. This sudden and shocking scene left the entire Roger Pirates crew stunned. Douglas Barrett, 18 years old, known as the heir to the devil, had never tasted defeat except at Roger's hands. After that, he joined the Roger Pirates and remained with them until now. Barrett was a strong, battle-hardened young man with immense potential for the future. Yet today, he experienced a devastating defeat that he could never have anticipated. Arishir exhaled slowly and looked ahead. The man with the distinct mustache was undoubtedly the future Pirate King, Roger. Beside him were the golden-haired Dark King Rayleigh and Skopper Gabon. Arishir couldn't spot Kazuki Oden, assuming that the samurai from Wano was still on Whitebeard's ship. At that moment, the Roger Pirates' gazes were filled with surprise and seriousness as they looked at Arishir. Undoubtedly, these world-class pirates now regarded him with full attention. Ha ha ha! Garp's loud laughter broke the silence. Roger, don't underestimate the young talents in the Marines. Garp's large figure suddenly leapt into the air, soaring over Arashi's head, and crashed among the Roger Pirates. Garp, Roger remarked, his body shifting as he drew his longsword, Ace, and swung it. At the same time, Rayleigh and Gabon exchanged glances. I'll take care of that kid, Rayleigh said seriously. Gabon nodded, his eyes stern, as he searched for an opponent among the other figures. These world-class pirates could easily see that the black-haired youth, roughly the same age as Barrett, was using an advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, specifically the Conqueror's Haki infusion technique. This was a skill that only those like Roger, who were born with the qualities of a king, could master. Having taken down Barrett in a single blow, Arishir was undoubtedly someone the Roger Pirates could no longer ignore. Roger and Garp collided with a thunderous crash, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris flying, the trees around them swaying violently. At that exact moment, Dark King Rayleigh bent his knees and shot forward incredibly quickly, covering over 100 meters almost instantly, appearing above Arashi's head. Marine boy, Rayleigh shouted, his voice booming over the roaring wind. Let me, Rayleigh, test your formidable strength. Arishir looked up, his eyes meeting Rayleigh's serious, battle-hardened face, filled with intense fighting spirit. For a moment, Arishir was stunned, unable to comprehend why Rayleigh looked at him with such intensity as if facing the strongest opponent of his life, fully prepared to give his all. Is it really necessary? Arishir thought, bewildered. I've only been a Marine for just over a month and haven't even undergone proper training as a trainee. The flash of Rayleigh's sword lit up his eyes, and Arishir squinted slightly. He tried to evade, but quickly realized that Rayleigh's refined swordsmanship and astonishing speed were far beyond his own. Additionally, an invisible force seemed to work against him, leaving him no openings to escape. Is he predicting all my moves? Arishir wondered. Is this observation Haki? He sighed. Compared to these top-tier fighters, his basic skills still needed to improve. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes sharp and focused. His right fist clenched tightly, black and red lightning crackling around it. He knew there was no way he could withstand Rayleigh's attack. Then, I'll risk everything, even my life, for this one move. Arishir thought resolutely. Shing! The longsword sliced through the air, effortlessly cutting across Arashi's neck. The powerful slash continued, sweeping past him and tearing into the distance. Kazan and Sakazuki immediately ducked to avoid the shockwave. Rayleigh's eyes flickered with confusion, doubt, and shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Arishir hadn't even attempted to dodge. In his observation of Haki's suspicion, the boy just stood there, passively taking the hit. Was he unable to avoid it? That was far too weak. Arishir seemed to want to dodge and resist, but couldn't react. making him appear like a true weakling. But how could someone like that possess the advanced Conqueror's Haki infusion technique? Rayleigh's instincts told him to be cautious. Sure enough, a wild, domineering aura surged forward the next moment, accompanied by a fist crackling with black and red lightning. The punch came at him with the force of an avalanche, as if it could shatter a mountain. Rayleigh quickly raised his sword to block the powerful strike. Clang! The sword trembled under the impact, and a violent force surged toward Rayleigh's face, causing his golden hair to whip wildly behind him. Simultaneously, his feet were forced to drag backwards, and he could not maintain their position, retreating dozens of meters. Rayleigh's expression grew even more serious. Behind him and to his sides, the ground was torn apart, leaving a massive trench in its wake. Arashi's punch had blasted a huge gap, spanning thousands of meters, into the ground and the island itself. This guy, Arashi's expression was equally serious as he stared intently at Rayleigh. In their first exchange, he fully realized the gap between them. Rayleigh's observation Haki, sharp and varied in its attacks, along with his vast experience in swordsmanship, created a significant disparity between them. Additionally, Rayleigh's physical strength and overall abilities far surpassed his own. One sword strike was all it took to kill him instantly, leaving him no chance to evade. So, this is what it's like to face a world-class powerhouse. Arashi's heart pounded with excitement. My blood is boiling. He felt no fear. An overwhelming battle spirit surged within him. In this fight, Arishir knew he could rely only on his fully developed Conqueror's Haki and his indomitable resilience. As their eyes met, they both saw the sparks of determination and battle intent in each other's gaze. In the next instant, shing! They disappeared. Rayleigh's long sword slashed down, diagonally cutting through Arishir once again. This kid, Rayleigh was shocked. He doesn't defend at all. Rayleigh had never encountered such a reckless fighting style before. Even more puzzling was that Arashi's body showed no signs of injury. Rayleigh suspected it might be a mysterious devil fruit ability. Arishir responded with a barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike, infused with black and red lightning and Conqueror's Haki, carried immense power, forcing Rayleigh to take them seriously. The battle between them quickly escalated into an intense, high-stakes clash, astonishing everyone who witnessed it. Arashi's fighting style was wild and terrifying. To onlookers, it seemed like he had completely abandoned all defense, showing no concern for his life. But Arishir knew the truth. He had no opportunity to dodge or counter against Rayleigh's observation Haki, vast experience, and superior swordsmanship. Every sword strike from Rayleigh would be a death sentence. So, he focused solely on attacking. The results were evident. Even Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, found himself bleeding from the corner of his mouth after just a short time. Meanwhile, the system panel's points continued to increase steadily. Arishir and Rayleigh were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging relentless blows. Arishir used his fists, turning every part of his body into a weapon, enhancing his attacks with Conqueror's Haki. His strikes were so powerful that they could explode without even making contact. On the other hand, Rayleigh wielded his sword with masterful precision, leaving no room for Arishir to evade. Each slash was as fast as lightning, carrying the terrifying power to shatter mountains, skies, and seas. Their intense fight created chaos around them, drawing the attention and awe of everyone nearby. Who is this Marine kid? He can go toe-to-toe with the vice-captain? The pirates exclaimed in shock. Arishir, has he become this strong? He's evenly matched with Dark King Rayleigh. The Marines were equally astonished. On the Marine warship, Saul, who hadn't joined the battle due to injuries to his lower body, watched the fight from the ships, railing with excitement and anticipation. Arishir, you can do it. Even if your enemy is Dark King Rayleigh, I know you can. He clenched his fists, cheering for Arishir. At that moment, the din-din mushy beside him suddenly rang. Saul hesitated for a moment before answering. This is Sengoku. The voice on the other end was dark and heavy, immediately recognizable as Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, this is Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander Saul. Saul quickly responded. Saul, where are Garp and Arishir? Sengoku asked. They're on the island, fighting the Roger pirates. I couldn't join them because of my leg injuries, so I'm holding the ship, Saul reported immediately. Sengoku could be heard taking a deep breath to calm his anger. Good. Don't hang up the den mushy. From now on, you are to report every detail of the battle on the island. And tell me your exact location. Saul nodded, understanding the seriousness in Sengoku's voice. Everyone had noticed Garp and Arashi's attitude towards Sengoku in recent days, distant and dismissive. Vice Admiral Garp is engaged in a fierce battle with Roger. Currently, they're evenly matched. Arishir is fighting Dark King Rayleigh, and it looks like they're evenly matched too. Bogart, Sakazuki, and Kuzan are fighting Gabon. As for the others, Saul continued to relay the details of the battle on the island. Just hearing the first few words made Sengoku's expression change, filled with disbelief. What did you just say? Arishir is fighting Dark King Rayleigh? Arishir can fight Rayleigh? His voice was filled with astonishment and doubt. Yes. Oh, I forgot to mention that Rayleigh coughed up blood while Arishir was still unharmed. His clothes aren't even torn, Saul said, laughing gruffly as he watched the fight. Sengoku? ? After a moment, Sengoku took another deep breath. Describe every detail of Arishir and Rayleigh's fight to me. Their movements, their positions, everything. Remember, I want every detail. Saul frowned slightly, realizing that this task might be too much for his giant brain, but he nodded and replied earnestly, Yes, Admiral Sengoku. He then began his peculiar commentary on the epic battle. Rayleigh swung his sword, and Arishir didn't dodge. He was cut in half, but he didn't die or get hurt. Arishir threw a punch. Rayleigh blocked with his sword, but he was sent flying, smashing through 20 trees, and then into a giant boulder. Rayleigh tried to get up, but Arishir disappeared. That was Soru. Oh my, his Soru is so fast. Arishir is punching again. As Sengoku listened, he couldn't help but frown at Saul's clumsy description of the fight. He struggled to piece together the scene, slowly constructing a mental image of the battle. Meanwhile, Arishir suddenly appeared before Rayleigh, his fist crackling with black and red lightning, ready to strike down with all his might. This kid's speed has increased, Rayleigh noted. I've never seen Soru executed this fast. His physical strength and reaction time are even better than when the fight started. Rayleigh quickly sprang to his feet, tilting his head just in time. Arashi's fist grazed past his ear, smashing the boulder behind him into dust. The impact, accompanied by black and red lightning, created a massive hole in the forest. Rayleigh swung his sword again, instantly closing the distance to Arishir and attempting to decapitate him again. But just like before, the sword mysteriously veered off course, leaving Arishir unharmed. Impossible to kill? Rayleigh thought, his expression grave. And he's not even a devil fruit user. Even armament Haki doesn't work on him. This was beyond anything Rayleigh had ever encountered. Arishir was seemingly unkillable, and his strength was increasing rapidly as the fight progressed. Rayleigh couldn't tell if Arishir had been holding back from the start. Meanwhile, Arishir was growing more excited with each passing moment. Fighting against a world-class opponent like Rayleigh came with a high risk of death, but the rewards were immense. Arashi Soru had already leveled up to 56, a significant improvement that brought about a qualitative change in his speed. It was so fast now that calling it Soru didn't quite capture it anymore. He could now traverse distances of several kilometers in an instant. As his level increased, so did the range and speed of his movements, reaching almost supernatural levels. Arishir experimented with his abilities during his battle with Rayleigh, finding that he could leap over 5,000 meters in a single burst of speed. And after each use, there was no cooldown period. He could immediately use Soru again. Will it be true teleportation when I max out the level? He wondered. His speed had reached such a point that even an opponent as skilled as Rayleigh found it difficult to predict, judge, or dodge his attacks. This led to a simple formula. Soru plus his Conqueror's Haki-enhanced fists equals instant defeat for most strong opponents. Even top-tier fighters with slower reflexes would be caught off guard and injured. The power boost from his maxed-out Conqueror's Haki was terrifying. At this point, with his level 56 Soru and his immortal body, Arishir had truly become a match for Rayleigh. He no longer faced constant threats of death, and even managed to wound Rayleigh. "What a strange kid," Rayleigh remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth with a low chuckle. "You haven't mastered observation Haki yet, have you? Not even armament Haki, it seems." Arishir smiled slightly, replying, "I'd appreciate your guidance." "Keeping your secrets, huh?" Rayleigh shook his head with a sigh. Despite the prolonged battle, Rayleigh still didn't have enough information on Arishir. The next moment, a rushing wind filled the air as the two fighters disappeared and collided again. Arashi's eyes sparkled, his blood boiling with excitement. This battle pushed him to his limits, forcing him to refine his previous training and elevate himself to new heights. Each time he died, he grew stronger, his power, reflexes, and abilities reaching unknown levels. By nightfall, their clashes of strength showed that Arishir was only slightly outmatched. When Soru leveled up to 60, Arishir began investing in Tekai. To his surprise, as Tekai leveled up, his defense improved at an exaggerated and unbelievable pace. He discovered a new application for Tekai that greatly enhanced his resilience. "Come on, Rayleigh," Arishir shouted, his excitement growing, his fighting spirits soaring. He felt no fatigue at all. Arishir had a feeling that this battle would be his moment of transformation. The frequency and number of deaths he experienced were unprecedented, as if he were moving as fast as the wind, as quick as lightning, always by his side. The moonlight shone brightly at night, casting a soft glow over the coastline. The fierce battle continued, with each violent clash sending shock waves rippling outward, kicking up clouds of dust and sand. Saul, struggling to find the right words, exhausted his entire vocabulary as he described the scene over the transponder snail. Yet, the phrase he repeated the most was, "Arishir was slashed, but he's not hurt." He got slashed again, and still he didn't die. "It's strange, Arishir used Tekai." "Huh, he can use Tekai in battle." Saul's surprised exclamations gave Sengoku pause. He was well aware of the Rokushiki techniques, especially Tekai, which primarily serves as a defensive skill. Once mastered, the body can easily withstand bullets and ordinary blades. However, its weakness lies in its inability to move while used, leaving the user to endure attacks passively. Because of this limitation, most practitioners are reluctant to use it, resorting to Tekai only when they cannot dodge an attack. Even then, those who rely on it often face grim fates, which is why many consider it a useless skill and unworthy of training. However, Sengoku also knew it would be a different story if Tekai were honed to a certain level, allowing it to be used actively in combat. At that stage, the user would overcome the weakness of immobility, and the technique's defense and hardness would increase further. Continued refinement could even allow the user to reflect the force of attacks upon impact or harden specific body parts to make them as tough as weapons. If combined with armament Haki, the attack power would be significantly enhanced. At this moment, Arishir was experiencing the full potential of Tekai. With Tekai at level 30, his defense had increased dramatically, and he could use it even while moving at high speed. His body felt as if it were made of steel, with muscles like tightly coiled springs. When he punched or kicked, the power was terrifying. A single punch could shatter a large ground area without using Conqueror's Haki. Arishir didn't care much about defense. His main purpose in leveling up Tekai was to increase the hardness of his fists and body, thereby amplifying his overall strength. He also sensed that if he continued to develop this technique, he could concentrate the effects of Tekai in specific areas of his body, further increasing the localized defense and hardness. If focused on his fists, they would truly become iron fists. This technique was similar to armament Haki in some ways, although it couldn't affect Logia users. The night passed quickly, but the battle showed no signs of ending. One has to admit that humans possess monstrous physical capabilities in the world of pirates. Both sides fought to the death, barely pausing for rest. Garp and Roger had already fought to the island's center, where brilliant flashes of light and violent shockwaves continuously swept across the landscape. After a night of intense fighting, Arishir had leveled up Tekai to 50. He could control it freely at this level, concentrating the defense that once covered his entire body on specific areas. Wherever Arishir directed his thoughts, his fists, feet, arms, he could strike with the utmost power. Even the slightest touch of sand against his skin would trigger Tekai's muscle reflex, sending the grains flying with the force of bullets. This newfound strength made Arashi's attacks even more formidable in his battle with Rayleigh. "You're starting to resemble that monster, Garp, more and more," Rayleigh remarked with a hint of admiration, his gaze serious. He could see this young man before he was indeed a monster, growing visibly stronger with each passing moment in their fight. By now, Arashi's fists had truly earned the title of Iron Fists. Perhaps even real steel wasn't as hard or resilient as his body had become. The battle seemed endless, especially for Arishir, who felt no fatigue. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. The frequency of his deaths had decreased significantly as he gradually grew accustomed to the rhythm of his fight against the Dark King, Rayleigh. Arishir had leveled up Rankyaku to level 35. The enhancement of his fists and legs, combined with Soru's high-speed movement, put immense pressure on Rayleigh. With swift body movements, Arashi's legs spun like a top, relentlessly attacking him. Rankyaku. With a simple Rankyaku, Arishir unleashed terrifying slashes, slicing through the forest ahead and cutting it down to the ground for kilometers. This kid might be the most terrifying user of the Rokushiki techniques I've ever seen. Rayleigh marveled to himself. By the third day of their battle, he began feeling fatigued and witnessed firsthand Arashi's frightening growth rate. He started to suspect that he might have become Arashi's whetstone, sharpening his skills. By the fourth day, Rayleigh noticed that Arishir had started using Shurgon. His fists turned into fingers, and the terrifying, piercing force left Rayleigh astonished. Even more outrageous was that Arishir infused his fingers with Conqueror's Haki. Under the black and red lightning, Shurgon pierced the air, sending a dreadful shockwave that extended for tens of kilometers. Facing this attack, Rayleigh had no choice but to use observation Haki to dodge, fully aware that if he didn't, his body would likely be pierced through. Shurgon, as I thought, when combined with localized Tekai hardening and Conqueror's Haki, the piercing power is even stronger, Arishir thought excitedly. He systematically tested each of the Rokushiki techniques, and it was clear that, after reaching higher levels, they had undergone a qualitative transformation. This also signified that his power had reached a new level of mastery. Now, he had enough strength to survive in this world without fear of the bizarre and dangerous situations he might encounter. When he first arrived in this world, despite being able to resurrect, he could still be captured, imprisoned, or worse. If he fell into the hands of twisted scientists, he might be dissected for research. Immortality does not mean invincibility. Fortunately, Garp saved him and allowed him to train under his guidance. Through countless deaths and experience points, he finally raised his strength to this level. He could hold his own in battle, even against the Dark King Rayleigh. Shurgon. Arishir attacked again, moving at high speed. Bang! The air trembled, and a finger-shaped shockwave, crackling with black and red lightning, shot toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh quickly dodged, and in the next second, a massive explosion echoed, sending a violent shockwave rippling outward. Just from the sheer force and scale of the attack, no one would believe that this was merely the Shurgon technique from the Marines' Rokushiki arsenal. "He's taken the Rokushiki techniques and added his twist," Rayleigh remarked. The next instant, he swung his sword and charged at Arishir again. "I want to see just how much stronger you can get." The relentless battle continued. As a battle commentator, Saul tirelessly relayed the details of the fight to Sengoku through the transponder snail, causing Sengoku to experience shock after shock. As he mentally sketched out Arashi's image and compared it to his power and techniques, he came to an initial conclusion. Arishir might have already reached a power level close to that of an Admiral. But how was that even possible? Admiral level. A person with such power is not to be underestimated. These individuals have been through countless battles, honing their bodies or devil fruit abilities to their absolute limits. In the Marines, a warrior of this caliber could be considered a reserve for an Admiral position. However, Sengoku found it hard to believe how long Arishir had been with the Marines. A month? 2. Lost in thought, Sengoku glanced down at the documents on his desk, his brow furrowing. The Noble Blood Case. The Celestial Dragons. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku opened the file on the Noble Blood Case and looked at the last line, written in blood-red ink. Prime suspect. Arishir, former gardener of the Boken family. Arishir, male, 17 years old. Said to have been purchased for 1 million berries by Boken Yongla at the Sidi Archipelago auction 10 years ago. Sengoku continued to scan the report. Place of birth, West Blue, uncertain. Hometown, O'Hara, uncertain. Parents, believed to have been killed by the Bailey pirates 12 years ago. The detailed intelligence depicted Arashi's background, information the Marine Intelligence Network had gathered within the past month. Arishir himself might not even know some of it. After silence, Sengoku picked up his red pen and heavily crossed out the suspect's name. Then he wrote his approval. A gardener? How could he have possibly killed the entire Boken family? Ridiculous. Continue the investigation. Afterwards, Sengoku let out a scoff. What does Gardener Arishir have to do with Marine Arishir? He muttered. Garp, you old fool, you owe me big for this. He tossed the file aside and casually tore up the report about the Celestial Dragon's offense, showing no concern. Such incidents involving the Celestial Dragons had happened countless times, and the Marines couldn't keep up with them all. A moment later, another file was placed in front of Sengoku. Crime Investigation Report by Commodore Karen, stationed at the Sidi Archipelago. Sengoku glanced at it briefly and then smiled faintly. Let Arishir handle this one himself. It might produce surprising results. As an experienced Marine, especially one who often assisted Fleet Admiral Kong in handling affairs, Sengoku was skilled at managing interpersonal relationships. Ordinarily, such matters wouldn't have held much importance in his mind. But after the black-haired youth demonstrated his frightening potential and power, everything changed. Saul's voice continued over the den mushi. Still, Sengoku was already deep in thought, considering how to make this immensely talented young Marine feel the warmth and justice of the Marines. Discovering talent, nurturing it, helping it grow, and, in turn, aiding the Marines, this was what set them apart from pirates. They had a well-established system for training talent. Meanwhile, the battle between Arishir and Rayleigh continued. The fight lasted 7 days and nights, ending when the commotion in the island center ceased. Hey kid, aren't you going to check on your teacher? Rayleigh asked, breathing heavily, his body covered in wounds, his face showing fatigue. If you want to check on your captain, hurry. Arishir laughed. You brat. Rayleigh chuckled, shaking his head as he sheathed his sword. After fighting and watching Arishir grow, Rayleigh felt like he had somehow become Arashi's teacher, personally guiding his growth. At the same time, he developed a sense of mutual respect that only comes from facing an opponent of equal caliber. Looking around the battlefield, Rayleigh noticed that, aside from a few people still standing, most were either unconscious from their injuries or simply too exhausted to continue, lying down and sleeping soundly. 7 days and nights of intense combat was something few could endure. Let's go together. Those two must be at their limits by now, Rayleigh called out. Arishir nodded and glanced down at his tattered clothes, barely holding together. He tore them off, revealing his bare upper body. His bronze skin and sharply defined 8-pack abs created a striking visual impact as the sunlight streamed down. When he turned to follow Rayleigh into the island, his back muscles, which resembled a mountainous terrain, hinted at the terrifying power contained within. The only drawback was that Arashi's body was still somewhat lean after joining the Marines not long ago. When they reached the island's interior, they immediately spotted Roger and Garp, both fast asleep. The numerous scars crisscrossing their bodies testified to the intensity of their battle. "Well then, kid, until we meet again," Rayleigh said with a smile. "I look forward to our next fight. Next time, you won't be a match for me, Rayleigh." Arishir replied with a grin. "Ha ha, you arrogant brat. You've got a long way to go." Rayleigh laughed, shaking his head as he hoisted Roger over his shoulder and walked away. Arishir did the same with Garp, slinging him over his shoulder. The battle was over. With an unspoken understanding, both sides began to carry their wounded comrades back to their respective ships. "Roger's condition is serious," someone murmured. This might have been Vice Admiral Garp's last intense battle. As the last injured were carried aboard, Bogart leaned against the ship's rail and sighed. "Yeah," Arishir muttered, glancing at Garp, who was snoring loudly, his chest covered in bloodstains but still smiling. Arishir nodded silently. "You should get some rest, too," Bogart said. "Fighting Rayleigh must have been exhausting." "It was." Arishir chuckled. The adrenaline from the fight had masked his fatigue, but now it was crashing over him like a tidal wave, making it hard to keep his eyes open. A moment later, he slumped over and fell asleep instantly. Seeing this, Bogart smiled, then went into the cabin. When he returned, he carried thick blankets and covered everyone. That sleep lasted for a full 3 days and nights. The warship was already docked at the G5 Fortress when everyone finally woke up. As Arishir slowly opened his eyes to the noise around him, he first saw Garp, his body wrapped in bandages. He was happily eating meat and drinking sake with a big grin. "Ha ha, you brat. You're finally awake." Garp laughed. "Once we resupply here, we'll head back to headquarters. This time, you've outdone yourself." And those 3 brats, Kazan and the others, did well too. Garp continued laughing as he stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth. Still a bit dizzy, Arishir was soon pulled into the group by Kazan and began eating heartily. "By the way, Sengoku just informed me that due to your performance in this mission, Headquarters has decided to promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral," Garp said, his words slightly muffled by the food in his mouth. "As for your position, that will be decided after you graduate from the Marine Academy." "Marine Academy?" Arishir asked, puzzled. "Of course. Did you think being a competent Marine officer was just about being strong?" Garp replied, "That's only part of it. You also need to learn and acquire sufficient knowledge." Arishir was at a loss for words. "And one more thing." Garp paused, swallowing the food in his mouth before speaking more seriously. "Before we head back to headquarters, you must stop at the Sidi Archipelago." Arishir looked at his mentor in confusion. "Evidence of Karen's crimes has been fully collected," Garp said. "Headquarters wants you to deal with him and his subordinates." Arishir was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes sharpened with determination. "Understood," he replied. The warship didn't linger long at the G5 Fortress. After resupplying, it set sail again, heading towards Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Arishir learned that the primary mission this time, heading into the second half of the Grand Line, was to closely monitor the movements of the 2 major pirate crews to prevent any sudden incidents. He understood what this sudden incident could mean. Most likely, an alliance between the crews of Jin and Lin. Such an alliance would be a massive destabilizing factor for both the pirates and the world. As for what followed, Garp chasing after Roger and eventually engaging in a grand battle, it was simply the romantic and willful nature of Marine hero Garp. Admiral Sengoku and Zesher had long since left, leaving the G5 Fortress under the command of a Vice Admiral whom Arishir didn't recognize. Standing at the warship's bow alongside Garp, Arishir felt the sea breeze brush against his face, causing him to squint. "Your promotion to Rear Admiral will be officially awarded at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, by Fleet Admiral Kong himself," Garp said with a grin. "Okay." Arishir nodded. At first, after being saved by Garp, he harbored some resistance toward the Marines, but gradually, as he got to know the people around him and understand them better, he began to accept it. At the very least, the Marines had a relatively mature training system and excellent resources for growth. It was a good place to be until he became a world-class powerhouse and gained the strength to control his freedom. To be able to fight evenly with Dark King Rayleigh for 7 days straight. Your body must hold some deep secrets, Garp suddenly remarked, casually tossing a donut into his mouth and chewing it with a crunch. Arishir remained silent and didn't respond. Ha ha ha, you brat, Garp laughed. I'm not particularly interested in your secrets. I hope that one day, when you've truly grown strong, when there are no more enemies left in this world for you to face, he paused and sighed softly, you'll know deep down what you truly want. People, you see, yesterday has passed and become history. Living in the present is what's most important. Arishir was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently. Garp treated him like his own son, teaching him about strength and sharing life lessons. Though Garp was generally rough and boisterous, there were times when he displayed a surprising depth of wisdom. The journey back to headquarters was mostly uneventful, with no significant incidents. Arishir sat quietly on the deck, reflecting on the gains from his recent battle. Conqueror's Haki, max level. Tekai, LV 50. Rankyaku, LV 35. Soru, LV 60. Jeppo, LV 20. Shirgan, LV 45. The clear display of his level panel gave him a precise understanding of his current strength. Aside from Conqueror's Haki being maxed out, his mastery of the 6 powers had also reached a considerable level. Distributing points evenly has made my strength grow in a balanced way, Arishir mused. Now, even without relying on the amplification of Conqueror's Haki, his strength was formidable. After his battle with Rayleigh, he had undergone a significant transformation, gradually stepping onto the stage of the world's true powerhouses. Meanwhile, aboard the Oro Jackson, speeding across the sea, that was an exhilarating fight. Roger, his body wrapped in bandages, laughed heartily. Only Garp can make me feel this fired up. Rayleigh smiled slightly, his body also covered in white bandages. Crocus, standing nearby, frowned. Roger, you need to avoid these battles in the future. Your body can't take much more of this. Crocus warned. The 7-day, 7-night battle had undoubtedly taken a huge toll on Roger, whose body was already afflicted with illness. Roger just laughed, brushing off the concern. When you face an opponent like that, it's hard not to get carried away, Roger said with a smile, pausing briefly before continuing. As for my body, everyone dies eventually. Without waiting for Crocus to respond, Roger turned to Rayleigh with a curious expression and asked, I heard that Marine kid fought you to a draw. Rayleigh, are you serious? At the mention of his opponent, Rayleigh's expression grew serious. Nearby, Shanks and Buggy, who had been playfully roughhousing, and the brooding Barrett, all snapped their heads in Rayleigh's direction. I fought with everything I had, Rayleigh said, taking a deep breath. But that kid, he's strange. It was almost impossible to kill him. And what's even more frightening is his absurdly fast growth rate. At the beginning of our battle, his attacks, while strong, were still somewhat limited. But by the 7th day, his overall physical abilities, his strength, reaction speed, had already caught up to mine. I've never encountered someone so terrifying. In the future, he could become an opponent we can't afford to ignore. Everyone fell silent. Buggy opened his mouth to say something, but lowered his head in frustration. Barrett clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Is that so? Roger's laugh broke the silence a moment later. This world always has a few exceptional geniuses who defy understanding. Every era has them. Whether by design or by accident, they always end up leading something. He slowly lifted his gaze to the blue sky. Since he's with Garp, I suppose he won't become a man who makes the world tremble in fear. But if I could, I'd like to live long enough to see what the world looks like when that kid fully grows up. Roger laughed heartily, then turned to Rayleigh again. Do you think he'll stay in the Marines like Garp, even after seeing the darkness of this world? Rayleigh paused, then shook his head with a smile. Who knows what the future holds? Laughter echoed across the Oro Jackson. Despite being wrapped in bandages, the crew was in high spirits. Suddenly, a low voice cut through the merriment. Roger. Roger turned to see Barrett, who had a dark expression. What is it? Roger asked. I wanted to know the answer to this for a long time, Barrett said, enunciating each word carefully. Do you still have the strength to become the world's strongest, to conquer the world? Douglas Barrett's question hung heavy in the air. Roger's smile faded as he thought carefully before shaking his head with a smile. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Barrett. After battling Garp and dealing with his illness, Roger had come to a clearer understanding of his current physical state and strength. Upon hearing Roger's answer, Barrett trembled, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. I want to challenge you again, Barrett declared, and then I'll decide whether or not to stay on this ship. The crew's expressions shifted dramatically, and they shouted in unison, Barrett, are you joking? Damn it, are you really thinking of leaving? Roger raised his hand, still smiling, but with a newfound authority in his eyes. He stared at Barrett for a long moment before drawing the long sword at his waist and pointing it at him. Come on, then, Roger said, his voice laced with laughter. Go do what you want. Live by your ideals. That's what you've always believed in. Barrett's body trembled at Roger's words, and then he lifted his head sharply. No matter what happens, Roger, you'll always be the person I respect the most in this life. Roger burst out laughing. A battle erupted within the pirate crew, but ended quickly. That day, Douglas Barrett left the Roger Pirates, his whereabouts unknown. On the same day, Arashi's warship, the Doghead, arrived at the shores of the Sidi Archipelago. As he gazed at the familiar island, his eyes grew cold. Pop! Shimmering with colors, a bubble suddenly burst at the highest point, revealing tall, sturdy trees towering over the ground. Footsteps echoed as a squad of Marines marched swiftly toward Area 65. The areas within the Sidi Archipelago are divided, with zones 60 to 69 primarily serving as Marine bases and government checkpoints. Major Karens was responsible for Area 65. As Arishir walked, he glanced down at the arrest warrant issued by Marine Headquarters' highest authorities, feeling calm. The stop at the Sidi Archipelago was specifically for a mission Garp had assigned to him a few days earlier, dealing with Commodore Karen's numerous crimes, including embezzlement, accepting bribes, and murdering civilians. The arrest warrant named Commodore Karens and listed several dozen other Marine officers and soldiers under his command. The mission clearly stated that Arishir was to handle the matter entirely and included a specific note. As the executor of this mission, Rear Admiral Arishir, you are granted full authority to eliminate any resistance without hesitation. This order was issued by Admiral Sengoku, with Fleet Admiral Kong's seal, representing the unanimous consent of the highest Marine authorities. Deep in thought, Arishir quickly understood the intent of the Marine leadership. This gesture of goodwill toward him acknowledged that Sengoku and Kong were fully aware of his past before joining the Marines. Perhaps they also intend to silence witnesses? Arishir pondered. Commodore Karens and his subordinates knew the most about Arashi's activities on the Sidi Archipelago. Whether by design or coincidence, Arishir understood that headquarters had entrusted him with this mission to ensure that Karens and his entire unit would be dealt with swiftly. In no time, Arishir and the Marines behind him arrived at the entrance to the 65th Division. Glancing at the familiar yet strange gate, Arishir suddenly smiled. The last time he was here, he had been escorted by Marines as a prisoner. This time, he represented the highest authority in the Marines, coming to arrest the criminals. The transformation from prisoner to executioner had happened quickly. Is the target here? Arishir asked Saul, his deep voice resonating. His massive size had already caught the attention of the gate sentries, whose fear was visible. Yes, Arishir nodded. Let's wrap this up quickly. Vice Admiral Garp is still waiting for us, Sinbu added. Since the death of Rear Admiral Jerry, the officers who had served with Arishir on the same ship had come to respect him greatly. Naturally, they had joined him on this mission. About 20 to 30 officers remained, and their collective presence was formidable. Arishir narrowed his eyes and then stepped through the gate. "Who are you?" a Marine guard stammered, rushing forward to block their path. "Moo!" A Commodore from Arashi's group immediately stepped forward, kicking the Marine guard away. "Rear Admiral Arishir from headquarters, here to carry on mission." "Clear the way," shouted another officer. With such a team, they encountered no resistance. In moments, Arishir stood before Karens, hunched over his desk, working on paperwork. "Who are you?" Karens looked up, surprised. "Arishir." Karens froze for a moment, his expression changing. "It's been a while, Commodore Karens," Arishir said with a slight smile. "You're already a senior officer?" Karens exclaimed, startled by the rank on Arashi's shoulder. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and a large figure appeared, shaking the office as a giant head peeked in. "Arishir, aside from Karens, we've arrested all 32 officers and soldiers," Saul reported in his deep voice. Karens stood frozen. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. Arishir nodded to Saul. "I'll finish here shortly," he replied before returning to Karens. "Now, under the authority of Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku, I inform you," Arishir announced. "Due to the numerous crimes you've committed since assuming command of Area 65 in the Sidi Archipelago, you are under arrest. Be warned, I can execute you on the spot if you resist." Kalens was utterly shocked and unable to process what was happening. I haven't received any notification," he stammered. Arishir unfurled the arrest warrant and glanced at it briefly before Karens panicked and tried to step closer to read it. Arashi's eyes grew cold, his killing intent unmistakable. "So, you're just another stubborn criminal, a traitor and scum within the Marines. You actually think you can resist?" A chill ran down Kalen's spine as he opened his mouth to deny the accusation. I didn't," but before he could finish, Arishir had vanished from sight. The next moment, Kalens felt a powerful gust on his right cheek, moving at an unimaginable speed. Only then did he catch a blurred figure coming into focus. His pupils contracted as he realized, in horror, he's this strong already? Smack! The sound of the slap echoed. Kalens felt as if he had been struck by an iron rod, completely stunned and disoriented. Then came the excruciating pain as half of his face twisted from the blow. His cheekbone shattered, leaving his face a bloody mess as he was sent crashing through a wall, flying out of the office. Arishir, his expression ice-cold, strode out of the ruined office and barked. "Saul, spread the word that these criminals resisted arrest and attacked us. We had no choice but to execute them all." Saul was momentarily stunned. But Sinbu and the other Marines already had their weapons drawn, eyes filled with killing intent. Slash! The officers and soldiers, still bewildered and terrified, lost consciousness in an instant, and their world plunged into darkness. Shaking himself out of his daze, Karen screamed, "Arishir, you're just settling a personal score? Let me explain, it was the celestial dragons." But once again he was cut off. Arashi's cold, grim face filled his vision. A large hand suddenly clamped around Kalen's head, lifting him into the air. "Please, spare me," Karens begged, his body trembling uncontrollably, fear consuming him. He struggled to look at Arishir, but saw only those cold, dark eyes, deep as a black hole. "Go ahead," Arishir said indifferently. "He'll be joining you soon." With that, his right hand slammed Karen's head into the ground. Boom! The impact echoed as Kalen's eyes rolled back, his head creating a massive crack and crater in the ground. Blood quickly pooled around him, and after a few moments, he fell silent forever. Arishir exhaled slowly, then turned to the others. "Mission complete. Let's move." All the officers nodded in agreement. Saul scratched his head before crushing the neck of a Marine in front of him. He had reviewed their crimes. All of them had betrayed their Marine duties and were beyond redemption. The group left as quickly as they had arrived. Shortly after, they passed through Area 24. Suddenly, the once bustling street ahead fell silent as the crowd knelt. "It's the celestial dragons," Sinbu said in a low voice. "Let's avoid them," Saul suggested in his deep voice. A direct encounter would be troublesome. Arishir paused, staring ahead at the bubble-shrouded figure slowly passing through the crowd. His eyes grew cold. After a moment, he chuckled. You all go ahead. I'll check it out. Sabayati Island, Area 24. The once bustling street had suddenly fallen silent. The only sounds now were the nervous breaths of civilians kneeling on the ground. At the front of the procession, a celestial dragon was adorned in luxurious robes and wearing a bubble on his head. Behind him trailed a security team in black suits, along with a few Marines. Judging by the rank insignia on the leading Marine's shoulder, he was a Vice Admiral. The atmosphere was heavy, an almost indescribable tension hanging in the air. Arishir stood some distance away, his sharp eyesight allowing him to observe the scene. After a few moments, his figure abruptly disappeared. The Vice Admiral trailing the celestial dragon sensed something, glancing in Arashi's direction. He returned to the task after cautiously surveying the area and finding nothing. Meanwhile, Arishir reappeared in a narrow alleyway perpendicular to the street where the celestial dragon was walking. His expression remained calm. He had parted ways with Saul and the others because he had spotted the celestial dragon walking down the street. That face was one he remembered all too well. Just because he hadn't knelt the moment he saw the celestial dragon, his life had been declared forfeit, eventually landing him in the hands of Kalins. Today really is a day of reckoning, Arishir thought. Both Karens and his subordinates, who had experimented on him with dozens of methods of execution, and the celestial dragon, who had started it all, were now standing before him. Arishir glanced down at the small stone he had just picked up, roughly the size of a finger. He tossed it lightly in his hand. A confrontation with a Vice Admiral accompanying the celestial dragon would be troublesome and could even fail. After careful observation, he chose this narrow alleyway, a position with a perfect angle. It would be his best chance as soon as the celestial dragon passed by. Besides, no one would notice anything with the entire street filled with people kneeling. As for fear, Arishir felt none of it. If you're going to silence someone, he would do it thoroughly. Tap! The stone was tossed into the air and caught in his hand, the faint sound echoing in the silence. Arishir leaned casually against the wall behind him, patiently waiting. The celestial dragon walked ahead on the street, with the Vice Admiral following behind. Suddenly, the middle-aged Vice Admiral frowned, feeling his den mushy vibrating in his pocket. My lord, I'll accompany you up to here. Go ahead. I don't think there's anyone in this world who would dare lay a hand on me, the celestial dragon replied, his tone arrogant. Yes, my lord. The Vice Admiral nodded, his face devoid of expression. He then turned and walked away without hesitation. If not for his bad luck in running into this guy, he would have never agreed to this humiliating task of escorting a celestial dragon. To him, parading down the street like this was as disgraceful as relieving himself in public. If Garp found out, he'd probably be mercilessly ridiculed once again. The street remained silent as the celestial dragon continued to walk forward. As he passed a certain alley, he heard a faint sound, prompting him to turn his head out of curiosity. Of course, for someone like him, this was nothing more than a fleeting curiosity. He didn't perceive any danger. But as he turned, he saw a figure leaning against the wall, casually tossing a small stone. Marine, the young celestial dragon, paused in confusion. He didn't care why this Marine was hiding here or why he wasn't fulfilling his duty to protect him. In his everyday life, the celestial dragon considered himself a kind and merciful ruler, often easily forgiving many transgressions. But just then, the Marine in hiding looked up and met his gaze. Their eyes locked. The celestial dragon was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by anger. He didn't see any reverence in the Marine's eyes and didn't recognize him as the civilian who had disrespected him a few days ago. At that moment, the stone Arishir tossed fell into his hand, caught between his index and middle fingers. A flash of dense, black, and red lightning sparked violently around it. The stone shot out instantly, streaking through the air like lightning. Everything seemed to brighten in the eyes of the celestial dragon until the stone, with overwhelming force, pierced through his forehead, exiting the back of his skull and shooting off into the distant sky. But the stone's power did not stop there. Crack! The celestial dragon's head shattered and instantly exploded. The street remained eerily silent, but the black-clad guards behind him were frozen in shock. Fear, disbelief, and horror rapidly spread across their faces. The celestial dragon, who had been walking just ahead of them a moment ago, was suddenly missing his head. "Oh!" A terrified scream abruptly broke the silence. Meanwhile, Arashi's figure had already disappeared from the alley. The Vice Admiral, who had just turned to leave and hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped and looked back. His expression quickly transformed into one of shock and terror. "Vice Admiral, the Celestial Dragon has been—" one of the guards stammered. The Vice Admiral's face grew grave as he took a deep breath and hurried forward. "This is bad." When he arrived at the scene, he couldn't help but gasp again, his heart pounding in his chest. It was one of the most gruesome scenes he had ever witnessed. The celestial dragon had been decapitated, and it had happened so silently and suddenly that it was unimaginable. What happened? The Vice Admiral immediately barked at the black-clad guards. We don't know." The guards were completely bewildered and utterly hopeless. They knew all too well that their fate was likely sealed. The death of a celestial dragon would shake the entire world to its core. At this moment, some of the braver civilians who had dared to look up saw the gruesome scene and trembled with fear. The celestial dragon, one of the highest-ranking nobles in the world, had been killed, his head blown apart. Even world nobles could die in such a brutal manner. Meanwhile, Arishir had rejoined Saul and the others. "Did you see what happened?" Saul asked in his deep voice. "It's over. Nothing worth watching. Just a noble flaunting his power in front of commoners," Arishir replied, shaking his head. "Haha, that's typical of world nobles," Simba chuckled. "Let's go." Arishir nodded. As they walked toward the outskirts of the island, they soon heard the commotion behind them, the shrill sound of whistles, and the heavy footsteps of Marines rushing toward Area 24. The scene surprised them. "It looks like something happened," one of them remarked. "Should we check it out?" Arishir suggested. Saul scratched the back of his head, and the others didn't object. A few moments later, they arrived at Area 24, where they saw a middle-aged Vice Admiral looking frazzled and overwhelmed. "That's Vice Admiral Raku." Saul recognized him immediately. Arishir nodded and approached, his expression serious as he glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. "Vice Admiral Raku," Arishir called out. "I'm Arishir, recently promoted to Rear Admiral under Vice Admiral Garp. Can you tell me what happened here?" Vice Admiral Raku glanced at him. "So you're Garp's disciple, huh? You can't be of much help here. You should head back to the headquarters for your promotion ceremony." He paused, rubbing his temples in frustration. "I don't have time to deal with you right now." The young Marine, standing before him, was someone he'd recently heard rumors about within the headquarters. As Garp's chosen protege, Arishir was already on the radar of the old guard. It was also said that his strength had already surpassed that of the current top 3 young Marines. Arashi's future was undoubtedly bright, with a path to becoming an admiral almost guaranteed. On any other day, Vice Admiral Raku would have taken the time to befriend him. But not today. The Celestial Dragon's assassination was a catastrophe. The aftermath would shake the world. Something like this had never happened before. "In that case, I'll visit you again, Vice Admiral Raku," Arishir said politely, bowing before leaving. "Go ahead," Raku waved him off. On their way back, Saul and the others were shocked by the incident, but also felt an undeniable sense of excitement. Who could it have been? Someone wondered aloud. Someone who dared to attack a celestial dragon so quietly and successfully must be incredibly powerful, another added. Directly blowing his head off, that's ruthless. The heated discussions behind him reached Arashi's ears, but his expression remained calm. A celestial dragon? They were as fragile as ants without the bubble on their head and their high status. At that moment, Arishir couldn't help but reflect. Once he gained power, the celestial dragons, whom he couldn't even approach 10 meters from in the past, had become as vulnerable as paper. When they returned to the warship, Garp snoozed under his doghead hat. Bogart glanced at Arishir, nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, the ship set sail from the port. Arishir leaned against the railing, gazing at the slowly receding Sidi Archipelago, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He suddenly felt as though he had been reborn, as if everything in Sidi was far behind him and a new life awaited him. At that moment, Kazan and Sakazuki approached him. "Haha, Arishir, did you hear?" Kazan grinned. "When we return to headquarters, the Marine top brass might reward the outstanding young fighters with devil fruits." "Really? Well, congratulations then," Arishir replied with a smile. "You should congratulate yourself, too. With your strength, you're sure to get a powerful fruit," Kazan laughed, throwing an arm around Arashi's neck. "I'm not particularly interested in devil fruits," Arishir said, shaking his head. He hadn't fully mastered the 6 powers yet, and his armament and observation Haki were barely developed. He understood that devil fruits could enhance one's abilities in certain areas, but the ultimate power still lay in Haki. "Don't be like that. A devil fruit can give you a huge boost in power," Kazan teased. Sakazuki also looked eager. If he could get a powerful devil fruit, maybe this guy in front of him wouldn't be his rival anymore. Arishir could see the thoughts behind their expressions. In the original series, Zesher, Garp, and other veterans often advised the future admirals not to rely too heavily on devil fruits. Arishir understood well that Haki and devil fruits were merely tools to master. The key was the person using them. He was the one who mattered most. The fruit could only play a supporting role. Moreover, human energy was limited. Developing both a devil fruit and Haki required difficult choices. Later that evening, the battleship arrived at Marineford. Seeing the largest marine fortress in the world with his own eyes left Arishir deeply impressed. The massive gates of justice, the shimmering inner bay, the black turrets surrounding it, and the series of gates leading to the main headquarters building all left a profound impact. The fortress's military strength and defenses were undoubtedly among the best in the world. The natural geography made it a fortress that was easy to defend and hard to attack. Any enemy who entered this place faced almost certain death. As Arishir followed Garp through Marineford, he marveled at the fortress's size. The living quarters were vast, with entertainment facilities, small towns, and shopping centers. "Your promotion ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Tonight, just get some rest," Garp said with a smile as he led Arishir on a fortress tour. "Got it," Arishir nodded. The landscape of Marineford resembled gentle hills, allowing a clear view of the inner bay and the gates of justice from the living area. As a top talent among the younger generation of Marines, a formidable fighter who could even hold his own against Rayleigh, Arishir was given excellent living quarters in a small, standalone villa. Kazan, Sakazuki, and others were housed not far from him in the officers' district, where the conditions were also quite good. This area was essentially an officers' town, with training grounds and other facilities. As Arishir strolled through the streets, he noticed many retired, white-haired veterans in wheelchairs being pushed by their younger family members. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. The night passed uneventfully, and before long, it was the next day. Senior vice admirals or other high-ranking officials could handle the promotion ceremony for officers. Still, for those being promoted to admiral tier, rear admiral, vice admiral, and admiral, the ceremony required the presence of the fleet admiral himself. Along with Arishir, 5 others were also being promoted to rear admiral. They were all older than him, with the youngest in their 30s, 2 women and 3 men. Standing at attention under the watchful eyes of Garp, Sengoku, and Zesher, Arishir was ready. Before him approached a tall, imposing man with white hair styled in a mountain-shaped pattern and a matching beard. As he drew near, an aura of ironclad discipline and overwhelming strength filled the air. This was none other than the current fleet admiral, Kong. "You are all officers who have performed exceptionally well in the Marines recently," Kong began. "Therefore, after careful consideration and discussion among the top officers, we have decided to promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral." I hope that in your future duties, you will remain true to your principles and fight for justice." Kong was a serious man, rarely showing any signs of humor. He conducted the ceremony with great solemnity, personally pinning the rear Admiral insignia onto Arashi's uniform and smoothing the creases. "Young man, your uniform is like your life. Make sure it is always in perfect order," Kong said, his voice firm. Arishir, momentarily taken aback, then respectfully returned the salute. The ceremony concluded quickly, and Kong began assigning positions to the other 5 newly promoted rear admirals. When he came to Arishir, he said, "I understand that you've been in the Marines for only a short time. While your performance in the battle against the Roger Pirates was outstanding, and your strength is commendable, your foundational Marine training is still somewhat lacking. So, you'll need to undergo additional training at the Marine Academy. However, given your exceptional talent, you won't be as strictly confined as other cadets. You'll have the freedom to move around, but you must master all the required courses." Kong's stern face softened into a slight smile as he spoke. Arishir nodded in understanding. Kazan and Sakazuki mentioned these courses before. They weren't difficult but highly beneficial. Even now, the 3 top contenders for future admiral positions still attended these classes occasionally. Additionally, as outstanding young talents, you will be rewarded by the headquarters to further enhance your abilities, Kong added with another smile. By this time, the other 5 rear admirals had already left, leaving only Sengoku, Garp, Zesher, and others in the room. Arashi's curiosity was piqued as he watched Kong clap his hands. 3 Marines entered carrying large boxes. "These are 3 Logia-type devil fruits," Kong announced. "You may choose one that you want. However, you must also be aware that once you consume a devil fruit, you will forever lose the ability to swim and will be hated by the sea." As the 3 boxes were opened one by one, Arishir stared at the 3 fruits, each radiating a unique glow. Without a doubt, these were the very same Logia-type fruits that the future admirals would later consume. And now, he had the privilege of choosing one first. The chili fruit can turn the user's body into ice, allowing them to create cold air and freeze everything around them. The magma fruit enables the user to transform into magma and produce searing lava. The glint fruit allows the user to become light itself, moving at the speed of light and emitting destructive laser beams. The 3 Logia-type devil fruits placed before Arishir were undoubtedly powerful. Consuming any of them would transform his physical composition, granting him the passive ability to become intangible and immune to all physical attacks or surprise assaults. From a certain perspective, a Logia user's body embodies the element their fruit represents. Which one should I choose? Arishir hesitated, his eyes reflecting his uncertainty. But soon, clarity returned to him. Logia fruits were indeed powerful, offering devastating wide-range attacks. However, for him, the ability to become intangible, an asset for others, would be a fatal flaw. Attacks that would otherwise be deadly could become ineffective, hindering his system's ability to gain experience points. In some ways, the elemental intangibility that defines Logia users would weaken him. Sengoku, Garp, and Zesher, watching from the side, were intrigued. Which one will the kid choose? The Marines went to great lengths to acquire these 3 powerful Logia fruits. Whichever one he picks, combined with his potential and strength, he's bound to become an admiral in the future. Devil fruits can mess with a strong person's mindset, holding back their growth. They have their advantages, but in the long run, fruit users lose out on a lot. The 3 senior Marines conversed in hushed tones. A person's energy is finite. When you choose one path, the other disappears, Garp murmured, his eyes narrowing. As a mentor, he was deeply invested in the growth of his disciple. If someone has immense potential, a devil fruit wouldn't add much to their strength. But a devil fruit could make a significant difference for those with average talent. From this perspective, devil fruits are a double-edged sword. At this moment, standing before the 3 Logia fruits, Arashi's hesitation faded, replaced by firm resolve. The magma fruit user, Sakazuki, was shattered by an old, wounded, and weakened Whitebeard. The glint fruit user, Borsellino, surrendered with his hands raised when red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, pointed a sword at his nose. The chili fruit user, Kuzan, was defeated by an aging Garp with a single seafloor drop. It's not the fruit that makes someone strong. It's the person. A smirk formed on Arashi's lips as he looked up at the imposing fleet Admiral calm before him. I don't want any of these fruits. After one last glance at his status panel, Arishir had already begun to chart his path forward. He was still far from maxing out his abilities in every area, far from becoming the perfect all-around fighter. Even if he consumed one of these powerful fruits, he wasn't sure if the fruit's abilities would stay with him after death. But more importantly, Logia fruits were not the best fit for his capabilities. Do you have any paramecia or mythical zone fruits? Arishir asked, pursing his lips. Hearing this, Kong chuckled, eyeing the young Marine standing before him. Kid, do you think this is a joke? He said, waving his hand as the boxes were closed and removed. Strong paramecia and mythical zoan fruits are incredibly rare. Even with the resources of the world government and the Marines, acquiring them is no easy task. Kong smiled as he continued. Since you're not interested in these 3 Logia fruits, if the headquarters manages to obtain one that suits you in the future, you'll be notified. Or you could rely on your own abilities to obtain the devil fruit you desire, said Arishir, slightly taken aback before nodding with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. Could you help me forge a weapon? Kong smiled, clearly interested. A weapon? Tell me what you need. A pair of gauntlets or knuckle dusters made of sea stone, Arishir replied with a grin. In battles, he would inevitably face devil fruit users, and since he hadn't yet mastered armament Haki, sea stone would be the perfect solution. Sea stone is even more effective than armament Haki at neutralizing the powers of devil fruit users. The moment of contact would render them powerless, making it the ultimate counter against them. This kid is smart, Zesher remarked, with admiration in his eyes and a smile. Devil fruit users are indeed powerful, but there are plenty of ways to counter them. Seawater, sea stone, opposing elements, and so on. As long as you're strong enough, you can handle any opponent. Of course. And let's not forget whose disciple he is. Garp laughed heartily. Sengoku, standing nearby, shook his head. He was the only one among them who had consumed a devil fruit, which had greatly contributed to his strength, although it also revealed his limitations in pure combat ability. The fruit had been a helpful supplement for him, compensating for his lack of natural combat talent. You, like Garp, focus on pure hand-to-hand combat, right? Kong asked. Arishir nodded. I see. I'll make the arrangements to have a weapon crafted that suits you. Kong nodded. Afterward, Arishir turned to Garp, Zesher, and Sengoku, saluted them, and left without hesitation. The 3 senior Marines in the room didn't place much importance on the choice of the 3 Logia fruits. What weighed more heavily on their minds was something far more serious. The blood incident involving the celestial dragons. Who could have had the audacity to commit such a bold act? The world government is in an uproar. This is an extremely serious matter for them. Yet, despite extensive investigation, it's still difficult to identify the culprit based on the evidence at the scene. This is a real headache. Ha. Let you guys deal with this trash. It has nothing to do with me anyway, Garp said with a hint of schadenfreude, sipping his hot tea while the others looked worried. Arishir left the Marine headquarters building and headed straight for the Marine Academy. He had already been informed that his courses could begin today. Rejecting the 3 Logia fruits had not caused him any inner turmoil. For him, the greatest advantage lay in his ability to respawn and allocate points. As his strength grew, it became increasingly difficult to gain points. Logia fruits are indeed powerful, Arishir thought. But if I were to choose, it would have to be the Rumble fruit. And even then, I'd only consume it when I reach the absolute limit of my abilities and can no longer improve any further. The Rumble fruit, known as the strongest offensive Logia, was nearly perfect in its versatility and granted electromagnetic powers. But ideally, the best and most suitable for me would still be a paramecia or mythical zoan fruit, he continued. Logia users usually end up getting beaten. The best fit is a fruit that could enhance his strength without hindering his ability to respawn frequently. A short while later, Arishir arrived at the Marine Academy. With the rank of Rear Admiral on his shoulders, he immediately drew attention as he stepped into the academy, full of sunlight and youthful energy. Almost all the students turned their eyes toward him, making him the center of attention. Rear Admiral, he's so young for such a high rank. I heard there's a new monster in the Marines whose strength surpasses even those three. Could it be him? Is he the man who fought the Dark King Rayleigh? That's so cool. Both male and female cadets stared at Arishir with eyes full of admiration and awe. Respect, reverence, and admiration for the strong are fundamental principles. Although it was Arashi's first time at the Marine Academy, his legend had already spread throughout Marine headquarters, especially among the cadets still in training and seldom ventured outside. When Arishir took a seat in the last row of the classroom, next to a girl wearing glasses, she immediately started trembling, her cheeks turning pink at an alarming rate. Arishir didn't greet his classmates, coming across as aloof and difficult to approach. The others, intimidated by the rank insignia on his shoulders, felt an overwhelming pressure and didn't dare to disturb him. A few moments later, the instructor entered the classroom. Upon seeing Arishir, he too was momentarily stunned, a look of respect flashing in his eyes. Rear Admiral Arishir, it's an honor to meet you, the instructor said. Arishir nodded, not saying much. The lesson was about how Marine officers should meticulously prepare for naval battles and how to coordinate effectively with comrades to form flanking formations, allowing them to complete missions more swiftly and safely. However, Arishir quickly realized that these strategies often become redundant when a powerful leader is present. Essentially, the course reiterated the same rule: strength reigns supreme. He thought to himself that this class had little to offer him. After attending classes for 3 consecutive days, Arishir understood the Marine Academy curriculum well. Basic combat formations, the nuances of leading troops, various combat techniques, and a Marine code of justice and moral education. With his excellent memory, he quickly mastered the content of the textbooks. Of course, there were also courses where he could genuinely learn something valuable, such as the latest technological innovations in the Marines and discussions about the structure of their world. One notable event during these lessons was when Arishir met an officer during a moral education class. Despite looking like a zombie, this officer appeared to be in his mid-20s and held the rank of ensign. Rear Admiral Arishir, I really admire you, the officer said. I've been hearing stories about your battles with the Roger Pirates and your fight with the Dark King Rayleigh. Despite his terrifying appearance, Bone was kind-hearted and showed great respect for Arishir, a young superior officer. Is that so? It was just a trivial battle, Arishir replied with a faint smile. No, it was incredible. I want to become as strong as you. Bone said excitedly. If I could follow you after graduation, that would be amazing. I would be honored, Arishir replied with a smile, thrilled Bone even more. Life at the Marine Academy was rather dull and monotonous, but Arishir had a lot of freedom. He continued his daily training regimen, though he was frustrated and annoyed that he couldn't seem to master the skill of kami paper art, which seemed to be his nemesis, no matter how hard he tried. Months passed in relative peace for Arishir. His body grew stronger, and the Marine Academy's good food helped him fill his once slender frame. He weighed nearly 90 kilograms, and his bulging muscles and explosive power were evident with the slightest flex of his arms. His menacing scar became even more intimidating. His muscular physique would have probably intimidated fitness enthusiasts if he were in his previous life. His massive pectoral muscles looked like they might burst through his undershirt at any moment, and he was increasingly taking on the build of someone like Garp. Female cadets often gazed at him with longing eyes, their hearts conquered by his imposing and muscular figure. As days passed, Arishir kept an eye on the internal reports from Marine headquarters. Arishir quickly learned that the incident involving the massacre of the celestial dragons on Sidi Archipelago had been hastily covered up. Vice Admiral LaCroix took the fall, along with a pirate who happened to be present. The former was demoted, and the latter was executed with a gag in his mouth. Shortly after, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino acquired their Logia-type devil fruits and began making their mark in the Marines. Meanwhile, news spread that Douglas Bullet had left the Roger Pirates and was making a name for himself as a newcomer. As for Arashi's mentor, Garp, he remained elusive, rarely appearing at Marine headquarters. Admiral Zesher, on the other hand, often visited the academy to offer guidance. 5 months later, Commander Kong gave Arishir a pair of jet black, highly resilient gloves. Turning sea stone into gloves was an incredibly challenging task. Kong sighed as he handed them to Arishir. We had to consult with Dr. Vegapunk from the research division and combine the sea stone with other materials to make it work. Even so, the texture and softness of the gloves can't compare to those made from ordinary materials. But as a weapon, they should suffice. Kong continued, Originally, we planned to make them as knuckle dusters since that would have been easier. But Garp insisted on having a pair of gloves crafted for you. Cherish them. They're the first of their kind in the world, truly unique. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Arishir responded gratefully. Kong waved his hand dismissively and left, knowing that his responsibilities were many as Fleet Admiral. Arishir watched him go, then tried on the gloves. They were stiff, yet had some flexibility, but using them required immense strength. Even clenching his fists was difficult, as it felt like trying to compress 5 incredibly tough springs. After that day, Arishir continued his studies at the academy. Nearly a year passed. The accumulation of time gave Arishir a deeper understanding of this world and a clearer view of the Marine organization. Within the Marines were distinct factions. Some were ruthless zealots who disregarded civilian lives to uphold the justice of the world nobles and the government, while others steadfastly clung to their ideals, maintaining their sense of justice. There were also those with kind hearts, filled with dreams, who aspired to gain power to protect civilians and uphold true justice. There were good and bad people in the Marines, which did not surprise Arishir. Every person has 2 sides. After another 6 months, Arishir finally mastered Kami paper art, and the skill appeared on his status panel. With this, he had fully learned all 6 Rokushiki techniques. Around this time, Garp was at Marine headquarters, and after thoroughly beating down Arashi's confidence, he taught him the technique of life return before swiftly leaving again. Kami is a threshold, Garp had said. Life return is much easier to learn. Indeed, within just a few days, Arishir had easily mastered life return. He felt he had gained full control over his body, with each of the 6 Rokushiki techniques seeming to amplify under this ability. Hair, blood, muscles, even organs, Arishir pondered, can all be controlled through life return. His eyes sparkled with understanding. I'm even beginning to sense something akin to Haki, though it's still vague. This feeling is different from the control of my internal body, like Tekai. It seems to be coming from outside. Is it armament Haki? He wondered. This faint aura was almost invisible, so subtle that it was thinner than a strand of hair. For most people, it would be hard to detect. However, thanks to the power of life return, Arishir could sense it. This signified that his control over his body had reached a new level. When one's physical abilities reach a superhuman level, one can begin to train in the Rokushiki techniques. Life return enables users to gain even more freedom in controlling their bodies. Limbs, hair, internal organs. Everything moves at the direction of my will. Arishir quickly grasped the full extent of life return's power. He focused his mind on his hair, commanding it to grow, and in the next second, his hair lengthened visibly, cascading to the ground. Then, with a mental command, he covered his hair in the properties of Tekai, making it as hard as steel, capable of being used as a weapon to attack enemies. He continued experimenting, directing his thoughts toward his internal organs, like his stomach. He found that he could accelerate the secretion of stomach acid and enhance his digestive system, allowing food to be processed quickly to provide energy to his body. He tried the same with his fingers, nails, and skin. Gradually, a smile spread across his face as he began to enjoy the capabilities of life return fully. In many ways, this unique skill granted superhuman abilities to his body. What happens when someone gains complete control over their body? Arishir pondered. Every detail of my own body, every bit of talent, is now clear to me. For example, I seem to have a natural gift for armament Haki and was born with the qualities of a king, which allowed me to awaken Conqueror's Haki. But as for observation Haki, Arishir now had a full understanding of himself. He had some talents, primarily in Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki. While he did possess observation Haki, it wasn't particularly strong. This meant mastering observation Haki would likely take him a lot of time. Is this why it took me over 2 years just to master Kami? He realized that he lacked the natural aptitude for sensing the outside world, or his talent in that area was weak. However, this didn't bother him much. Whether or not he mastered observation Haki wouldn't greatly affect him. Anyway, I've been at the Marine Academy for 2 years now, Arishir mused. It's time to graduate. He had already mastered the necessary knowledge, and staying longer wouldn't benefit him further. With that in mind, he headed to the academy to apply for early graduation. The graduation exam included written and physical tests, which he easily passed. Congratulations, Rear Admiral Arishir. You've completed all the courses at the Marine Academy. A blonde female officer with a sweet smile said as she handed him his graduation certificate. We wish you the best of luck in your Marine career. May your journey be smooth and your sails full. As she handed him the certificate, her fingers lightly grazed his hand, leaving behind a small note. Arishir paused for a moment, then smiled slightly before turning to leave. After walking out of the academy, he casually tossed the note in an arc, landing it in a nearby trash can. Over his 2 years at the academy, receiving notes from female teachers and staff had become common. His muscular physique had become a strong source of temptation among the academy's women. However, after graduation, Arishir found himself momentarily uncertain. Before entering the academy, he had always followed Garp, but now Garp was nowhere to be found. For the first time, Arishir wasn't sure what to do next. After some hesitation, he decided to seek advice from his mentor. Kid, if you've got something to say, spit it out, Garp barked. I'm really busy right now. Roger's about to become the Pirate King. Garp's voice came through the line, tinged with a hint of impatience. Arishir was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that he had spent 2 years at the Marine Academy, and now it was the year 1499 of the sea calendar, precisely when Roger would reach Laugh Tale and become the Pirate King. For a moment, Garp's words left him feeling dazed. Was he really about to witness a historic moment? Roger becomes the Pirate King, disbanding his crew and choosing to surrender. Then, the Golden Lion Shiki is causing chaos at Marine headquarters. Events that had been mere memories in the original story were now unfolding before his eyes. Kid, what do you want? If you don't tell me, I'm hanging up. Garp's voice snapped him back to reality. I just graduated from the Marine Academy, Arishir quickly explained. So, I wanted to ask you what I should do next. What? You've already graduated? Garp was surprised at first, then let out a sigh. Has it really been 2 years? Normally, after graduation, recruits are assigned to various locations in the 4 Seas or the Grand Line to serve, Garp explained. But since you were already a Rear Admiral before entering the academy, you have more freedom. Garp paused, sounding curious as he asked, So, kid, do you want to manage a fortress, oversee many Marines, and maintain peace in a region? Or do you want to be like me, free to roam as you please? The question took aback Arishir. This was a pivotal decision in his Marine career. The Marines were spread across the world and were responsible for maintaining peace. If an officer were below the rank of Rear Admiral, they would usually be assigned to guard towns or branch bases in the 4 Seas or the Grand Line. However, Those ranked Rear Admiral or higher were considered part of the Marine leadership, possessing significant power and greater freedom. You could apply to Kong if you want to be a commander and wield substantial military power, Garp teased, making Arishir smile. Or you could be like me, get your own ship, and live freely on the seas, taking on various missions. Arishir nodded. I understand. He quickly made up his mind. I want to be free, just like you. On the other end of the line, Garp's hearty laughter echoed before the call abruptly ended. Arishir was well aware of the two paths. Being a fortress commander, living a safe but monotonous life, or living freely and experiencing the excitement of the world. He had heard about them during his time at the academy. After doing well in their assignments, some recruits quickly rose to the rank of Rear Admiral and then chose to either serve as a fortress commander or take another path. Undoubtedly, a fortress commander, much like a regional governor, held immense power. Naturally, this position had opportunities for under-the-table dealings, offering wealth and status. But unfortunately, this was not Arashi's ambition. My strength isn't at its peak yet. I haven't fully mastered all 6 Rokushiki techniques. Only constant battles on the edge of life and death are truly suited to me. As the breeze blew, Arishir stood at a high vantage point, looking down at the magnificent sight of Marineford, taking in a view of the distant inner bay, the gate of justice, and the endless sea beyond. His calm eyes gradually sparkled, becoming deep and thoughtful. If I've come to this world, he thought, I should make something of it. With his growing strength, the 2 years of academy life had allowed certain seeds of ambition to sprout within him gradually. Arishir wasn't sure when those vague thoughts began to stir within him. Was it when he saw the Tenryubido's head explode from that stone? Was it when he was granted the choice between 3 devil fruits upon being commissioned? Or perhaps it was during his time at the academy when he noticed the admiration and reverence in the eyes of the young Marines. All he knew was that as his strength grew and his reputation in the Marines increased, strange and unfamiliar ideas began to surface in his mind. These thoughts were something he couldn't quite identify until this very moment, as he stood high above, overlooking the entire Marine headquarters. It suddenly became clear. It was ambition. As he stood there quietly, Arashi's thoughts began to drift, and he found himself recalling the past. 2 years ago, when he escaped from the Bakken family, exhausted and worn out, he encountered an 8-year-old boy. Unlike other children, this boy was unusually mature, with eyes that held a depth of experience far beyond his years. "Where's your father?" Arishir asked, accepting a piece of dried, cracked black bread the boy offered him. "Dead," the boy replied. "What about your mother?" "Also dead." "Any other siblings?" "Yes, but they're all dead too." The boy's voice was calm and emotionless, without a trace of sadness or pain. This response stunned Arishir, and he found himself staring into the boy's dark, gleaming eyes. "My father defied the nobles," the boy continued. "My mother was chosen by a Tenryubido and beaten to death in the street. My older brother and sister died trying to save her. I was 4 years old at the time, scared and trembling, but I managed to survive." The 8-year-old spoke of his experiences with an eerie calmness that left Arishir momentarily speechless. He was shocked by the boy's composure and hesitated before asking, "Aren't you sad at all?" Though 2 years had passed, the boy's calm expression and those deep, dark eyes were still etched in Arashi's memory. "I'm holding it in," the boy had said. That simple phrase, "I'm holding it in," had a profound impact on Arishir. It wasn't until that day when he encountered an unknown Tenryubido, someone who didn't know him and whom he didn't know, that Arishir fully realized there was something wrong with this world. Freedom? Passion? Dreams? Beauty? These are nothing more than jokes. The truth of this world was the cruel and cold reality that forced an 8-year-old child to say, "I'm holding it in calmly." Suddenly, Arishir recalled Garp's future disciple, a boy named Kobe. "If you think all of this is wrong, then work hard, grow stronger, climb higher, and change it all." This was the advice Kobe had received from his comrades during a moment of confusion. Arishir didn't know when, but he found himself clenching his fists, then slowly releasing them without a sound. It's not about where you are, he thought to himself. It's about what you're doing. He turned and walked away. Later that afternoon, Arishir successfully requested his ship, a medium-sized, two-masted vessel, roughly the same size as Garp's, with the only difference being that it had no crew. As he boarded the ship, two figures followed him. One was T-Bone, who had just graduated recently, and looked up to him with respect and admiration. The other was a boy around 11 or 12 years old, but already tall, standing over 2 meters with strange, non-mainstream face paint. "Kid," said Kong, "I was planning to assign you as the deputy commander in the West Blue after your graduation. But since you want a ship, I understand. However, while I have an available ship, I can't provide a crew on such short notice. You'll have to figure that out on your own. You can recruit from elsewhere or gather your own men. I don't care." Kong's words brought a smile to Arashi's face. At that moment, Sengoku, who was standing nearby, approached with a friendly grin. After observing Arishir for a few moments, he chuckled. "Need some crew members, Arishir? I happen to have a promising young man here." Without waiting for Arashi's response, Sengoku handed the boy over to him, none other than the non-mainstream fellow now standing behind him. "Razananti, do you know how to sail?" Arishir asked. After boarding the ship, Arishir asked, "Razananti, can you sail?" The young Marine, with the unconventional face paint, immediately responded, "Yes, sir, I can." "Good." Arishir nodded, glancing at him. "Then you'll be in charge of sailing, cleaning, cooking, and all other chores." Razananti was taken aback and scratched his head. "All those tasks are my responsibility?" Arishir pointed at T-Bone, then at himself. "Right now, there are only 3 of us on this ship. Your rank is the lowest, so unless you expect your 2 superiors to do it, yes, it's your responsibility." Razananti blinked, then sighed with resignation. "Understood, sir." T-Bone looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. Although Razananti was only about 12 years old, his physique and strength were comparable to that of an 18-year-old. Soon after, the ship set sail, passing through the gates of justice. "Where are we headed?" T-Bone asked curiously. "To the Sidi Archipelago," Arishir replied. "First, because we're severely understaffed, we need to recruit some people. And second," he paused, then smiled slightly, "Fleet Admiral Kong has given me my first mission, to capture or eliminate a group of pirate supernovas that recently caused havoc on the Sidi Archipelago." Of course, such orders from Marine headquarters were flexible and depended on the situation. For instance, by the time they arrived, the pirates might have already fled, or some other unexpected event might occur. "Understood." T-Bone nodded. Meanwhile, Razananti, steering the ship, observed his 2 superiors. He had heard of Arishir, a Marine rumored to be a terrifying monster with the potential to become a future admiral. "Razananti," Arishir suddenly called out, his broad, muscular back facing him. "Yes, sir." Razananti responded immediately. "No need to be so tense. Relax a bit," Arishir said, still looking out at the sea ahead, a smile forming on his lips. "After all, you're a Tenryubito, aren't you?" That single sentence caused both T-Bone and Razananti to go pale with shock. "Tenryubito." T-Bone quickly turned to look at the tall boy. Razananti, on the other hand, was stunned, his pupils contracting as confusion overwhelmed him. How could Arishir know? This was something only Sengoku should have known. Arishir turned around and smiled at the boy in front of him. "Why the tense expression? You were one, but not anymore, right?" Razananti took a deep breath and nodded. "Let's get sailing. We've got a mission to complete," Arishir said abruptly, dropping the subject. The ship soon arrived at the port of Sidi Archipelago, which looked nothing like the last time Arishir had seen it. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire and the chaotic scenes of Marines battling pirates. "What a mess," Arishir remarked, understanding why Kong had issued the mission so quickly. Pirates causing chaos on the Sidi Archipelago was practically an insult to the Marines, who were already in a quite severe situation. At that moment, Arishir seemed to sense something and turned his head to the right. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through his forehead. Sir. Rosinante's face turned pale, and T-Bone's eyes widened as he drew his sword from his waist. Arishir froze, momentarily stunned. He noticed the increase in points on his system panel and realized what had just happened. He had been shot the moment he arrived at Sidi Archipelago. A smile slowly crept across his face. This is getting interesting. T-Bone blinked, only now noticing that his commanding officer, Arishir, was completely unscathed despite being shot. Rosinante was equally stunned. Although the bullet had clearly hit its mark, there wasn't a single wound on Arashi's body. Meanwhile, about 500 or 600 meters away from the Marine ship, a man holding a rifle at the port was filled with shock. That shot should have hit. Even Marine officer shouldn't be completely unharmed. He quickly readjusted his scope, trying to aim again. But in the next instant, the figure of the young officer he was targeting vanished from his sight. "Gone!" the man exclaimed in disbelief. At the same time, a white figure with the word justice emblazoned on it appeared above him, causing his nearby comrades to scream in panic. "The Marines are here!" The man looked up sharply, his heart sinking. The speed was too fast. Despite being separated by 500 or 600 meters, the young Marine officer had closed the distance in less than a second, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. "You have good aim," Arishir remarked calmly, looking down at the rifleman, their eyes locking. At the same time, his right leg was already lifted. Using the iron body technique in a localized manner, his entire leg tensed and blood flow accelerated, making it as solid as forged steel. In the next moment, his right leg slashed down like a massive blade. Rankyaku. It was just a simple Rankyaku technique, but the speed and power were beyond imagination. After his battle with Rayleigh, Arashi's physical abilities had skyrocketed, making him on par with the world's top fighters. While he hadn't measured his combat power, Duriki, he estimated it to be well over 10,000. As his leg slashed down, the air rippled, and the blue arc-shaped slash expanded rapidly to dozens of meters, shining brilliantly. It then crashed violently into the pirate ship below, which had just begun to move. Crack! The fierce slash brutally cut the pirate ship in half, causing the pirates on board to scream in terror. The pirate who had fired the shot was almost split in two from head to groin. By the time Arishir, who had been in midair, touched down, he was already standing on the port. "Rear Admiral!" T-Bone shouted excitedly, quickly jumping off the ship to follow behind him. Rosinante stared in shock at the pirate ship, now reduced to a pile of wreckage, and swallowed hard. At that moment, he finally understood why Sengoku had assigned him to follow this man. This terrifying strength was something he had never encountered in his life. "Rosinante!" Arashi's voice suddenly called out. "Here!" Rosinante immediately stood straight and responded loudly. "Keep up," Arishir ordered, scanning the chaotic surroundings. "In a situation like this, don't get separated." Rosinante quickly flipped over and ran to catch up. The three of them moved swiftly toward the interior of the Sidi Archipelago, surveying the area where battles were breaking out everywhere. It was clear that the pirates had caused significant havoc, pushing from the inner areas to the port, with some already trying to escape. Bang! Another gunshot suddenly rang out. Arishir reached out and blocked the bullet aimed at Rosinante's face. Clang! The bullet collided with his hand, producing a metallic sound and sparking slightly. Rosinante froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He stared at the twisted bullet caught between Arashi's fingers, realizing that if his superior hadn't intervened, he would likely be dead. T-Pen, on the other hand, looked at Arishir with admiration. To have mastered the Rokushiki to this level, his superior was beyond impressive. This was the first time Rosinante had seen someone use the iron body technique while still being able to move freely. "Stay on high alert, trainee," Arishir said calmly. "In this chaotic situation, I can't always guarantee your safety." He casually tossed aside the twisted bullet he had caught, which then struck a nearby pirate holding a gun. The pirate groaned and collapsed, the bullet having pierced directly through his forehead. This scene sent shockwaves of fear through the pirate's comrades. "Yes, sir," Rosinante responded loudly. Arishir continued moving forward, not getting too involved in the chaotic battles around him. His primary mission was to deal with the supernovas causing trouble on the Sidi Archipelago. The three of them moved quickly through the battlefield, with Arishir effortlessly dealing with anyone who attacked them. T-Bone also swung his long sword, cutting down several pirates. Before long, the pirates realized that these three were not to be trifled with. A short while later, Arishir met with a Marine commander and a lieutenant commander in charge of the local forces. Rear Admiral Arishir, dispatched by Marine headquarters for support. Rear Admiral Arishir, the lieutenant commander, was visibly excited upon hearing his name. He quickly composed himself and reported the current situation. The officer in charge of the island's operations is Vice Admiral Jonah. The main troublemakers are 5 supernova pirate crews, each led by a rookie captain with a bounty of over 200 million berries. The lieutenant commander spoke rapidly, handing Arishir a list of details. Your primary task is to capture these supernovas. As for the other pirates taking advantage of the situation, they're not much of a threat. We can handle them. Arishir glanced over the list, getting a sense of the situation. There were 5 supernova crews on the island, including a powerful swordsman and several devil fruit users. Their bounties range from 100 million to 300 million berries, but their numbers and the fact that they were scattered across the island had caused considerable chaos. Leave it to me, Arishir said, taking the Den Mushi transponder snail used for communication. He then led T-Bone Pen and Razanani away without meeting Vice Admiral Jonah or needing any further discussion. Of the 5 pirate crews, for true pirates, with at least 1,000 civilian deaths on their hands, Arishir muttered, they deserve no mercy. But this one, Arashi's eyes narrowed as he read the information about the final crew, the Ivan's pirate crew. This crew consisted of 5 members, a cook, a navigator, a sniper, a swordsman, and a shipwright. Each member was highly skilled, with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The crew's captain, Ivan Thorne, was an exceptionally powerful sniper with a bounty of 320 million berries. Unlike the other pirate crews, the Ivan pirate crew had no civilian deaths to their name. In fact, they had done many good deeds wherever they passed. Ivan Thorne, born in the North Blue, from Flevence, the White City. At the age of 8, his parents died due to the oppression of the nobility. At 16, he set out to sea, quickly making a name for himself and forming a pirate crew. As he read this information, Arishir fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Razanani, who had been exchanging enemy information with the Marines through the Den Mushi, suddenly looked up. Rear Admiral Arishir, Razanani called out. The Ironbone pirates have been located just ahead. Our forces have them completely surrounded. Arishir looked up in response, glancing ahead. He saw Marine squads cautiously advancing in an encircling formation while the building ahead was eerily silent. Let's wrap this up quickly. I don't have time to waste here, Arishir said coldly. Even as he spoke, his figure vanished from sight. He was eager to resolve the situation here and move on to the new world. Captain Ion, we have to break through, someone shouted. If we stay here any longer, we're done for. The Marines have sealed off all our escape routes, another voice said. The longer we drag this out, the more Marine reinforcements will arrive. Inside the sealed-off building, the low growls and tense atmosphere revealed the fear gripping the 20 to 30 members of the Ironbone pirates. They had retreated and gathered here after clashing with the Marines and were now being cornered. What if an admiral shows up? A trembling voice said, causing everyone to freeze, fear evident in their eyes. Sidi Archipelago's proximity to Marine headquarters made it one of the worst places to cause trouble, as it could easily lead to an admiral-led assault. A man in his 30s, wearing a captain's hat and sporting a vicious scar on his cheek, turned around and suddenly laughed. What are you afraid of? He sneered. We didn't mess with the celestial dragons, so why would an admiral bother with us? Besides, this whole mess was started by the Jones pirates, those lunatics. The Marines are focusing most of their forces in Area 32. After taking a deep breath, a cruel smile spread across Ion's face. We're just waiting here to lure all these Marines in, so we can wipe them out in one go. The others blinked in surprise, then sighed in relief. We've lost so many crew members. We can't let this grudge go unavenged. Ion's cold voice echoed through the room. He glanced at the pile of civilian corpses stacked like a small mountain behind him, licking his lips. Killing civilians held no satisfaction for him. It was the Marines that he wanted to take his anger out on. It's about time, Ion said, peering out the window at the Marine forces just 50 meters away. He grinned and stood up. Let's kill all these Marines, cut off their heads, and stack them into a mountain of skulls. His words sent the pirates behind him into a bloodthirsty frenzy, their eyes turning red with rage. However, just as he finished speaking, the ceiling above them shattered with a loud crash. The roof was split in two, sending countless splinters and debris flying everywhere. Screams filled the air as over 10 pirates were either injured or killed on the spot. Ion froze, then erupted in fury. Outside, the Marine captain leading the siege was equally stunned. Who did that? I haven't given the order to attack yet. The captain stared in shock at the Marine officer who had sliced through the building with a single kick, hovering in the air. His eyes widened in disbelief. The building where the pirates were hiding was 6 stories high, yet that figure had nearly split it in half with one strike. I've never seen such a powerful tempest kick before, he exclaimed. In the next instant, the figure vanished. When Arishir reappeared, he stood in the middle of the Ironbone pirates. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the pirates' vision. It's the Marines, someone yelled, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Iron Body, Arashi's muscles tensed, and the bullets clanged off his body, the impact producing sparks as the bullets twisted upon contact. Is this guy a monster? One of the pirates gasped, eyes wide with terror as they realized that even bullets couldn't penetrate him. But Arishir didn't give them time to react. He appeared before a pirate in a flash, grabbed the man's head, and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The ground shook, dust flew everywhere, and the entire building trembled, causing those inside to lose their balance. Ion's pupils contracted in fear as he watched the man in the Justice cape crush the skull of one of his powerful comrades with a single strike. This has to be a joke. Barons had a bounty of 180 million berries. Ion stammered in disbelief. But the next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The young Marine, whose name he didn't know, moved so fast that Ion couldn't keep up with his speed. With just one kick, the pirate with a 200 million berry bounty, the vice captain, was sent flying out of the room, smashing through over a dozen buildings before crashing heavily to the ground. The others were even less of a challenge. In a flash, they were all dead, either with their organs ruptured or their heads pierced. The entire Ironbone pirates were annihilated in just seconds, leaving only Ion alive. Demon! Ion trembled as he spoke. Oh! Arishir smiled. He turned to face the lone captain. I like your praise. Ion took a deep breath, forcing himself out of terror and fixing his crazed gaze on Arishir. I'm not like them, he shouted. I'm a user of the Ironbone fruit. My bones and body are as hard as steel. Arishir raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. In the next moment, he disappeared. Soru, when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ion, close enough to see the bewildered expression on the pirate's face. Clench. The sea stone gloves tightened with a faint sound. Arishir, still not mastering the art of armament Haki, relied on these gloves as his most effective weapon against devil fruit users. Iron Fist. With a powerful punch, Arashi's cape fluttered behind him. There was no flourish, just a straightforward, forceful strike. In the next second, the sea stone gloves connected with Ion's face. The supposedly steel-hard body caved in, twisted like a ripple in the water, and then collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. The entire 6-story building shook as dust filled the air. Arishir straightened up slowly, looking down at Ion, whose form was now unrecognizable, and shook his head. I overestimated you. He then kicked through the wall before him, passing through the ranks of stunned Marines. Salute. Thank you, sir. his eyes burning with admiration and excitement. The captain in charge shouted as he saluted. Arishir waved his hand dismissively and left with Rosinante and T-Bone. Comparing the list in his hand with Rosinante's continuous reports on enemy positions, Arishir set out toward the remaining supernovas. Over the next half hour, he effortlessly dealt with 2 more pirate crews. Then, the Din Din Mushi buzzed with a message. Vice Admiral Jana had captured the Jones pirates. That leaves just 1 crew, Arishir said, glancing at Rosinante, the only pirate crew left unchecked on the list. They're in Area 4-5. Rosinante replied. Not too far from here. Arishir looked up, sighing softly. Dealing with a pirate crew that actually has some sense of humanity, it's kind of complicated for me. T-Bone looked at his superior hesitantly. So, sir, what are you going to do? Our ship could use a few more apprentice marines for odd jobs, don't you think? Arishir responded, seemingly off topic. T-Bone. Rosinante, however, burst into laughter. So that means I'm off the hook for grunt work. Arishir snorted. Apprentice marines do apprentice marine tasks. Rosinante don't get any ideas.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.